Okay. Hitting that message as well. And can I pin a message over here on YouTube? Doesn't look like I can. All right, I'll see you guys. I'm going to hop over to the other Discord. All right, we got a victory with Stream Raiders. Nice. For those of you guys who have been here to watch my normal content, we will be probably coming back with that in a little bit. Miss, edit. Come on, edit YouTube, let's go. Okay, got the final team name. And their name is DMM. DMM. Save. Start back up.
"18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Islands of..."
And I need to also put that in the title here. Let's see. Go, just do that. Okay, we're back. You may need to refresh. In that message. Now, do I have? I do. That with a 2-minute delay. I can't remember if I ever programmed that in. Delay. Got 2 minutes? Yeah, that's a 2-minute delay. Okay. Good. So I can use the ad for that to trigger. I'm gonna test this out now, guys. I'm gonna test out an ad break and see if that can work. I need to switch games over, switch servers, so give me a moment on that. I see 3 of the European teams all getting into their Discord. They're gonna get ready to go. Hot nacho cheese dip. It sounds yummy, Duckman. from 2 minutes in your future. I'll be right back. I just brought the whiskey up because I need to get started. Okay, so I need to switch over to my screen here. And then I need to do the, let's see, this is SFSO versus SHDO. Oops, excuse me. We're on Polar. Okay. Ido Piper, thank you for the follow from 2 minutes in your future, making the lights change. Appreciate you. Now, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with the tournament, this tournament is a lot of fun. There are some requirements to enter. One of the most important requirements is you cannot be a super unicum. Your win rate actually has to be, I think it's like up to 55% is the highest. So I think the best you can be is a blunicum. So that's kind of nice, right? It kind of quote unquote evens out the playing field a bit. So it's not going to be COTS. It's going to be a little bit different, right? Now, and by the way, I'm the only one in this household who ever drinks Maker's Mark. My wife does not drink whiskey, so if you see me licking the bottle, that's why. Okay, just putting that out there. So, anyways, you have, if you watch the previous seasons of Clash of the Classes, you have, oh, and I should put that up on my YouTube. Where is it? There are requirements for the teams. You have a certain amount of points that you can pick and go from there. One of the things that they are doing for this year to change it up is they are putting together an Axis and an Allies setup. So one team is selected to play as the Allies. The other one is selected to play as the Axis. Which is, and if you ask me, that's really cool, right? And they can choose if they want to switch to the other side. So if they want to play Axis and they get told they have to play Allies, for example, they've got the ability to make some changes. Let's see if this works. 2-minute warning. Perfect. So we've got, for example, on the right side for Team Bravo, we've got SHDO bringing Gascon, Makarov, Sinop, North Carolina, and Cossack. Opposing them to the north is SFSO, the reigning champions for Clash of the Classes, with a Harakaze, a Key, a Julio, a Leipzig. First time I've seen a Leipzig in the tournament. That's kind of cool. And then there's Prince Ruprecht, which SFSO loves to play Ruprecht. Now you'll notice that the map itself is polar. It's a small map. That's on purpose. The Clash of the Classes tournament is meant to be intense and fierce. So you can absolutely get battles that are over very quick. Now, in this iteration, it looks like you can take destroyers and cruisers and battleships. In previous ones, it was only battleships or a specific class. I think they had one where it was cruisers only. And with it being polar, with it being a small map as well, armor angling is very important. Schmidt drinks black water. Nice. You can see we've got team to the south, SHDO, is Allies. And the team to the north, SFSO, is Axis. Now, this is the EU side. There were enough teams for EU to put together an alpha test here. We have an NA test that's going to be later today that's going to be even bigger. Oh, big hit there on the Cossack. And here's Plasmatic Titan. Now, we do not have the ability to see builds. Unfortunately, that mod is broken right now. But I would expect to see this key charging in with secondary build. Cossack detected. And Cossack still alive. Dead. Secondary kill by the key. Nicely done. That's the first blood for the game. That actually took a while. It took longer than I'm used to for Clash of the Classes. Sinop does okay against Plasmatic's key. Ah, that reminds me, Hujam. Yeah, I should probably do a draw, shouldn't I? I keep saying I'm going to, and I keep forgetting to because I keep getting distracted. Oh well. So SFSO obviously going for a more BC strategy. And I like the idea of putting the Ruprecht Flurry on the far flank. It prevents the enemy to push up the 1-2 line, but it also gives them broadside shots on things like the Sinop, North Carolina, and whatnot. When you saw Alpha Test, you thought it was for Wargaming's new game. Well, you might just see that at some point, Hujam, as well. Sinop Marvo gets a big hit there. He's giving a lot of side to that key. Plasmatic has typically played Ruprecht in Clash of the Classes, so he's probably trying to get some experience to teammates. Sinop pulling forward so that he can dodge all the incoming hate from the key. And you can see Plasmatic secondary is going off. Let's zoom in a little bit on the key. Tier 8 Japanese battleship. Similar to the Amagi. It's an earlier hull Amagi, if I remember right. She does have 10-kilometer torpedoes in the rear. She also has 100mm secondary guns, like on the Akizuki. And all that good stuff. And bye-bye Sinop. Ouch. We saw that execution there. Now, the one thing about the key is it doesn't have the turtle back that the Amagi has. So in close-up engagements, it's a little bit more susceptible to being citadeled. Supreme Mint gets the kill in the Gascon. Kestrel, thank you for the follow. Ruprecht on the other side of the map has decided it's time to go in and win harder. Zoom out here, we can see the key secondaries just whittling down the Makarov, and all that's left is the Gascon. And dead Gascon to Ruprecht torpedoes. We'll do the usual thing. We'll get ourselves set up for a death pick. There we go. And that's our first look at Clash of the Classes. What did you all think? Where did my EU alpha testing go? Here. All right, I'm gonna go back to port. And we'll see what we do next. I will be doing a draw. I just lost the Discord. I'm on so many Discord servers. Okay. So congratulations to SFSO, the reigning champs, for that early win. We're going to be waiting for a little bit to figure out what happens now. I'm going to try running an ad break. Chat, can you do me a favor and post in the channel when you see ads? If you're seeing the ads when I'm saying something about running an ad break, it's important to know. All right, ad break running. We might be switching the teams, and SFSO might be facing off against TX1 or DMM. This might take a little bit extra time. All right, they're gonna go ahead and set things up now, so. Okay, here. Let's get our draw done. Giveaways, manage. Draw an entrant. I won my own giveaway. Rigged. Rigged. Let's draw another entrant. Camel Toad. All right, Camel Toad is here. Let's go. This was the sub camos bonuses one. Okay. The Axis and Allies is pretty funny, right? All right. New giveaway will go up now. And that'll be for CC container code. And Duckman, of course, has to flex the fact that he's a subscriber and therefore doesn't see ads. Thank you, Duckman. Looks like we are bringing you guys islands next for the next map. That's fun. The joke right here for those of you guys that don't know gun mech saying that there's no trains on this map. When I was casting the finals for Clash of the Classes with my good friend Game Prodigy, we both got kind of bored because SFSO kept bringing the same lineup and nobody could handle it. And so we just ended up like, we just ended up like looking around the map for trains. City Slob with a gifted sub. Thank you, City Slob. Yes, Warrior A85 just got himself a sub from a gift. That's very nice. Here. All right. Notepad. Oh, I needed to add. That's right. I needed to find my playlist. I don't know, content. I think it's under content playlists. Clash of the Classes. Filter title contains Clash. There it is. Season. Get shareable link. Link has been copied. Now I need to go to my bot. My coverage from last season. Okay. And okay. So now, in theory, when we type exclamation point Clash, we should now, yes. That showed up there. Why is it not showing up on YouTube? Odd. Yeah, 2-minute delay isn't as bad as 5. That's one of the nice things about Clash as well, is that typically the delays are shorter. There's the Dirty Water song. Maybe because I have the dash. That's my YouTube message. Let's try it again. Okay, it's the dash for some odd reason. YouTube does not like dashes, I guess, when I send out messages. Cool. So if you guys want to participate in this, you can absolutely find a team. These guys are one of the most friendly tournament organizers out there. They're fun to watch. They do really good work. So absolutely, go ahead and check them out. You join the Discord in order to get a part of the tournament, okay? Let's see, this is on Polar. And then we go to the same teams, and this time we're on islands. Okay. Go into here. About 8. All right, cool. So after this game, then I'm going to swap over and bring you guys the next team because it looks to me like they're going to do 4. I'm looking at the cameras if you guys can see me. It looks like we're doing 4 games with the team setup, and then we're going to swap to the other, and then they're going to switch them around. So I think it makes most sense for me to go and cover the other teams after this is done. Yeah, it should be good. It should work out well. Well, once again, for those of you guys who are new, welcome to our first look at the Clash of the Classes Season 7. Now, this is a test. So this is a way to make sure that everything runs the way they think it should. There's always the possibility it doesn't, of course. Oh, interesting lineup. Wait, you can take multiple Ruprechts? Oh, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Let's let you guys know the next game has started up. Hey, Senti, waiting for the real thing. Been waiting for... I'm right there with you. Welcome back, by the way. It's good to see you still kicking around and everything.
Battle starts.
So we've got for SFSO Team Alpha, we've got Flurity again in the Prince Ruprecht. Gunmech is now in a Maya. Supermint is in Julio again. To the south is Plasmatic Titan, reprising that role in the Ruprecht. And then Lord Carry is in a Minekaze. So they went for tier 5 with their destroyer. Remember, there's a point value system in this tournament. So if you're going to take a tier 9, it's going to cost you a lot. You're going to have to give up in a tier someplace else. So they went to lower tier for destroyer. So they had higher tier for battleships. SHDO going slightly opposite here with a Somme. That's the tier 9 clone of the Jutland. And they've got Pandora in the Renown. Sorry, that was Falco in the Somme. Just made contact with Lord Carry's Minekaze. Mali in the Sinop again. Nick in the Makarov. And Acantonio in the Gascon. So you can see that SFSO once again is Axis, and SHGO is playing as the Allies. That's the way this tournament works now, at least for this one around. Oh, AP maybe on a gun mech? Nope. Yes. Decent damage. If a team wants to bring a ship from the other team, essentially, you have to pay a hefty penalty. But Ruprecht might be just so good enough that it's worth doing. SFSO will probably min-max the heck out of this. That's what they typically do when they are doing Clash of the Classes. It's probably how they've won the past seasons. So I wouldn't be surprised if these guys figure out what's the best min-max way of doing things. In the meantime, the Prince Ruprecht Plasmatic has Falco's Somme on Hydro. Again, another reason why that Ruprecht is just so OP. So now he can just kind of go in and get ready for whatever. And to the north, Floridi is just chewing up Acantonio's Gascon. And I would agree, the Maya is a very interesting choice. Although I think in this tournament setup, it's not a bad one, right? Because the Maya, if I recall correctly, is one tier lower than the Atago that it's similar to. Gascoigne gets torpedoed, and the Somme is about to die. There's just nothing you can do against a Ruprecht, and I think that's the hard part that the tournament organizers are going to have to figure out. How do we balance the Ruprecht? Quite frankly, I might completely ban it altogether. No offense to SFSO, but the Ruprecht has been a linchpin of their lineup for the past 2 seasons. So it might be worth considering banning that ship. Now the Maya, like I said, it's got really nice 8-inch guns, very comfortable Japanese heavy cruiser guns, but she's also got main battery reload booster, which is great for burning down battleships, of course, that DCP, or taking out cruisers that show broadside with AP. On top of that, you've got nice, comfortable torpedoes. Oof, big hit on the Makarov there. And then I think Floridi's going to finish him off right here. Boink. And it also has a heal, so the Maya brings a lot to the table that I think a lot of people are going to realize. At tier 7, it's a very, I guess you could say, relatively cheap option. You're basically bringing most of a tier 8 for less, you know, for the price of a tier 7. Nicolangelo, hello. I love the name. Gunmech now broadside to the Renown. You can see there took some big hits, but still alive and kicking. And you can see the turret setup. It's got 2 in the front and 2 in the rear, unlike the Atago that's got a 3rd turret that's up here at the bow. Back up a little bit. Now this is an alpha test. This gives the organizers a chance to look at lineups. Are the lineups working? And all that. Our team's going to be 5 max. Typically, that's what they've run in the past. I don't exactly know 100%. I haven't pulled up the... I have the rule set pulled up, but the rule set is currently NDA. I can't share that with you guys. So we can just take a look at the setups, and we can give some thoughts as to what we would expect to see and that sort of thing. Now, Gunmech has engines out right now. Able to get his engines moving again, but he's about to beach, and I'm sure that Mali's Sinop is going to finish him off right here. Bingo. That looked like a Pitadel. But that leaves a Minikaze to YOLO charge a Sinop. That's kind of a funny thought. You can't ban the Ruprecht. I mean, the tournament organizers can do whatever they want. Axis comps are super hard to build. I mean, I feel like the Ruprecht makes it easy to build, but obviously we're only seeing what SFSO is bringing to the table as Team Axis. And we'll have to see. I actually feel like the Allied comps are maybe a little bit more difficult to build. But we'll have to see. So far, we haven't seen any radar ships for the Allies. So, all right. So I'm going to go ahead and let them know that we're going to swap. So let me go ahead and exit the battle, and let's go find the other teams. They might still be in battle right now. We're doing fine on ads. Good. There was an idea to restrict to historical ships only, but you'd have to way too few ships to run with. Okay, gotcha, Senti. You know, if I'm doing this without the face cam on, I could probably afford to turn off my my key lights. Ah, that's nice. Duckman, I think the reason why the rules are NDA-ish right now they've done this before, Duckman. The big thing is they want to make sure that they don't get teams expecting the rules to be one thing and then they fail. Okay, so we are going to switch now. Let me change this. I'm running Stream Raiders. This should be DMM versus TX1. And I got in just in time, guys. Just in time. Match has begun. So this is DMM versus TX1, also on Polar, which we just saw a few minutes ago. DMM is Axis. Both teams are Axis.
Action stations.
Yeah, they're all Axis. I think that somebody messed up the understanding of the rules here. Alright, we are starting a new event in Stream Raiders. Yeehaw. Screenshot. Okay. We are good to go. Bring a super ship in 4 St. Louis each. Alright, so Polar to the north is DMM, I believe is the team name. They've got a Derflinger, that's Mickey. We got Danny in the Asashio. Marco is in a Tokachi. HMS Discovery is in a Tirpitz Black. And Jimbo the Grey is in a Prince Ruprecht. Opposing them to the south is Spina in a Ted 61. Very early smoke there. Rafał in the Ruprecht. We've got Surgic Sir in a Miyoko. Sulu 1970 in a Julio. And, of course, we've got Iltara in the Key. Very interesting decision to take the Miyoko. Frankly, I think that the Maya is a better choice, unless the Maya is more expensive than the Miyoko. Historically, when they do Class of the Classes, it's based off of tier. The prices are based off of tier and ship costs. House of Cards with the follow, thank you. So if that's the case, then you're talking about a Miyoko versus... yeah, I just feel like you're better off bringing the other one. It's just whatever, because that one gets a heal, you know. Miyoko doesn't. That comes in very handy. Mickey's Derflinger got smacked by the Ruprecht a moment ago. Forced to back off now. Maya, that I derped on the name of the ship. The Maya is what I'm talking about, guys. I think the Maya is a better choice to bring than a Miyoko. Looks like TX1 is about to get first blood. Now, it's unusual to see the Axis versus Axis. I would expect that this is a misunderstanding. If that's the case, obviously, This is good information for the coordinators. And Hold My Beer is hanging out in chat, so you guys can all, you're all welcome to say something to him if you'd like, ask him any questions you would like, give him feedback from what you guys are seeing. Big thanks to Beer for allowing me to stream this. In theory, we'll put it back out to YouTube later as well. Tokachi, another odd choice to bring. I feel like it's just going to get smashed. TED 61 makes perfect sense though. Great ship. Very powerful tier for tier. So at tier 6 it does bring a lot of tools to the table with the hydro, really quick reloading torps, the smoke, relatively comfortable guns, you name it. So I do like the idea of bringing a TED 61. There goes the Tokachi. Now the Asashio is an interesting pick as well. 20 kilometer torpedoes. This map itself, I don't even think is 20 kilometers big. So basically the Asashio can torpedo anywhere on the map it wants. Which brings some interesting tactical opportunities to it. The only thing is, in this particular battle, that Asashio only has 3 of the 5 ships that it can torpedo. Miyoko took a big hit there. And we're probably going to end up with some hot Ruprecht on Ruprecht action at some point. Here it comes. Here it comes. Island caught most of the hate coming in for Jimbo. But yeah, the glory of the secondary battleship is definitely there. Some shells coming in on the Asashio now. He's detected. What's he detected by? TED 61 Hydro. One of the problems about these small maps is you get used to saying, there's all this space, I'm fine. But that's not the case because these maps are so small. Hydro is, I would even say, far more important than radar. Because Hydro allows you to see ships and torpedoes. Radar only lets you see ships, albeit at a longer range. But with these smaller maps and the closer quarters fight, I really do think Hydro is very important. Ooh, big hit there on Arafo from Jimbo the Gray's Ruprecht. Very nice salvo. And looks like DMM is about to go down here. But yeah, so I really do feel like the Axis has a bit of an advantage with the extra German Hydro. That better range and all that. Now, Jimbo's got to be careful not to take a ram here. And look at the craziness. Look at this. Sergi 6 is trying desperately to ram. Jimbo trying desperately not to ram. And that will be the end of it. As a Miyoko shoves its bow into a Prince Ruprecht to secure the win. What a nice, fun game. Yes, Snob, exactly. The maps are very tiny. I think that's kind of the point. Now, if you guys are watching over on YouTube, thank you much. If you're watching on Twitch, thank you much as well. Remember, you can choose to watch on both if you would like. And this is something that I've been building up for tournaments. The nice thing about this is you have the ability then to watch without ads, if you think about it, right? Because if you're watching on one tab on YouTube and you watch the other on Twitch, if you see an ad break on Twitch, you just switch tabs over to the YouTube and you can see the same thing, most likely without ads. So if you're willing, if you want to check it out, there's my link right there in chat from 2 minutes ago. You can type !YouTube and see it there. You can go check it out if you want. If you do go over there, do me a favor and just thumbs up the stream. It does really help a lot. And other than that, we are going to wait and see what the next game brings. I'm asking them about which game is it. Let me go ahead and run an ad break while these guys get set up too. Probably need to get one out of the way. So I'm asking them if this is their third or fourth game together. Snob, you're probably right. This is their third. Okay, so they were a little behind. Fair enough. I think like a Bismarck, right? Because it's got the full German hydro range, could definitely do that. And that's why I think hydro and the Axis team is it's probably better. Probably better. Oh, I need to edit my stream title. Exclamation point clash of the classes 7. And I'll just do it like that. Clash of the classes 7 test. Now, we also have an NA version that's going to come tonight in a few hours. So if you are on the NA server, you are more than welcome to come and check it out as well. All right, good choice for music as always. Thank you, Duckman, for doing the jukeboxing. Yeah, YouTube's gotten aggressive about ad blockers. That is true, Duckman. I would say that if you are looking to support me, then feel free to turn that ad blocker off. And the nice thing is, if that's the case, you can, you know, you let ads come, but hey, they work on both, so it's all good. You know what I mean? You can always flip between one or another. All right, so we're going to do DMM TX1 this time on Greece. So we're going to check another map. This one's a little bit larger. We played it in the past. Regular time for... Oh, yes, Nicolangelo. We have done Clash of the Classes before. This is season 7 coming up. Some really gold comps for allies that haven't been seen yet. You think NA will surprise you? I'm looking forward to that, Camel Toad. I'm looking forward to seeing this, and it's one of the neat things about this tournament is you do get a lot of different lineups, things you don't normally expect to see. Now, I will say, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to bring you the actual tournament. I will be traveling while that tournament is running. But I still think that you guys will enjoy watching it, even if it's not me casting. Check it out. It's well worth a watch. It really is. we're just waiting for the go-ahead to go. Yes, Nicolangelo, we have been doing this since 2 p.m. Eastern, so just for 49 minutes. The actual tournament itself, I'm quite frankly not sure how they are going to be doing this. If they're going to have two different time slots going, one for Axis and one for EU, one for NA. I'm guessing that's what they're gonna do. We shall see. But you can see in the training room here. I'm gonna put this out here. I know it's not professional to stream the training room chat and stuff like that. Normally we don't. Normally I'll have a separate setup going and a separate screen, but this is an alpha test, and I think it's nice to be able to show you guys the confusion that's going on with this tournament. The Axis and Allies is a great idea. The difficulty is in trying to get people to understand how everything works. I am trying to help. Maybe I'm not helping. It's okay. As a spectator, my job isn't to force people to do one thing or another. My job is to support and all that. So. Yeah. If Zath isn't casting, it doesn't exist. Well, thank you, Duckman. That means a lot, dude. EU Alpha Test Channel. Okay, cool. It's an alpha test, guys. People don't know what's going on. It's okay. There's confusion. It's okay. Let's get these bugs worked out. That's perfectly fine. You're going to see a lot of confusion now. If you see confusion now, you're probably going to see confusion during the actual tournament as well. So. Beer, if you're watching this and listening, I hope you don't mind me trying to help. Because that's all I'm doing is trying to help. Who Jam? I don't know if I would say probably not, because I'm going to be seeing Sea Raptor and hanging out with him, and together we are probably not going to be in town for the first weekend. I'm not sure who has signed up for casting this, to be quite frank with you guys. If you guys know of any streamers that you would like to cast this tournament, please ask them. House of Cards, yeah, the joys of chaos. I mean, that's fine. It's a test. If you guys think that this is chaos, you should, well, I wish I could stream a super test focus test so you guys can understand what chaos really looks like. Imagine trying to do something like this with a room full of 24 people, 12 and 12. Trying to organize that and get them to do what you want them to do. You're hurting cats. Hurting cats. All right. So they have figured it out. We are getting into our next game as well. Scheist. I wish we could have played today. I'm sorry, man. If it wasn't for doing this, we would, but I hope you agree. Like, if I can't do the regular tournament, this gives me a chance to look at it, gives you guys all a chance to look at it, which to me is very exciting. So let's take a look. This is Greece. We've got Team DMM versus TX1, and DMM is the Allies. So they are bringing with them a Gallant at tier 6. So they want for the cheap destroyer option. And they've got HMS Discovery in the Belfast 43. That's a Belfast 43. More on that in a moment. Marco Zanotti Iron in an Atlanta. And then 2 battleships. Jimbo the Grey is in a Missouri. And Danny Infinity is in a Sinop. To the south is TX1 playing Axis. They are bringing with them a Fubuki, a Mines, a Key, Giulio Cesare, and a Prince Ruprecht. Okay, so let's dissect the lineups for a second here. I'm going to hit the tab key as both teams just jockey for position to start with. Missouri has radar. Good choice for a tier 9 battleship. Honestly, I don't think it's as good as a Ruprecht. Why? Well, the Ruprecht we talked about before has the hydro, can detect torpedoes, can detect ships at range. Greece is a larger map, so I would say there's a little bit more value to radar than maps that are very small, like Polar. Ruprecht does not only have the main guns, it's got the secondaries, and it has the torpedoes, so it's got a lot of tools, whereas the Missouri, frankly, it's just the guns besides that radar. Sinop is a fine choice at tier 7. Honestly, it's a cheap tier 8 is how I look at a Sinop. The guns are fantastic. You just can't afford to show a Citadel. Key we've talked about before with the 10-kilometer torpedoes. If you build it for secondaries, can do a lot of good work. Now, let's take a look at the next picks. Giulio Cesare at tier 5. That ship might as well be at tier 6, so that's a very cheap option at tier 5. Belfast 43. Now, the Belfast 43 is nowhere near as good as the original Belfast at tier 7. She's a tier higher. She's got the smoke and radar combo. She also has the ability to torpedo things, but comes at a significant cost. And I feel like that cost is just too high when you're looking at tournament setup and that sort of thing. You can't use treats to hurt cats. It's illegal. There you go. And I'm very glad, Scheist, that you are not salty. So I don't know that I like, and again, I think this highlights for the Axis side, it's relatively easy to build a team. You pick a Ruprecht. Whoops. You pick a Ruprecht. You picked one Ruprecht. If you can pick 2, if you can get 2 on the team, why wouldn't you want more of the probably most OP ship available in this tournament? So that's my opinion, at least. Giulio Cesare also a very cheap option, a tier 5 for the Axis. Shells coming in on the Atlanta, maybe? No, those are on the Missouri Jimbo. And take a look at this. Jimbo is already smashed. Atlanta is already smashed. What's going on the TX1 side? They're looking pretty darn... Oh, God. Jimbo's turning in front of torpedoes. Jimbo's dead. 2 torpedoes. 1 on the front, 1 on the rear. If his DCP is down, he's a goner. Now, Mickey does get a kill on the Fubuki, which is a very, very huge kill. Spinner's mine's quite low as well. But I was just going to mention, there goes the Missouri. Broadside to Il Tata's Key. He goes down like that. Danny Infinity in the Synop charging through. Damn the torpedoes. Full speed ahead. And dodges. Wow, great dodge. He still takes a big hit from the side, though, because he's giving broadsides to Aki and Julio. The mines should be dead, but Danny's about to die, too, to the mines' torpedoes. Now, he died earlier than that. Alright, well, both teams have lost a ship, although I dare say that TX1 is in big trouble. They have no battleships left, whereas TX1 has only battleships left. And with smaller numbers, I really do feel like the battleships have the advantage here. Nobody tell Big O that. I guess the big question is, how is DMM going to respond to this? You got the Julio and A. They only have the B cap. They could go into C here. And I think that would be the play. Get the Gallant, get Mickey down into C cap, and spot these enemy battleships. You have to know what these guys are doing. Battleships have terrible concealment, right? That's kind of part of the balancing factor for them. So get the destroyer into the C cap. Figure out what they're doing, and then go from there. Mickey is meeting up with the Atlanta to form Voltron, so that the Atlanta at least has the ability to hide in smoke, which makes sense. But if you look at it, Mickey is kind of going a little bit on the offside. Ruprecht is detected. Now Marco is going to be forced to back up. He'll be detected pretty soon if Arafo keeps on pushing forward. Belfast now getting some shots in. He's using his smoke to be able to fire for free over this island. Here comes some shells. Are they on? They're on the Atlanta. Marco opened up. I don't know why. Possibly because of concealment. I think he's pretty close to the concealment of the Atlanta. A bit of a mistake there. I think the Gallant would have been better off smoking up the Atlanta and trying to smoke him out of the threat. But I think you guys are seeing the relative strength of these Axis ships. Ruprecht is just too powerful with that Hydro. Twisting the night away. Big hits there on the 43. Could be worse. But the 43 is all by his lonesome now. He's got his radar up. So that's cute. But what are you going to get out of that, you know? What the heck is this? Oh, maybe that's something else? Yeah, this is something else. I'm looking at the wrong channel. Okay. Well, HMS Discovery is about to discover the Ruprecht. And at this point, you might as well just hit full W and just go for it because, yeah. Okay, he is coming out. He is spotted, and he's about to be executed right here by main battery and secondaries. Wait for it. Wait for it. He didn't fire his guns. There it is. Wank. Almost completely killed him. He does get the kill on the Ruprecht. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, will go down, so we'll get a double death pick for this particular battle. All right, Team Bravo is the winner, so TX won. Another win. So that's 2 games covering them. Beer, I'd very much love to know what's going on next. Excuse me. We have 21 minutes till the next ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Chat, how are you guys feeling about balance in this tournament? Do you guys agree with me? Do you feel that the Axis seems to be, you know, looking at a bit of an advantage over the Allies because of that Hydro and the Ruprecht? What do you guys think? Early on, this is your first look. Your feedback is important. Post it in chat. Beer, I'm sure, is watching. What do you guys think? And I'm going to go hit the head for just a moment while I run an ad break. Okay, I am back. Suppose I don't need to wear my captain's hat for right now because you guys can't see me anyways. Big thanks to everybody for tuning in, both on the Twitch side and on the YouTube side. It does make a difference. And I appreciate you guys are all so interested in learning this tournament. Next up is supposed to be New Dawn. I think. I need to turn off my captions. Captions are showing 2 minutes earlier. Rules? Captions. Disable. Jimbo, hey Jimbo the Gray, thank you for the follow. Aren't min-max based on what we've seen Camel Toad? Yeah, we've seen it before. We have indeed seen this before. Lucius Corvus. Doborik? I do not know what that means. Ah, I see what Camel Toad's trying to say. New follower indeed. You're just here to listen to some music without ads. Fair enough, Duckman. I think next up should be New Dawn. With the same setup, it looks like. Okay. Uh-oh. All right, Beer is hanging out with the DMM group. Cool. Is why you test out tournaments. Imagine if there was, yes, giving Stevie bacon, right, Duckman? Imagine if they were doing King of the Sea, and if they did a beta test of that, how would that look? That'd be interesting. All right, well, we're waiting a bit. Very nice teamwork here. Admiral Scumbag. That's a fun name. So Camel Toad says that allied comps are not min-maxed. Can't say any more from that. Fair enough. Camel Toad, are you playing in Clash of the Classes? Or are you like a adjudicator or whatever? All right, SFSO and SHDO are playing another game with both teams being allies. That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. Okay, how are we looking at... Oh, Stream Raiders. I got to get the next battle started. Give me a moment on that. We are in the Olympiad event, which just started for Stream Raiders, so that's kind of cool. All right, starting giveaway on that, or telling people to join the giveaway, I should say. Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to finish getting my new codes in my spreadsheet. That's right, everybody. I've got codes again, so I can do multiple giveaways per day again. Feels good. Feels good. Just in time for me to take a vacation and be gone for a while. Lol. Where's my spreadsheet? This is the one, I think. Yes. Okay, I think we are... What's going on? Both teams are ready? I'll let them know I'm ready as well. And I think we're about to get started, everybody. Here we go. To let you guys know, our match has begun from 2 minutes in your future. And here we go on the map New Dawn, TX1 versus DMM. This time, we've got TX1 in the alpha spawn. I'm going to write that down, and this is on New Dawn. However, this is the Clash of the Classes Season 7 alpha test. Way to see, are the rules working the way that the tournament organizers intended them to? Let's take a look at the lineups. As TX1 is once again bringing Axis ships. They've got Sergixer in the Fubuki, Spina in the Mines, Miltada in the Key, Sulu 1970 in the Giulio Cesare, and Arapaho in the Ruprecht. And then on the other side, that's right, got a Darts American football 2-minute warning. We've got DMM bringing for the side of the Allies a Gnevny in Atlanta. So that's Mickey in the Gnevny, Marco Zanotti Iron in the Atlanta, Jimbo the Great in the Missouri, HMS Discovery, this time in a Duke of Yak, Admiral Scumbag in a Hawk who hasn't started moving yet, so very possible that that was a disconnect. Hello, Spence. Now, the typically the tournament players are given press accounts. And what's interesting is that we don't see any press accounts at all on the side of DMM. Admiral Scumbag shooting a gun to say, nope, I'm still here, don't worry. So a Gnevny versus a Fubuki, both teams bringing a tier 6 destroyer to save on costs. Interesting. Gnevny gets into the sea cap. It is obviously quite fast, especially with the engine boost, which he's currently using right now. But we do have the toilet bowl commencing as TX1 goes towards A and DMM goes towards C. So let's talk about ship choices here. Fubuki, I understand the decision. It's a cheap tier 6. Frankly though, I might prefer a Hatsuharu. A tier 6 between the two of them. I feel like that might be a better choice. Rupert Key, Julia, we've talked about already. Mines has insane DPM and it's got the Hydro, but it's also relatively fragile. Fubuki smokes up his Ruprecht buddy, but I'm not quite sure what the thinking was there. Now, in terms of the lineup for the ally side, which is DMM side, a Gnevny makes somewhat sense. It's a fast Soviet destroyer. I'm surprised, though, that we aren't seeing an Eagle at tier 6. I think the Eagle, which is a French destroyer, is probably going to be superior, unless, of course, French ships are not considered allied. Not quite sure about that. Jimbo the Gray is in trouble. Lots of hit points lost already in that Missouri. But Mickey is bringing him in closer to the B cap so he can radar just about everything. He is currently showing broadside to Sulu's Julio. And the mines is, as you can see, doing the usual, just trying to work Jimbo down to nothing. Jimbo popping his radar. What does he see? He sees a key in front of him. He sees the Julio, but the Julio's bow in, so it didn't do much, did it? The mines would have been a better target, or frankly, the key would have been a better target. So this will be a dead ship. Now, this is the Missouri. It's the top tier ship for this team. It's a very expensive ship to lose. You think they'll pick this map for clan battles? That'd be kind of neat. Alright, Jimbo's dead. Unfortunate. Takes key torpedoes and dies. Look at the Fubuki getting around to the side. It's a very nice position for the Fubuki. He's able to shoot at the Gnevny because he's smoked, but the Gnevny is detected from the key and Ruprecht. And so you just gotta be careful, because if he lets the Gnevny get too close and fires in his smoke, he'll get himself detected. There it is right there. So the Gnevny is going to be able to fire back a couple of salvos, but it doesn't really matter because he's dead. And just like that, the Allies are down 2 ships. Only 3 remaining, an Atlanta, a Hawk, and a Duke of Yuck. Sorry, just checking a couple of Discord things. Not much to talk about, though. We've got the Atlanta in a position where, well, he's about to get smacked by the key. Here comes the shells right now. Let's watch. Whack! Complete dev strike there by Altado. And then there were 2 ships. The Hawk and the Duke of Yuck. There goes the Hawk, and that leaves us with 1 ship left, and this will be a full wipe for the Axis team. Let's get our death pick ready to go. I don't know. It just feels like, and maybe it's because the Allies, the teams playing the Allies don't really know what to use, but it really does feel like the Allied ships are at a slight, pretty significant actually, disadvantage to the Axis ships. But we'll see what happens. We are now swapping things around. And we're going to do 3 games now of SFSO versus TX1. I'm guessing that SFSO will be hosting. So DMM and SHDO hasn't been posted yet by Beer. So we'll see what happens there. I'm going to go ahead and leave the training battle, and we're going to take a look at SFSO and TX1. I have a feeling that they will have the training room up already, knowing SFSO. Look, there they go. Ah, they're still in battle. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So I'll go back and let the other guys know what's going on there. Let's see. Training battle. I think it was TX1 hosting. Head back in for just a second, let them know. All right, chat. We got 39 minutes till the next ad break, and frankly, I don't know what's going on, so. I'm scratching my head a little bit, but that's okay. I was told that this should go for no more than 2 hours, so we'll see if that's the case. Okay. So, looks like Beer is going to go ahead and have TX1 host this next one against SFSO, just because SFSO is still in battle. That makes sense. Just kind of move things along. Appreciate that, Beer. Now tonight, guys, these are 4 teams playing tonight. I think there's like 6 teams that are going to be joining. So tonight should be a lot more variety in ship lineups and ways of thoughts and stuff. Doesn't take anything away from the EU side of things, of course, because this has been fun to watch. Okay. Cool. This is the part of the challenge when you're setting things up. Sometimes I feel like it's important to over communicate things to people than under, so that there's less confusion. So I'm trying to help Beer out here with communicating with these two guys, because it seems like there's a little bit of confusion, or was earlier, with these two teams, but I think they're starting to figure it out. Gun Mech has appeared. SFSO is starting to arrive, which means their game is over. They're going to start figuring things out. Okay. And I guess they decided to kill the training room. Why? I do not know. Beer is telling me there's 10 teams signed up for tonight. Possibly we'll see up to 12 tonight. That should be really interesting. I know Kitten will be streaming as well from her perspective as a player. I think that was her plan. Beer can chime in on that. But that's kind of neat too, to get an idea of what the player's perspective is like from the ground, you know? I really like that idea. Good song choice. I would assume that Arapaho is going to host. Great tribute video, huh? Okay, cool. All right, chat, I'm going to run downstairs and grab a quick snack. I'm going to run an ad break just to be safe. I don't think you're going to miss anything for a few minutes. I will be back momentarily, guys. Oh, hold on. Got a DM from Beer. Let's see. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Room is up. Okay, cool. I think we're bringing the game to you soon. Famous Mirror, thank you for the follow. All right, we got ourselves a game, guys. Now, for those of you who are new to what we're doing today, this is the Clash of the Classes Season 7 alpha test. Basically, what they're trying to do, what the organizers are doing, is making sure that everything works the way that they should. Oh no.
General quarters.
Let's take a look at the lineups. We've got TX1 bringing with them a Shinonome, and a Prince Ruprecht, a Kavor, a Mines, and a Key. Opposing them on the other side is an Octo Rev, a Georgia, another Octo Rev, a Jutland, and a Renown 44. Now there's some talk about an illegal lineup, and I'm trying to think about what makes it illegal. It could be because of points. Not 100% sure about this. Jutland and Shino detected. Looks like all ships are stopping. We might be going back to port, y'all. Yep, here we go. It is a restart. Now, because of the fact that I don't have the ability to share with you guys the point values and stuff, I'm purposely not trying to figure out what was illegal in that lineup. But obviously, SFSO discovered that there was an illegal lineup amongst the TX1 setup and called them out on it. And so now they're making a few changes over at TX1. So my guess is it had to do with the point values, and too many points have been spent. My guess. Oh my god, there's another tournament starting up now? Beat the Pro will be Saturday, 3rd of February and Sunday, 4th of February. Okay. Okay, so that's right before Clash of the Classes Season 7 and right after the Warships Classic Tournament. Man, these guys love putting tournaments in like one after the next. Jeez. Yeah, false start offense, penalty 10 yards, repeat first down. Right? Show player go to sleep. We try. All right, let's try this again. Match has begun. So let's take a look at what TX1 brings with them. They got a Fubuki, a Ruprecht, a Derflinger, a Brutzi, and a Key. So a couple of changes in their lineup. And opposing them is an Octo-Rev, a Georgia, another Octo-Rev, a Jutland, and a Renowned 44. Kind of like the idea of the Renowned 44. That's an interesting pick for the Allies side of it. It's a very strong ship. It's a tier 7. Got torpedoes. It's got really good secondaries. It's a pretty fast boat. Can't remember if it has hydro. It does. So it has hydro as well, which comes in handy. Georgia, of course. Most people know the Georgia. It's a very fast ship. A lot of other things going with it, so that's kind of fun. Octo Revs are very cheap tier 5s, just like the Julio, that frankly are quite strong as long as you don't show a broadside to an enemy. So that can work as well. 2 minutes to go on Stream Raiders. Now, looking at the Axis side of things, they've got a Deflinger. And then there's the Key, the Ruprecht we talked about before, the Abruzzi, which cannot, no, sorry, it's got Hydro already. It can take, in here you probably take Spotter. Now, Abruzzi is nice because it also has a heal as a cruiser. And then you've got your Fubuki there. Sergi Sixer detected early, getting smacked a bit as both destroyers find each other at sea cap. City Slop, I agree with you. Especially since this is just a test, so I mean it's nice to be able to just have some people come in to help out. Sergi Sixer on detected again and taken out. There's the first kill. On the side of the Allies for a change, Gunmech with that shot. We've seen Gunmech do crazy things in a Georgia in previous iterations of Clash of the Classes. So does that mean that SFSO has found a way to fix the meta issues with Allies versus Axis? I don't know. As Ruprecht comes in, Arapaho has his Hydro banging away, and Why Must I Have a Name is running away in his Jutland. He's dead. There it goes. So both teams have lost a destroyer, although I will say TX1's destroyer was lower on tier, so therefore it's cheaper to lose in a sense. Plasmatic now forced to back off from the Ruprecht. His secondaries are going. Ruprecht secondaries are going. And now here's the big question. Will the Octo Revs have an angle on Arapaho? Here comes one from Farini. That's HE. Does some damage. Not a ton. Hey, niftiness. The test run's going okay so far. Some growing pains, but that's to be expected based off of the changes made. Alright, now if I'm this Derflinger or the Warship 1, I'm just going for the Ram. That's it. I mean, when you're the bottom tier battleship, The best that you can hope for is to use your ship as a giant torpedo, and that's exactly what's happening here. Gun mech survives because he's got a ramming flag. I don't know if that Derflinger had a ramming flag or not. We can take a quick look and see. Did he have a ramming flag? I don't see it. I see secondaries. I see consumables. I see anti-det. I see heal boosting. I see flood reduction, but I do not see a ramming flag. That would have been a dead Georgia. Gunmech would have died otherwise. Arapaho does die to Plasmatic Titan's Renown. But yeah, I'm not seeing the ramming flag here. Chat, you can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I see the speed flag over here too. The ramming flag is red and white. Can I break the camera free? Yes, I can. Let's break the camera free and get closer and look. Never mind, the ship disappeared right in front of us. Gunmech finally goes down. Oh, wrong button. Wrong. Whatever. I'll just do this from now on. That's fine. I can do this. Can I... Ah. Okay. We're better. We're better. We got this. Yeesh. Alright, so... all of this craziness has been going on. We have 2 ships left for Team Axis against 3 for Team Allies. Although, wow, that was a big hit on the Octoref from Iltada's Key. This might be the first time we've seen the Allies look pretty strong. Yeah, backing into a cap is probably a good idea, Niftiness. I would agree with you there. So Plasmatic should be killing this key pretty soon. Iltada. And because I changed camera settings to try to figure out the flag setup on that Derflinger, kind of backed off. But I will say this, I really do think he did not have ramming flag. And if he didn't have ramming flag, that's a big oof. Gunmech could have been killed there. Could have been killed there. Would that have had an impact? Would that have allowed TX1 to win this game? I don't know. As all they have left now is their Abruzzi, who's sitting over on the flank. Let's go ahead and make our way over there so we can try to get ourselves a death pick. Because we all know it's coming, right? We all know it's coming. Oh, big hit there. Octarev AP just punching through the nose of the Abruzzi. Here she is. Tier 7 Italian cruiser. Like I said, she's got a heal. Guns are okay. Got torpedoes as well. And the main selling point for the Abruzzi, of course, is that heal. Is that enough, though? I don't know. In this environment, I don't think it is. Alright, well done. Thanks for the game there. That was nice. I gotta write this down. TX1 versus SFSO, and this was on Islands. Okay, got that one written down. We're gonna wait a few minutes. Of course, we have to get the teams to all ready up and everything. And now Gunmech says that they are now... Look at me. I am the Axis now. Alright, so we're gonna have to wait a little bit for teams to change things up and get their lineups figured out and all that sort of thing. Alright, SFSO's down a player. I'm going to hit the bathroom for just a moment. Where are we at for ads? 35 minutes. We should be able to get another game in before we do the next ad break. Okay. Next up, we go to Greece. Let's get that taken care of. I was gonna check something, wasn't I? I don't remember. Oh yes, Stream Raiders. Let's get the battle started. Chat, what are you guys thinking so far of this tournament? Do you like the idea? Are you excited about it when it comes out in a little bit under a month? You want to try to get into a caster? Cool. Love to get this tourney online. Provide live updates during battles. Glad we have a community that does this sort of stuff. I agree. Absolutely agree with you, Nifty. Nicolangelo, question to the commanders. You'll be in New York City this year, not in winter. Need to know places to go. Intrepid is mandatory, yes. Would you recommend a good store? Buy some naval clothes and caps. I don't have an answer for you on that, Nicolangelo, because I've never been to New York. Although I'd agree the Intrepid is absolutely worth a visit from what I've heard. Maybe somebody else who's been to New York can chime in the chat and provide some insights there. All right. SFSO saying that they are ready. I'm saying I'm ready. So hopefully we should be bringing this next game to you soon.tm. Soon.tm. Now, my decision to cover more of SFSO guys is because they are the reigning champs, and so I'm trying to, in a sense, get more content out there for their opponents to see, so they get an idea of what to expect. My team names need to be updated. What? Or I forget to oh, I did. TX1. There we go. Looks interesting, says Bot Bruiser. Niftiness likes the team lineups. Dastardly says good tournament, looks interesting. Yeah, all battleships is a little bit slow gameplay wise, Nifty, but I think a lot of people learned how to play the Lenin and more importantly how not to play the Lenin when it was battleships only. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm concerned about balance, Bot Bruiser. That's my only concern about this setup. I would agree with you there. Remember, if you want to join in on this, exclamation point clash, there you go. Join the Discord. Feel free to take a look at the coverage and stuff. SFSO almost brought an illegal lineup. I see. Now, there is a tool that can be used for teams to plug in ship choices to make sure they don't have illegal lineups. It's a very good idea for all teams to use that tool. Bot Bruiser, there are restrictions in terms of each team gets a point, a set amount of points that they can distribute based off of ships. Each ship costs a certain point value. And obviously, when we get to full release, the point values will be released and stuff like that. For now, I don't think that they're set up just yet. But that's part of what this is all about, right? I think Ruprecht, for example, might be costing a little bit more points-wise, or maybe just Tier 9 battleship in general. All right, let's take a look now. TX1 versus SFSO on Greece. On Greece, TX1 bringing Arapaho and the Lenin. I was just talking about that ship. Vayovo and the Novorossiysk. An interesting decision to bring that out. I guess because that's an allied Giulio Cesare, that makes sense, but at the same time, it's one tier higher, so it's more expensive. Il Tata is now in a Georgia. We've got Spy 509 in Atlanta, and we've got a Gallant, that's Surgic Sir in the Gallant there. Opposing them to the south is our first time looking at SFSO bringing a ZF6. This is Gun Mech in the ZF6. ZF6, really good anti-destroyer with the main battery reload booster, so I'm pretty sure they're trying to get him in position to murderize whatever destroyer he finds. Florindes in a Arpeggio Hiei. This is a tier 5 battleship. So he drew the short straw on this one, got the cheapest ship in the team. Plasmatic prizes the role in the Ruprecht. Ashitaka. Why must I have a name as in an Ashitaka? Now this is a tier 7 Japanese battleship. It's an Amagi, but an A-hull Amagi. And then finally, we've got Lord Carey in a Giulio Cesare. So both teams bringing essentially a Giulio. It's just the allies are paying a little bit more for it because balance tovarish. Back off and bring this to you guys so you can see the whole entire setup. I'll bring Entity in. Absolutely, Bob Bruiser. Entity, I think, would enjoy this quite a bit. Okay, well, some early shots being traded. Oh my goodness. Il Tata just smashing. Why must I have a name's Ashitaka? That is going to leave a mark. Let's go ahead and take a look at where those shells hit. One right there. Right in the Citadel. Right in the Citadel. Here's another shell hit that was probably above, but still probably a full pen. That is pain right there. And he continues to just kind of sit there. Gonna fire back at the Georgia, but Il Tata probably doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't care. Players don't have press accounts, so some guys might be... Oh, I thought they had press accounts. BR, are they... Is Wargaming not giving press accounts out this time? For the tournament? It's interesting if so. So, Gunmac grabs the A-cap very easily with the ZF6. Surgic Sir going towards the C-cap with his Gallant. But if you look at the team setup right now, hit points and all that, I'll tell you what. TX1 is in trouble. Arapaho got smacked. We didn't catch it on camera, but he got smacked pretty hard in his Lenin. But why must I have a name is also quite low now, just under 5,000 hit points. And remember, he used his heal recently. Plasmatic is now making his way to come around the central island. I think they're going to try to push Arapaho's Lenin forward. And this might be a dead... yep, there it goes. Lenin takes down the Ashitaka, but... Ouch! What did we talk about? How not to play Lenin before? Ouch, 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 ouch. He showed side. You don't show side in the Lenin. Ouch. ZF6 versus Gallant. Gallant wisely smokes up. So we got the Hiei and Julio kind of in the corner. This is something that Sufso does a lot. They take their lower health battleships and they just have them go to a corner where they're mostly protected. It's a very smart position there. And ZF6 gets a torpedo kill on the Gallant. Even though he wasn't in the smoke, it still feels like that because he fired right at the smoke there. So, oldest trick in the book. Spy 509 isn't using radar. I'm very curious as to why not. El Tata gets smacked by the Ruprecht. Atlanta might be on cooldown for radar. We haven't seen it. Ah, for the main event, yes. For alpha test, no. That makes sense. Torpedoes on it. Oh, Spy. Not only that, but he comes out. He completely forgets he's got radar. Gunmech's gonna have AP into him. Ruprecht is gonna shoot into him. And that's a dead Atlanta. Ouch. I'll tell you what, guys. So far, I have only seen the Allies. I believe it's only once that we've seen the Allies win. And that was SFSO bringing the Allied comp. Everybody else not doing too well. I think for Axis it's easy to know what ships to bring, but I think for Allies there's a lot of uncertainty here. Can I repeat the lineup with a Novo? I don't know what that means. I mean, you guys can see the lineup right here. All right, well, El Tata is about to die, and when he does, that will be the end of this round. We've got one more scheduled. And then we'll see what happens. Yep. Lenin broadside, no bueno. I agree. Completely agree. And Arpeggio Hiei kills a tier 6 or tier 9 battleship. Plasmatic takes a big hit, but not enough. And look at that battleship in the distance breaking apart in half. Wow. All right, GG goes to, of course, SFSO for that game. And that was on Greece. Beer is telling me that I can show the ship fitting tool on stream. So give me a moment and let me pull those two out then. I'm going to full screen it so you guys cannot see the URL. Do I not have... Ah, here. We'll do this one. All right. So this is the team selector tool. So we've got the Axis lineup here. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to crop this down a little bit. Because then I can, if I do that, you guys cannot see. Yeah. Okay, perfect. You guys cannot see the URL. But you can see right now, at least the cost of ships and the tier. Now, notice that there's no cost specifically for a different class. And then privateering, and that's the price. If you want to bring a ship, let's say you're playing the Allies and you really want a Ruprecht, you can do it. It's just going to cost you 2 more points. So you can see here that you've got the different ships that you can choose from, right? And you can put these in. It tells you the point value, and then it tells you if the lineup is legal or not. In this case, it is not legal. SFSO comes in first place, and TX1 is second in the EU Alpha test. Both teams want to play another just to get some more practice, so this will be an exhibition game. Cool. So congratulations to both teams. I know there was a prize pool involved. I'm not sure if that was NA only or EU. But you can see there, you've got 3 battleships and then a battleship or a cruiser and a battleship or a destroyer. So you can actually bring 5 battleships, which is an interesting idea. Bloodbath indeed. Atlanta feeling the hurt. Somebody stamp radar on that Atlanta's forehead, right? Ouch. Oh, I'm going to do an ad break now because we're about to get into the next game, and I don't want you guys to miss it. Now, there's also an Allies team lineup. It's the same idea. And so I can say, I'm going to take... let's see. This is a Japanese battleship. So let's change this over to an Arpeggio Congo. Now, we've got the points, total points used. You got 47 available, but you need to have a different nation shown. And you can see there's 4 from Germany. So that also makes it difficult. It's kind of a neat idea. It's a very neat idea. Obviously, point values may be tweaked a bit. Other things may be tweaked a bit as well. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to cancel this ad. I'm just going to run it now. Because we got into our next game. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our probably final match for the EU side of the alpha test. Remember, NA will be later in 3 short hours from now. And what do we have here? TX1 versus SFSO. SFSO wins first place today in this little mini competition with the alpha test. TX1 comes in second. Both teams wanted to get a little bit more practice, so you can consider this to be an exhibition match on New Dawn. TX1 playing as the side of the Axis, bringing Arapaho and the Ruprecht. Now, he's not moving, so we might have a disconnect. Sergi Sixer and a Cavour. And El Tata in the key. All 3 are not choosing to move. World of Warship 1 is in a mines. Spy 509 is now in a Fubuki. Closing him to the south. SFSO playing the side of the Axis, bringing with them Gunmech and the Udachi, who's also sitting still, and we indeed have a draw. Badge. Well, I ran an ad break for no good reason. Oh well. You do like the idea of low tiers tournaments, but you probably prefer all ships to be the same tier, says Elastic over on YouTube. And I don't disagree with you there. I like the idea of the different tiering setup. But yeah, it's a little challenging running into up to tier 9s. Aha. Illegal lineup. I think we're going to see a lot of that when the tournament starts up. And obviously for Beer and the rest of the organizers, it's going to come down to how are they going to police that? And how are they going to punish it? You can see the amount of confusion that's happened today with ship lineups. All right, we are dropping once more. All right, so let's go into our next game. This is again an exhibition game between SFSO and TX1. SFSO coming in first place with the alpha test today. TX1 coming in second. Both teams wanting a little bit more practice. Oh, Michelangelo. Yeah, you're welcome. By all means, please talk to your team. Get them involved. This is one of the, I would say this is one of the best tournaments currently out there for World of Warships. Why? Because it's not geared towards your top end players, your super duper uber unicums. Instead, everybody's got a chance. And I think that's one thing that's really kind of fun about it. Team League comes to mind as another that's like that too, that gives opportunities for players of all skill level. All right, so TX1 with allies, bringing a Ruprecht, that's Arapaho, Spy in the Fubuki, World of Warship 1 in a Mines, Sergi 6 is now in a Veribus Unitas, and Iltata's in a Key. Veribus, look at this little stubby thing. Cute. Opposing him to the south is SFSO in Team Allied. Allies, they are bringing with them a Jaguar. Now that is a tier 6 destroyer. No, that's the Jaguar. Jaguar is... Yeah, that's a French ship, isn't it? It's been a while, guys. Yeah, it's the French tier 5. So French are on the side of the Allies. We've got Gunmech in the Georgia. Lord Carey in the OG Belfast, not the Belfast 43. Plasmatic Titan is in another Georgia. And Florindy is in an Octo Rev. Now, Belfast, the original Belfast, is quite powerful as a tier 7 ship. She's got access to the concealment module, which helps her concealment be quite low. She's got access to smoke and radar and hydro. She does not have torpedoes. The only big thing that we're kind of missing there for the Belfast compared to the Belfast 43, but the 43 has a few nerfs as well. So tier for tier, Belfast, the OG Belfast, is by far superior. Gunmech turned out, Gamer turned, lost some hit points. Could have been a lot worse. And submarines. Well, I mean, you could. Fubuki spy detected on Lord Carey's radar. Now, I don't know if he knows that torpedoes are coming. Usually if you sit in smoke, you want to hydro. I sometimes forget myself. I actually forgot earlier. There's the hydro now. Too late. He's going to take 2 torpedoes, maybe 3. Oh, and there he goes. Brilliant play by Spy 509's Fubuki there on somebody who forgot the head hydro. Ouch. I'm sure people are laughing at him right now in that voice chat. Arapaho, quite low. All right. Sorry, just typing a message out to the beer. Arapaho quite low in the Ruprecht early on. He's getting smacked around by the 2 Georgias from SFSO. Plasmatic Titan getting a nice broadside angle here. Arapaho survived that salvo and did not survive Gunmech salvo. That's the thing about 2 Georgias. Okay, sorry, just trying to schedule or suggest something, and if you want, it's cool. Gunmech takes a torpedo, but I'll tell you what, we're already down to 2 ships left for TX1. The Veribus and the Key. This is going to be over very quick. Ooh, Floridi quite low in the Octo Rev, 696 hit points.
5 minutes.
And the key, or sorry, Viribus takes him down. Awesome. We're going to see if we can bring to you guys a little bit of a debrief session amongst players, myself, and Beer, to kind of just talk through the experience today and see what they're thinking. It might be kind of nice to hear from the players too. Hide, ping, torpedo, repeat. If you're talking about subs, yeah. 36er has a plasmatic titan coming up the butt. Problematic, to say the least. And whack. Gunmech takes down the Viribus. Let's go ahead and get set up for our death pick. Actually, can we get a second? Yeah, that's fine. We get the Georgia in the background there. Kind of fun. All right. So chat, stick with me. We're gonna try to get a little bit of a debrief action going. I'm not quite sure what voice channel we want for that. But let me go ahead and put my captain hat on. And what we'll do is I'm going to switch over to my main screen. Whoa, look at all those emotes that we haven't been seeing play out now. It's like Lumia's been waiting on that, which is kind of fun. So we're going to do a little bit of a debrief here, I think. Give me a second. Okay, so we're gonna try to set up a debrief here. This is probably not planned on the side of Beer. I just suggested it as an opportunity if people wanted to talk through it and stuff. So we'll see what happens, okay? The Ask Me Questions, got it. What's up, Genius?
Hey, hey.
Say something again if you don't mind.
Say again?
Okay, perfect. No, I wanted to make sure my OBS was picking up any audio through Discord so that people on the stream can hear.
Roger that.
So, hey,
Hello.
Gunmech.
Hello. So, how did you like our lineups?
Well, they were interesting. Let's wait just a few minutes for Beer to make his
Yeah.
way in. I think he's checking with all the teams that are here tonight. Or, well,
Yeah, I said to
For you
players,
guys.
like, if he jumps up to ours, you can handle that bit.
but I'll tell you what, my chat appreciated getting an early look into Clash of the Classes, and so I appreciate you guys letting me stream it. It was a lot of fun to do that, and Gunmech, I
It's
appreciate.
a lot of fun to watch them back.
I'm sorry, say that again.
It's always a lot of fun to watch them back.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And
To look back at them.
I told my chat I was trying to spectate your team more than any others, and it's no offense to the other teams, it's because you guys are back-to-back champions. Let's see what
Yeah.
kind of things you guys are doing, to happen, right? So people can kind of learn from the best and maybe get some ideas.
It's a bit sad that we couldn't play the last game as Access, because that would have meant we would have been able to play all 8 different lineups we had set up.
Well, you'll just have to hold that for the actual
Yeah.
tournament, and that'll be a
Exactly.
surprise for people, right?
And they will be surprised what we're taking. Or stuff.
Right?
Yeah, most likely.
All right. Looks like Beer is on SHDO's side of things.
And there's beer.
There is Beer. Hi, Beer.
How are you guys?
Doing fine.
Good. Which,
You are
which
very
fan-
quiet.
Oh, I am. Hi.
There you
as well.
go. Thank you. Now we can hear beer.
Yeah, my 1-year-old likes to play with my headset, so sometimes it gets bent away from my face.
Gotcha.
What'd you guys think?
Either completely limit tier 9 battleships to 1, or especially from a single country to 1, because double Georgia, double Ruprecht is absolutely broken.
That would be a easy kind of middle of the road. I think we might need to do some playing. I'm interested to see what the NA people do, but I think we are seeing a lot of min-maxing, and I want to kind of make multiple avenues successful. Like give the middle tier ships a little bit of ground.
Yeah.
Maybe something I'm thinking about is just raising the points for tier 9 battleships by 1 across the board, like really ante up to try to go after
I don't think it would impact it that much, because what you then get is the same as what SFZO has done the last 2 seasons, which we still, which we take double tier 9 and triple tier 5.
Yep. Yep. You need to price it out so that you can't take more than one
But-
tier 9.
But would tier 8s across the board beat that?
No, because we have seen in the last 2 seasons that the tier 5s can out-tank most of the tier 8 ships.
Agreed.
So I would say either just hard limit tier 9 to 1 ship, which is always a possibility, or specifically limit tier 9 battleships to 1 ship.
We definitely could add that. We will look at that and see what we want to do with that.
Gunmech, I'm curious if you don't mind me asking you, Arapaho, you're welcome to chime in on this too. Do you feel that one side is stronger than the other? Do you feel that Axis is stronger than Allies, or the
No,
opposite?
They have both their strong suits and the less strong suits. For example, Axis has a lot more ships like torpedo DDs and torpedo ships in general, while as Allies are better in most cruiser departments and utility DDs. So they have both their strengths and weaknesses. For example, as well, that Allies have way better and more good low-tier battleships. But then again, X makes up for that with better torpedo DDs or what a bit higher cruisers and stuff.
I kind of wanted to see Russian versus German battleship showdowns, because I feel like those guys kind of go head to head. Like they all have like strengths and weaknesses.
I think as long as you are going to have Georgias and Matsas running around, you're not going to see that very often.
Yeah.
Because
Oh no,
the
I mean
second-
I guess that's true. I think Lenin is pretty strong. Like, you could still bring Georgia.
Lenin is pretty strong, but as soon as you bring in things like a Key and a Ruprecht, you can outplay a Lenin very easily. Because as soon as you get on the flank on one of them, it's dead.
Yep,
Yeah,
we saw
that's
that on Greece.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It, I guess I'm curious to see how more of these matches are and how people.
I think it
respond.
will also be once, especially we as SSO meet a bit more a team on our level, it will also get a lot harder.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm asking my-
the easiest way to make min-maxing less viable? I say this as I think it's like directly your strat, so like you're kind of like giving up trade secrets potentially.
Oh yeah, but no, I think I speak for my entire team here. If we need to do a bit more min-maxing in our tactics as well, it's also a bit more fun for us in that way.
Sure.
Because we
Like-
found, the first time we played along, we found a meta, we put it through now basically 3 seasons, or like 2 seasons in a test, and it worked. Definitely, I'd say limit your, just put a hard cap in tier 9s is maximum of 1.
Yep.
And if, I would say actually across the board, because if you then would want to bring ATD like the ZF6 like I did, or Black, you need to drop your battleship down to a tier 8. And if is that worth it, is that not worth it? Do you want to bring a tier 9 cruise? Means you don't get tier 9 battleships. So you need to play more in that regard then. maybe Plus has a another view on it. That's some
Sure.
Plus.
Hello.
If you had your opinion about what is the easiest way to get, wait, you asked a question, my word's not working.
Oh, that's okay. How do we de-incentivize min-maxing, or I guess incentivize make more viable running a lineup of mostly mid-tiers? Like, how do we balance the tier 9s?
I think definitely if you do a minor change to the tier 9s, it would be restrict tier 9 battleships to a maximum of 1.
Yeah, that's
If
what.
you wanted to go further with it, I would probably agree with Gunny and going as far as restricting tier 9s to a maximum of 1 at all, and that means you can't even take a tier 9 cruiser or destroyer with it.
If we raise the points by 1, well, I guess I asked this before, but do you think that would not change it? Like, you still would ante up and go for it?
With
I mean,
the way I worded it earlier, Plus, is if they raise the points by 1, meaning that they cost 13 points, we drop down to our line of what we had before with double tier 9, triple tier
Yeah.
5. Because
like
of the
they
reason
said.
that this season has 2 more points to be spent.
Yep. No, definitely.
I want that chance.
Yeah, I agree with Gunny on that point. It basically does mean if you drop it, if you boost it up so that you can no longer take like a tier 7 with the double tier 9s, then it goes immediately back down to tier 9s with free tier 5s. It was just apparent, I think, especially noticing it in the past 2 tournaments as well. Sorry, season 5 and season 6, that the tier 9s are just so powerful. You either need to remove one of them outright, or remove the double tier 9s that are causing problems. In this case, Georgia and Ruprecht.
Right.
Are there any other tier? I'm guessing if we start digging, like I'm thinking sign up would probably fit into that. There's a couple others, but would labeling the troubled children and making them more expensive, would that be good, or would it just turn into whack-a-mole?
The only thing you'd be able to do in that way if you wanted it, I would say, is then someone like Georgia would need to go up by at least 2 points, and the group as well for 2 points. To a lesser extent, maybe Homer, because that can almost do the same thing as Rupert, but a little bit less. But yeah, Georgia and Rupert are definitely the 2 you would want to then make a lot more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the sheer combo that those 2 possess. Like, they're fast movers, which means they're outmaneuvering most of the low tiers, if pretty much all of them, and they're outmaneuvering the stuff on their own tier. So unless you're taking something like a tier 9 cruiser or DD, you're pretty much going to outmaneuver everything.
I don't want to
And they've got the DPM and Alpha Strike, which just means everything else will either be reduced to half in seconds, or it's just not going to have a chance to fight back because it's already withered down in just easily.
Yeah, I don't want to like spoil. We're definitely gonna observe what's going on with the NA side tonight. There's a chance we just nuke Georgia and Ruprecht.
Yes, I think me and Bliska both say we would be completely behind that decision.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just they're kind of in a class unto themselves, honestly. Like I thought that they would just balance each other, but if that's all we're seeing, like we want a little more variety. So.
Looking for variety, because if you don't take Georgia or Ruprecht, you then start looking at the other tier 9 battleships, and none of them have stuff like if you're looking for the Alpha Georgia has, you've got, okay, you do have the new Adatara, but that thing has no armor.
But
and then
as well, so.
it's the Sun Yat-sen, the new Pan-Asian Sovietsky Soyuz with 18s.
Right.
And it has the Alpha, but it doesn't have the movement.
That
And
one,
seconds.
all the Pan-Asians are in
Cost anything anyway.
Yeah, they cost as well,
top shelf. Yep.
Yeah. Same why the last battle we played against TX1, we played it out, but they technically had the illegal lineup because they took a Philippus Unitas, so they were over points.
Ah.
Yeah.
I
whack
think you
people
can't
over the
replay.
head with the ship builder tool, but it's fine. Anyways, you were saying?
I don't think you can replace Rupert directly. because nothing else has that speed and damage potential from the secondaries.
Not even something like an Anhalt.
No.
Absolutely not. Unhalt
and-
lacks armor and maybe battery power.
And Hydro.
Also don't really have the alpha. Really.
Anhalt
and
has a
Hydro,
lot
yeah.
of guns.
Yeah, it has a lot
Anhalt
of
has
guns,
a
but
lot
it's
of
smaller
guns.
caliber.
The problem
Yeah,
with Anhalt is it
fair.
doesn't have overmatch, which means it's not actually punching through the bows of the tier 7, 6s, and 5s.
What is
Ruprecht still gets that, which works in its favor.
Ruprecht gets 4-6. 6
Oh.
damage.
Okay.
Yep. I think the big problem with Ruprecht is it brings with it, in addition to the secondaries and the torpedoes and the guns and the speed, it also brings the hydro. You bring all those together, especially on a smaller size map, it just dominates. I mean, it's really hard to watch for, as me as a caster. Teams try to face, especially two Ruprechts. One is hard enough. He had a second, and it's like, oh my god.
I've
Maybe
had
we should turn the celebrity event for the fun night into we put everybody in Ruprechts and chase down like Bogsy or something.
I mean,
that would be a fun one.
the only team that I saw win a game as allies was SFSO. You're the only team I saw win. Every other game, it
Really?
was Axis 1.
We have played 6 games. No, we played 5 games allies and we won all 5 of them.
Oh, beer.
Did we
Yeah.
play Bobby's Allies?
Beer, listen me. You can limit the use of Ruprecht or Georgia. One for team.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at the results of this. That's honestly the main part of why
Marky
trying to
Boy
figure out
84,
the
thank you for the
balancing between
follow.
factions.
Welcome aboard.
Also, we're trying to figure out this new point system, trying to figure out what's good with that. We did raise the points a little bit, so that's why we are seeing teams able to run around with 2 tier 9s so easily. 2, little less poverty status.
I definitely think that the more points are good because of the limitation of the nations.
Yes, yeah.
But I definitely really like the limitation of the nations, and that I think that both sides are pretty balanced in ways.
That honestly, if that's true, that takes a lot off my plate because that was the biggest thing I was worried about.
I have definitely yesterday I spent like 2.5 hours playing around with like 8 or different lineups.
I think one of the things that was heard, and I had in the background while we were waiting for games to get ready, I had snippets of Zath's stream in the background, so I would just hear the odd thing. And one of the comments I think you made at some point was because a lot of like the brawlers are on the Axis side, where you've got the Italians, the Japanese, if you're crazy enough to do stuff like the IFHE key builds. And then you've also got all the Germans, but you still get some on the allies. If anyone's crazy enough to do something like take a fire build Flandre, you can do that, and it's just scorching stuff. Or you take Renown 44,
Georgia.
yeah. Well, you've got Georgia there as well. Massachusetts is lying around. There's a few options still for brawlers, but the allies still also get the tanks in form of the Russians. So I think in ways it balances itself out.
I think
in which ways they go.
I think the allies, you're probably right. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of very strong allied teams versus I think maybe Axis is a little bit easier for teams to put those ships together because of the German hydro and because of other factors. So I'm curious to see what tonight brings for NA, but I agree. I feel like there's some really good options for the allied side. We're just not seeing them today.
The Axis have a lot of obvious brawling ships that are easy to pick. But the allies you need to know a bit more about all of your ships and what they all can do.
Right.
In some cases, it takes something crazy.
It makes up for that it has 2 extra nations to pick from.
Something I'm curious to see is I think allies could potentially run a smoke ball, like even like cruiser combo with destroyer shenanigans.
I think allies have a decent advantage in cruisers in some cases here.
There's a
Yeah.
chance we could see that, but it would take a little bit of planning and execution.
You also get the chance of utilizing stuff like the French DDs, especially if you end up running
French
some of the higher
DDs
stuff.
are banned.
Ustaji, welcome
Oh,
in.
French
Thank you
DDs are
for.
sorry.
Yeah, I thought that there's a
We're
couple
following.
destroyers that would just be
lower
super
tiers are not
annoying
banned.
to
Like tiers
deal
5 and
with.
6,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, are not banned, but above,
Those ones are allowed. Yeah, we didn't want people running around with like Mogadors.
That's fair.
No,
I'm pretty sure we banned Paolo as well. That would have
Yeah,
been
Aw.
and Yugumo as well, and Venom.
yeah.
Which all make a lot of sense. Because
lot of
I would
sense.
I would love to run around in this with a torpedo reload Yugumo. Oh.
Venom.
We
Venom would be
actually there's people upset about this. We banned the Long Zhang, the tier 2 Pan Asian destroyer, and people are upset because it is actually a little OP in this
Mm-hmm.
environment.
Sorry. I think it's best to limit the battleship to 2. The risk is always having a 4BB for team in all battle.
Ah, okay. We usually
Cruiser have no chance against 4BB.
yeah. A cruiser lifestyle is
Cruiser.
challenging, definitely.
Yes. There are quite a few specific cruisers that can stand up to it, but they're either torpedo cruisers, smoke farmers, or long-range HC spammers.
The ones we leaned at using were the likes of Belfast with its self-sustaining capabilities. I noticed one team, I think it was, TX1 took a Atlanta. If you ended up doing something like a Flint, with its self-sustaining smoke, probably would have been a bit more of an effective option, but because it can do that.
And generally, you don't need radar on these maps.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're better off than taking a Flint with its smoke and longer range torpedoes.
And I think that's part of the challenge is in these smaller maps, you have ships like with the German Hydro that have that extra range. And that makes it, I think, more challenging to be able to put that together versus the Allied side. You've got your standard Hydro range, and then you've got radar on top, which in most battles it's
Axis-
fine.
Yeah. Axis does not have a single radar ship. So that
Right.
is one where the allies in that way have the advantage.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true. I think the Axis though have some advantages in their cruisers. Their cruisers are pound for pound a lot heavier. Because I mean, if you go to the high tiers, especially, you've got all the German tier 9 super heavy cruisers with a gear Siegfried Schroeder. Allies can get. I don't know if you banned Alaska. I don't recall.
Is
seeing it.
Schroeder on the docket?
I don't
I
know
would
if it is
imagine
or not.
people might run Schroeder instead of Ruprecht. I might have to look at that.
If you restrict Ruprecht, I think Schroeder definitely becomes an option for some people.
That'd be
If you
kind of.
limit that to 1T9 in general, then Ruprecht still will range spring.
Huh.
There's plenty of options that come with it, and it's where you consider if you just strictly factor Ruprecht and Georgia as the ones there, people will definitely consider stuff like the fast moving tier 9 cruisers. If you go as far as restricting to one tier 9 in general, I don't think a lot of people would actually consider a tier 9 cruiser or destroyer. You would still try to go for a tier 9 battleship. And you would still take supplementary cruiser destroyer. You can, because I mean, you can go as far as now. Germans have access to the new tier 8 version of the Graf Spee. I can't remember his name.
Shill.
Shill. Yeah, you get access to that. That's a heavyweight tier 8 cruiser.
Right.
Congress is an option for the US. That brings radar to the table.
I've got a question from my chat. Why not restrict one ship from each tier?
Ah, right.
What do you mean? Like, do you need to have one ship of each tier?
Like 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Right.
You could. This is my thought to just say that quickly, I guess. It takes away a little bit of intrigue. Ideally, like for instance, in the past, I think like in all battleship seasons, it's a lot easier to balance some of this stuff. There were teams that could run a bunch of tier 8s, and then there were some teams that would run a tier 9 and then a bunch like a tier 6, 7, 5 or something. And they almost could like go head to head. There was intrigue as far as like there was a lot of planning that went into how you built your team. And that was a lot of just kind of like theory crafting. That's also part of why we like move the chains each season with when the format's never the same, to sort of like mix it up a little bit and force teams to kind of rethink what's good. So if you move it into that, which is one ship per tier, you lose a dimension in that. Like here, there's a lot more flexibility.
One thing you could limit is that you set the like lineup on like locked, so you have to have a destroyer and a cruiser in your line. That they do not become either a battleship or a cruiser, but have to be a cruiser. That will make
yeah,
more interesting as well, because
that is something to consider. I don't know. I'll have to kind of look and see what performance is tonight.
Options vary completely. It's like the meta in clan battles, I think.
I feel like
the moment you ban something that's really popular, a new meta will come and take its place.
Of
Like,
course.
we don't know what's gonna happen if you say right now, the current meta as it's been established almost in the last 2 seasons, and then in this test night, it's the tier 9s are very dominant, especially George and Rupert. Get rid of those, a new meta is going to take its place, and that will become the next thing to take a look at restricting. And you're just going to have to get that path. The way you do the changes with the tournament, keeping it different every time, unlocks new options, and people are going to explore that. New things will take fold, which means a new meta will also potentially crop up. And that's really good for the tournament. I do love that part of it. But
Can we
it's a
just
case of no
ban
matter what
SFSO?
happens, there will be something.
I will.
You sick of us already, Zaf?
This is a bit of a spoiler for the actual tournament. We are doing this faction business, and we have some very enthusiastic mods on staff where there's going to be like a storyline for each faction. Like, you guys are going to work together within a faction. You guys will be randomly assigned which faction you will play each the thing. Anyways,
you have my attention.
If your faction can complete objectives for each regular season day, you can earn rewards. So like,
that's interesting.
Right now, the French ships are kind of impartial. They're both on the more expensive slot. You could like sway them to your side, and like one faction could unlock French battleships for cheaper or something.
France has been invaded. We now have French ships.
Yeah, so there's some chicanery afoot.
Great.
We have what we have at the start, and then that's gonna change as the season progresses.
That's really interesting.
To the playoffs. Yeah.
And
also, it puts like added importance. It's the regular season. It's gonna be play as you want. So all you have to do is show up for one day. But if you want to come out for more, you will be helping your faction. So that is something to consider.
Okay. I like the idea of that a lot.
Yeah. We got a lot of spicy stuff going on here. It's good. Hopefully people enjoy it, but it's a lot to kind of like manage and make sure it's all balanced and whatnot.
Can't imagine, to be honest.
I am gonna step aside and do some prep. I have to like do some house stuff, and then we're gonna have the NA session here in a bit. So I'll take my leave, but thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you very much for hosting.
Thank you, Beer.
SFSO, you guys won, and TX1, you guys came in second. So I'll contact you guys about prizes and whatnot, and have you guys fill out the survey.
Yes, well. I've already sent it through.
Cool.
We've been distributing it to our chat as well. Yeah.
Sounds good. Talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Thank you again, Zaf, for coming out.
Hey, thanks for letting me stream this. I mean, it was really cool. I think people in chat really appreciated being able to see something brand new as you guys are testing it out, and then to be able to give some feedback too is really cool.
Yeah, definitely some kinks, but like, what doesn't have
That's
kinks?
what testing's for.
Yeah.
That's why it's a test, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Peace.
Adios.
It's worth noting for the record, Zath, we heard your comments about getting the knowledge on SFSO.
What do you mean?
We heard that comment. You trying to get watch more of our games so you can give our opponents more intel.
Well, I mean, frankly, if you guys have won 2 in a row, it's time for people to see what you guys are doing. And I think you would agree that increases the difficulty for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really like that idea. I like that kind of challenge. It's great fun.
Throw it on the gauntlet. Let's go, right?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. If we're going for 3 in a row, we've got to at least be sweating for it. I will say, in terms of, I've heard it come up a couple times in the case of, like you say, where how would you counter the double tier 9? It aside from like taking a double tier 9 of your own, and then it just comes down to how you set up, what your tactic is, and your skill. I think you can still outdo double tier 9s if you did stuff like the old triple tier 8 stuff, because it just depends how you receive them in the ways, because you're expecting those tier 9s to push. And we encountered problems with double tier 9 when we did when we had some of our initial testing and some of the initial stages of tournaments. I mean, heck, we had to do the entire losers bracket in season 5.
I think that's
because we messed up there.
I think that's the big challenge that all teams are going to face, right? It's like, if you bring in 2 tier 9s, how do you find a way to get rid of that advantage that those 2 tier 9s have? How many times did we see, whether that be double Georgias or double Ruprechts, be able to just smash their way through? Because with small maps, getting on the flank and stuff, I mean, that has a huge impact on the game, you know?
I think the best way to counter it, and the kind of idea I would try go for in terms of countering at least one of the double tier 9s, maybe even going for 2 of them, is simply set up to receive it. Don't set up to take it head on, but set up to receive it. Force it, if it's a Ruprecht, force it into open water. Split yourselves up, create the crossfire. The thing's tough. It's got decent plating, but it is not a standard battleship. It's still a battle cruiser. So high caliber guns, even from the tier 5s, you set up on where you got something like an October Revolution on the broadside, it's not going to last long. And if it's too busy trying to focus,
12K at bowling.
Yeah, and if it's too busy trying to focus on some sort of sacrificial battleship, like say you've just got a Lenin reverse and bow in, it'll take time to wither that thing down. If you bait that thing out, that Ruprecht is now stuck in a crossfire. It could go down rather quickly, and once that thing's got down, you just move on to the next tier 9.
Right. And I think that's one of the... But
you try just do the bait and focus, and I think it's usually the best way to try and take care of those lineups. Because once that's done, you're hopefully sitting around with at least one of the high tiers of your own still left. And you've got your other support ships. You'll be able to take on the remaining tier 5s and 6s and 7s.
I think that's one of the challenges that people have is at the low tiers, especially the smaller maps, it really does come down to how can we find good flank shots on enemies where they're positioned. That's one thing I've noticed that you guys do a really good job as SFSOs. You're able to find those flanks because you send ships off to go on either side, and then boom. Whereas a lot of others kind of struggle with that. But we did see that work out better today than in previous times. I felt like, you know, some of the teams, TX1 as a good example, did do a nice job in isolating targets and taking them down. It's just too much attrition in the process of making that happen, right?
Yeah. It's a careful choice of how you focus them as well, because I mean, if you do bait them out, I think we kind of did something similar when we encountered a Ruprecht on, well, I think it was TX1's Ruprecht. We encountered it on the Islands map, the first game against TX1,
Yeah.
where we saw TX1's Ruprecht, and I mean, we also saw it had a smokescreen escort where they smoked it up, and that kind of put a pain in it. But basically, we did our best to just bait the Ruprecht into a bit of open water. The Renown 44 was kiting. He had an October on the flank. Georgia was a bit stuck in, and it did in the end take the ram and go down because of all that. But in getting all the focus on that Georgia, it took its time, but we managed to get the Ruprecht down. After that, we already had won the top, and it was encirclements and just simply crossfiring.
Right.
Once because I mean, the Ruprecht lost its smokescreen. It was I can't remember if the DD had died or if the Ruprecht was just too far away from it that the DD couldn't actually get to the Ruprecht. But by the time that thing was stuck open water, there was stuff just sitting just outside of its secondary range, bar the Georgia, and using the fact that Ruprecht is much more of a close range ship to their advantage, where they can just take it out from range and crossfire.
I would love to hear. I've seen a number of teams today bring a tier 9 destroyer. Is that worth it?
We've done it. Depends on the destroyer. The British ones, Jutland, and some are generally worth it because they have close quarters capabilities. They've got good guns, and with the single fire torpedoes, you can just bang something off an island. And then you've got my personal favorite of CO6, which just brings so much AP DPM to the party. It's madness.
I saw that.
Plus you get French torpedoes, so these torpedoes are absolutely fucking brutal. 18k alpha, 8 kilometers range, 80 knots. Hard to touch.
I'd love to hear from TX1. Arapaho and Sergius, you guys are hanging out in the channel as well. Have you felt that a tier 9 destroyer is a good choice?
A tier 9, no, I don't know. I don't know. With the two Ruprecht or to Georgia in water, it's I don't know when two Ruprecht push, we have used one. We have only 2 players for today. The other player are arranged. But if push one side with one Ruprecht, another side with another Ruprecht, I think it's difficult. If Ruprecht is with Ruprecht go another ship, when the DD is in danger. Georgia, Ruprecht. I don't think have time. The DD have time to escape. It's the map is small.
Right.
The map is very small. For the D, it's difficult. Probably one DD9 can push a BB with Torp, but I don't know if it's a good idea. I think DD must stay far and spot the ship for the other, for a focus, for give a smoke to Ruprecht, to Atlanta. One DD9, I don't think so. I think level 6 or level 7 it's sufficient. 2 BB9 delete the game. For me, delete the game. If you put to Georgia or to Ruprecht, it's a war. It's all the other ship are around, but the core, it's the 2 battleship. When I say to limit the use of the battleship, Maximum three battleship, and level 9 limit the use of Rupert and Georgia. One Georgia, one Rupert for team.
Okay.
I think this.
Unser Sieg ist in Sicht.
So you would agree?
Torpedos auf Steuerbord.
Sergio, tu che pensi?
No, I think it's better two battleship. No more. Two battleship.
Limit to 2 battleship. Okay.
Yeah.
And why limit to 2 battleship?
The only battleship limited.
See, I think so. 2 or 3 battleship is maximum. Only five ship. It's a small ranked. It's a two battleship, 2 cruiser, 1 DD, and limit use. And then 1 Georgia, 1 Rupert for team. If you use you can use 2 level 9, okay, but 1 Georgia, 1 Rupert. Pommern is different from Rupert. It's similar, but it's different. And I think another one. If you see, allies have more chance to have many ships. Allies are USA, yours. USA, yours, French, English ship, quindi French ship, English ship, USA, Russian ship. Axis, the other team, German, Japan, and Italy.
German, Italian, Japanese, and Spanish.
Spanish.
And for the allies, it's USA, UK, USSR, Commonwealth, and Netherlands.
I think Ally have more chance for cruiser. I think have better cruiser allies respect the axis.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
It's all.
Did you, TX1 and SFSO, did you all enjoy today's alpha test? Are there things that you liked a lot? Are there things that you did not like?
No, we like this test. No, probably for EU time at 8 o'clock, we have many problems. For one reason, this is the time in Italy. We are Italian clan. In Italy at 8 o'clock, 8 half past 8. People go to dinner.
Yes.
We have many problems. In fact, Clan Battle we play or at 7. At 7 from 7 to 8 or 9 to 11. This is we have a problem from 8 to 9. I swear this tournament we play on Saturday, on Sunday, Saturday, like COTS in the at the 3. It's on 3 days more player. Tomorrow go to work. I mean at 10 o'clock, 10, 11 go out. Quindi I don't know if you wanna play on evening on the week, quindi on Monday, on Tuesday, or we will play in Saturday or Sunday. Like a COTS. If you see the COTS play at 3 o'clock, from 3 of Saturday to the 7.
Yeah.
But it's a Saturday, it's a Sunday. It's different. The other day, I think we have many problems the other day.
Okay, and SFSO, you mostly are UK, correct?
Mixed.
We're
Mixed.
a little mixed.
Okay.
People like Gunny is Dutch.
Dutch.
I'm
Oh.
British. You've already met Revenge. Hard
Right.
British.
Hard British.
Hard British. But he's one of those Englishmen. I'm a Scot, so it's completely different.
Okay.
But we have, I think we are dominantly UK, but
Yeah, but
we
that's
have
spread out
people.
through the like England, Northern Ireland, and Scotland.
You can
Okay.
still name half the European countries, and I could probably name one person in the clan from there. We've got people stretching from the UK to Norway, Romania, Germany. We're in a fair few places.
Okay. And do you find the same issue about trying to schedule with dinner and, other things that goes along with what TX1 just mentioned?
Fairly little.
Some of us have issues.
I'm just one of those people that says like fuck dinner, I'll do it afterwards. So I'm going to have to make dinner at like in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a student, I'm used to late nights and late dinners, so it makes sense for me. Some people are like that, some people aren't. Our clanmate in Romania, being 2 hours ahead of all of us, is midnight for him right now, and and sometimes the training will finish at this time for if we're doing WoW's Classic or COTS or even this, and a training ends at 10 o'clock. And I'm there in the chat just like, I'm sorry you had to stay up this late for us. And he's just
Sure.
like, no worries, I made sure this was happening the night before. So we have people who are very flexible with their time. But
Okay.
there are some people who are still there like, you say, yeah, sorry, I've got to eat. Or I've got something going on, or sometimes we have heart attacks before a tournament begins because people are coming home from work and we're just there like, oh no, do we actually
Right.
have people?
Do we actually have this first? Are they available?
Wir haben einen gegnerischen Zerstörer
He's
versenkt.
walking away from his mic again.
Yeah, I did.
But yeah, we have we have issues sometimes at the start of the evening, but once we get going, usually issues don't crop up, and we've learned as a clan to basically say when something like this happens, where we've got a tournament, these are the times we're expecting things to be happening. So make sure
Okay.
you're okay with working at these times before you say you're free.
Right,
So
otherwise
we
there's
have
no
a bit
point.
of advance. Yeah, we
Yeah, so usually we point out like either make sure you have to have no snacks that you can last through the tournament without eating, or make sure you've eaten
Play
before.
with me or I'll break
Okay.
your arm.
We do our best to give usually at least a week's in advance, more than a week for the major tournaments, and give everyone the ample opportunity to just either book time off of whatever they're doing or say to family, I've got this going on this day and I'm just going to be doing this, and everyone gets all sorted.
Okay.
But it took a fair few runs to be able to, as a clan, to get that sorted and people to get used to it. So it took time, definitely. But
Okay.
we've managed to get in a situation where it is fine for us, usually.
Cool. It's always nice to hear from you guys from the perspective of, as a player, what you and the clan have to try to figure out, right?
The last time we did this tournament, because of how late it ran due to it being shared EU and NA, it was, and the times being as they were, and the fact that as a clan we were running we still had games going on at 10 o'clock at night UK time. That's 11 o'clock in most of Europe, and for
Right.
our Romanian, that's past midnight. And we're there like, I miss, because we were already in the finals in the last Clash of Classes,
Mm-hmm.
and we were waiting on the loser bracket to do all that stuff. I actually ran out to grab a pizza, but I still tuned into the Discord, and I still had everyone yelling in my ear, Plaz, get your butt back here. We're starting soon. And I'm like, oh no.
I mean, as a caster, I'm in the same boat as you guys, right? Like, I can't just walk away and go have food. I got my wife
Yeah.
making me food and bringing it upstairs, and even then, I can't shove it on my face while I'm trying to cover a game. So I completely get what you're saying, because I run into that too.
It's very consuming, but I think with enough prep and enough, you give yourself enough time, enough preparation, and you know what you're going to be doing before you jump into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually, you can usually work around it. Although there'll always be that one person who the morning of will say, sorry, this has come up, you need to replace me in the team. And all of a sudden, as one of the people making the team lineup, and I just realized I've got this person playing in every game. It's a hands-on heads. Oh God, what do I do now?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the heart attacks 1 hour before the first match.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
It's great fun. It's great fun, and it's a huge relief when you actually figure it out like 15 minutes before, and you're like, okay, we can breathe now. Now we've got to do the real work and win.
If you guys don't, I don't want to keep you late. If you need to go,
don't
please. But
I've got
I am
nowhere to be.
okay. I'm very curious. TX1 and SFSO, if you guys are welcome to share, what are your goals for this tournament? What are you hoping to accomplish?
I mean, plain and simple. If you wanted the quick one sentence answer, third in a row.
Okay, win 3 times. Okay.
Yeah, third in a row sounds a really nice idea, but it's also the potential of third time lucky for everyone else. But I think overall it's still an enjoyable tournament, and we're still here to have fun and enjoy it while we're going along as well.
I think for us as well, it is a nice, relaxing tournament in between all of the official ones like Classic and CODs and all of them big ones. This one we can just tune in to have fun and have a good evening.
UK was the one country besides the US that
Okay.
I think same.
Typhoon fighters down from Cyprus.
Hey, can you push down the mic?
Yeah, Rage, I think you have a bit of a live mic going.
No, I think.
Thank you, Rage.
I think.
Sorry about that.
I think the same of Gamek and Plasmatic. It's same for us.
Okay.
We play only for fun, with relax. It's a good tournament. It's different from COTS or from the other official tournament. I think for all clan it's better lay down the level. Many players. No, we speak with on my beer 2 or 3 days ago. We have prepared one team. And in this tournament we see in the past there are not many teams are in. We are a few teams. I don't remember. You remember how many teams on the last tournament? 8, 12. We have or 8 or 12 teams in the tournament. There are not many teams inside. And I remember another when the team go to a loser bracket, many teams don't play. If you remember this. go out, no c'è no player, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi I think it's better we can speak with I think another 2 or 3 team of EU in the Italian. We can Tix1. I think we can form 2 or 3 team. Tix1, I think another LNA, another one LNA. Quindi I think we can subscribe with 3 or 4 team. I think it's better this. Many tournament when a tournament is not official, many teams don't play. I don't think.
The reason why not that many teams partake in this tournament is that this tournament has usually a win rate cap.
Yes.
Which is very much appreciated because it means that smaller clans and lower clans actually have a chance of doing things and actually get a good experience with it.
Absolutely agreed, and that's one thing I like about it. It gives other people an opportunity that they wouldn't otherwise have.
We play with the press account. It's right.
Yeah, because the usual tournament happens on an A server.
Okay, we do many players tonight. I don't have the ship.
Yeah.
We had a bit of an incident there, and we had a bit of an incident where all of a sudden we had we noticed what our lineup was off. We had planned to run a Prince Ruprecht with the ZF6. We also had a Scharnhorst 43 along with a double Julio.
Okay.
And we had an oh god moment where we realized that's free Germans. We can't take free Germans. So we had to drop the Scharnhorst 43 because the core of the lineup was Prince Ruprecht and ZF6.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, what can we do a minute before we drop? You go ready your Ashitaka. And it's like, because I just knew like we needed this tier 7 Axis replacement. Someone's got an Ashitaka. Okay, we can run an Ashitaka. That will work.
But that didn't have a Julio, so it was like, okay, ready your Hi, like ready your Congo.
So all of a sudden, we've switched from a Ruprecht ZF6, Scharnhorst, and double Julio to a Ruprecht ZF6, Ashitaka, Julio, and Congo. And we're just there like, okay, this can't tank as much anymore.
Right.
Problem? Because the Ashitaka in the start of that game, it was the grease match. The Ashitaka at the start of that game, it got slapped and it was down to half HP all of a sudden. And we're there like,
I remember that.
That's a problem.
Yeah, we were expecting a bit more forces on Alpha, and that was not in the second.
We didn't expect the Lemming to go through the double cap, and we're there like, oh no, that is a lot more firepower than the Ashitaka was prepped to receive. So it was immediate panics and trying to turn around. It was like Operation Save the Ashitaka.
Sergio, tu che pensi? What do you think about this?
My English is poor.
It's okay.
Okay, it's late, but boys, it's time to go to dinner and after to sleep.
Go for it.
Tomorrow we will work.
Thanks for the games, by the way.
No, thanks to you. It's always a pleasure play with you.
Thank you very
Pleasure
much.
is ours. Look forward to seeing you in the tournament then as well.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, boys. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
I think on that note, it'd be reasonable enough for us to call it there as well.
Oh, absolutely. Go for it. Please. That's fine. I'm going to keep my stream going, and then I'll be doing the NA side of things in 2 hours.
2 hours? Oh wow, I'll probably be even awake to watch that.
Yeah,
We're still awake at that time. We'll tune in.
I had to talk to my wife about it and make sure she was okay with the idea that I would be streaming our dinner during our normal dinner time, right? And so, you know, Seems to be
Curious
okay.
question, how many hours straight is that?
So, for me,
Yeah, how many hours will you have streamed by then?
Well, I'm at 3 hours right now, and that's from when I started streaming your guys' games. So 2 hours from now we start up. It's 5 hours, and then 2 more hours at that, so that's 7 hours of streaming.
That's a long day.
Yeah, it's no problem.
It is a long day.
I don't know if you've seen how many hours I streamed. I was talking in my chat about this.
I didn't. I think I'd noticed it. Some like you had left some of the stream on as well.
Yes, yes. So I keep I try. I'm trying to do a 24/7 stream now, just because it's a little bit of fun, and it's a good way for people to support me, of course, as a streamer. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
He walked away from his mic again.
Oh.
I keep
But-
forgetting that my headset is broken, so I said I guess I should use my Prime Gaming sub then.
You're welcome to if you want. I'll tell you. So I posted on my announcements channel. Where is it? Here it is. In the past 30 days, 30 days, I have streamed for 704 hours and 47 minutes. Past 30 days. Past month.
Damn.
That's I want to do the quick math on that one.
That's 29.33 days. I streamed.
Ooh, that is very nice.
Yeah. So literally only 2/3 of a day I missed in 30 days. It's pretty nuts.
Holy frick.
That is very
Madness.
impressive and nice. Yeah.
So
I do say I enjoy being able to go back and watch like some of your previous streams. I'll probably watch back on this one at some point because I do enjoy being able to watch back, and especially when it's like you're commentating some of our games. I find it enjoyable to see what you're going to do with our names. Because you have habits. You have habits. We're either soft so or I think you called me Plastic Titan at one point.
No.
Turbo Dragon.
Yeah, we've got the famed Turbo Dragon, which we've adopted ourselves sometimes.
What?
One
Okay.
of our players, Tudor Dragon. You've called Turbo Dragon some of your games before, some of the games you commentated before. So
Oops.
we've adopted that name ourselves once or twice.
Okay.
So we do have fun. We do have fun when we tune into your stream and see what happens with some of our own guys. It's fun internal laughs.
Okay. Well, hey, as long as you're entertained, that's what matters, right? Like
Oh, it's definitely.
Oh yeah, much entertainment. Very much.
much entertainment. No, well, you guys are fun. I mean, it's good hanging out with you guys, and you know, you make it pretty relaxed. I mean, yeah, you guys want to win, but you're about having fun, and that's really cool to see. You know, like all this time, I've low-key been just playing Kohlberg. Like literally, while we're talking, I've been playing Kohlberg and seal clubbing the hell out of tier 2, 3, and 4.
Four things.
4 things, indeed.
I mean, I think that comes from how we managed to, how we've started as a clan. I mean, we're going on tangents again, but before we even became like, as we are now, Typhoon clan, give runnings in all of the big tournaments. We go for we've got like classes, but there's also like classic COTS, and
Sure.
we do stuff like we make it just the end of the weekend in COTS. We do have a competitive element, but we started off as a casual competitive hybrid where we like to push and take part in the tournaments, but we very much enjoy to do a casual side of the clan as well.
Okay.
So, a lot of people who have been here since like the start of SFSO, myself and Gunny, we've been here since the clan was created just over 2 years ago now. And it always started off as a casual competitive. We were on the border of Typhoon. We were pushing our luck when we actually went far in tournaments. And now we're at the stage where we feel comfortable with tournaments, but we've still managed to keep that casual element about us. And like you say, it means that we have these relaxing times and we're able to be relaxed in these conditions.
It is really fun when you can be like us, where we are now with like an average of 54% in the clan. and we can square up and take on clans like NTT, Syria, Gurkha, and those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
So we've
Sure.
come a pretty long way at that point.
It's strange sometimes looking back at that, where it's a team barely pushing Typhoon, and we would go to this stage of, wow, we've actually got one of our clan battle divisions in Typhoon League. Let's never touch that for the rest of the season. So now we're at the stage of, oh hey, we're through to the second day of COTS. What are we gonna do this time?
Yep.
And
Yep.
The growth is very enjoyable to watch, and it's also very enjoyable that, and I feel good when I look back and it's like, we have gotten so much better as a clan, but we've never lost the touch that made it fun. We have not turned into a team of sweats who are constantly trying to, okay, we do like to win hard, but we're not always trying to constantly win, and if something goes wrong, it's all of a sudden a really bad place to be. There's blame, there's all that. We don't, none of that goes around. It's heads high, okay, we got unlucky, let's try again next time, see what we can do to improve. And it's next day or even that evening, it's laughs and drinks in the general chat.
Sure. Well, and you have to be careful about trying to get too competitive. I mean, that's the part that tears apart clans, really.
Oh
So,
yeah, it can be the make or break, and you lose players because you go too far, or you try to be too serious and people just don't enjoy the atmosphere. And I like that we're able to maintain that balance between, we have that kind of atmosphere where we're serious and we're able to go far and really push our limits, but we also have at the exact same time an atmosphere where everyone can just have a laugh.
Right. And I think that's really important for people to be able to build that kind of rapport amongst each other. And it's, you know, when you start doing that and you respect each other for the game that they play, then you just have a better time overall.
Definitely agree.
Titan, what would you say really drove your transition from a struggling clan to a successful clan in tournaments and clan battles?
There was a lot of branching out. We had
influx of some good players, and the players we already have just massively improving over time.
We had people who all our players have grown. We looked back on the people of the year, and we've seen how all our players have grown. How some of our players have gone from they're doing okay, but they're pretty much mid-storm level players to, this guy is an easy Typhoon player. And it's like they've all generally grown, but we've also been able to explore, and I think one of our strongest suits, we've been able to look at our tactics side. Revenge UK, you know him pretty decently as far as I can tell. He gets around a lot. He's constantly speaking to people. I know he spoke to you a fair few times, and he speaks to a lot of Typhoon clans. That's what helped us grow to the Typhoon level. But then he also spoke to a lot of Hurricane clans. And now, in sometimes before trainings, before the classic trainings, we managed to arrange training games with Hurricane teams like we had A7 and GWAT, and we had two of those. We had trainings with those two clans, and they taught us so much just by kicking our asses. And we are able to see, like, okay, how did they do this? What did they do? What did they bring? And where we fail in skill, I think we can also make up for in tactics. Our skills have always improved, and we're able to punch on raw skill alone now on the Typhoon level. But what gives us the chance, and what puts some clans, like in Classic, we were actually able to almost pull one up on the Shaft team in Classic.
Okay.
It was a close game. We ended up losing on points and caps, but we had the initial advantage, and going through, we were winning on ships because we actually developed a tactic which just countered the Shaft tactic, and our strengths in the tactics actually just closed the gap between the skill levels significantly. So I think it's been a mix of overall our knowledge of the game, how we use our tactics. Revenge is an absolute tactical genius, and being able to draw up most of our tactics. Some of us are trying to be on his level, but we don't get there. Some of us have grown in command, in our ability to command and call shots on the field. And those abilities, I think, what help bridge the gap between teams that are technically better than us on paper, on a win rate and general skill level.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I think that's generally something people should look for when you're trying to improve. Don't only try to improve in your general capability, improve as a team and improve your team play. It will close the gap that the skill level sets. If you've got a good tactic, you can cancel out skill altogether, and your strategy will just dominate the game.
Interesting. Thank you for that, man. That's excellent. Excellent advice. I will definitely use that.
By all means.
We're trying to grow. We're trying to grow our clan into a hurricane or typhoon clan out of storm. I mean, last season we bounced right off the struggle a couple times, and I think, you know, I saw we have 2 clans under our banner, and you know, our second clan, I really watched it grow this year. But we're gonna have to go back to the drawing board on tactics, I think, like you said.
That's okay to do that.
I mean, hey, if at the point that the season comes like back along again, see about hitting one of us up, about maybe joining a Discord server and asking if we may be able to help.
Absolutely, man.
Because that's the way that we probably learn the most of all our tactics, is get help from the higher clans you have and see how they do, and especially make them explain why they do a tactic a certain way.
When you do training for tournaments or even clan battles, if you do like those 3 or 4 trainings before the season starts to get an idea of what your lineup you want to be, don't be afraid to not only ask people who you think are on your level for training. Don't be afraid to punch up and ask the guys who you know will wipe you out in the training sessions, but will be able to exploit your weaknesses as players, exploit the weakness in your tactics, and they will basically show you without telling you where you go wrong as a team.
Right.
And that is something we've learned to be able to just use massively. And it's something
that's a really easy way to absorb it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you live it.
You just our standard thing for training is usually we'll have 1 or 2 on our level or just below so that we can get a feel for the ships and the maps. But then we always try to punch up, ask a hurricane team, hey, can you come whoop our butts for a night? And
the last few big tournaments, we've actually had the hurricane team approach us first, so like, hey, we want to train against you guys.
Yeah. And they get their advantage. They get to test their tactics against teams they know they could probably end up beating, and they get to see how free moving their tactics are and if there's any ways they can improve. It also gives us a chance to be like, they found a gap here. How do we patch that up? And using the higher level clans to improve your own. You just take the game, throw it through a render map, and you're like, okay, this is where they exploited us. If we do this with our tactic instead, we cover out that gap and we're still able to provide support. And you're able to constantly learn and take lessons from the people who will destroy you. Because they will destroy your tactic and tear it apart and just lay it to you out as, this has problems. And you can fix them. You just need to know they're there.
So we've signed up to participate in tonight's alpha test for Clash of Classes. And I think we're going to probably participate in the broader tournament as well.
Cool. Which team are you guys?
We'll be 30.
I'm sorry, what team is it?
Dirty.
Dirty. Okay.
Yeah. We were in an alternate slot. I think you have an odd number, or you did have earlier this morning. So I'm still waiting to hear if we actually get to play or not.
I'll keep a lookout for you guys as well, actually. Then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got a group of guys, probably 18 to 24 guys that really want to go to the next level, but it's still very casual. So it's very difficult for us to strike that balance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's like Crowit clan to Stormborn is basically easy part. Every tiny league you want to go up, so Stormborn to Typhoon 3, Typhoon 3 to Typhoon 2 will cost as much as the league before it in effort and improvement. Like from Storm on, it starts slowing down a real lot to get higher. So just keep at it and keep doing it.
With new games comes new opponents. With new opponents come new lessons. New lessons improves your skill. Your skill improves, you go higher.
That's right.
Well, there you go.
Do you guys happen to know when pairings are going to be released for tonight?
With those, it was like 5 minutes before the first. Well, not even. It was after the first games.
Okay, so
they do get a lot of them on the win, but they might do it more now that we've had our session out of the way. So they probably know more about how they want to have the games planned, like how much.
How did the EU server go?
Well, for us.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of confusion in communicating, who's supposed to play what side specifically. I saw that a couple of times, but you'd expect something like that.
In that last game, I was confused because we had already played 4 allied games. It was just so my brain was like, oh, we'll play another extra game. But then we're not allies like that.
I can't, I'm not beer, but I would think that he was trying to get you guys to play more allies because it seemed like, at least, the win rate for allies was less than Axis.
That is very possible, yeah.
So,
we played 7 different. No, we played 7 different lineups.
Interesting. Well, guys, hope to see y'all tonight. Later on, I'm gonna have to run. My girlfriend just got home, so I have to say hi to her before all our prep begins.
My wife just got home. I need to go make dinner myself as well. I'm still streaming, so I'll have to go to a Be Right Back or AFK part, but it is what it is.
I'll see if I can help
do dinner now as well.
Well, thanks.
Well, it's good chatting with you guys. Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks for the chat. Good luck tonight.
Thanks. Yeah, it's always nice to have a little debrief after the event.
Yes.
I find these talks to be very enjoyable.
Absolutely.
Well, and indeed, maybe you'll see some of you tonight, and otherwise until the actual tournament, I guess.
I say hi in the stream.
Yeah, it sounds good, and I think my chat enjoyed watching me just beat up on people with my tier 3 Colberg for a while. It's pretty ridiculous. I never finished the Epoch's, whatever it's called, campaign.
The Epoch of the Navy, I still have that to do as well. It's been sitting there with like free campaign missions, and I've not touched it in years.
I am right now I'm doing that one, but I'm finishing off like having done every single mission once. Go for the 100% completion.
Go for with honors. Yeah, I've been working on that, so I'm taking a Wyoming out right now. But it's interesting. People don't understand things like armor angling and AP and stuff. It just takes you back to a day when you didn't know it either.
Takes you back to a day where you didn't memorize the overmatch mechanics in your head, so you know exactly what you can and can't do.
Right.
The good old days.
Good old days.
Good old days of 46%.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
All right then.
Thank you very much, and see you next time.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Catch you later.
All right, Chad. I hope you guys enjoyed the little glimpse into the Clash of the Classes season that's coming up. Like I said, I'm going to be traveling, so I unfortunately will not be able to bring that tournament to you guys. But hopefully, there'll be other streamers out there that can bring it to you. I'm going to finish this game, and then I'm going to go over to lurk mode. It's going to feel a little weird because with the 2-minute delay, it's going to be difficult to do words on stream, but I don't know, we'll figure it out somehow. I haven't played the Wyoming in so long. It's a fun ship, though. I actually enjoyed the Wyoming more so than the New York. This poor Dante Alighieri is going to flood out. I set a fire on him and he DCP'd immediately because it's a bot. So I gotta wait till my guns can clear this island before I can try to Citadel him. That works. Remember, guys, there's a 2-minute delay. And I am hoping that it's not such a big deal. We'll get it back to you guys in a little bit. But, hey, test name. I will do a draw during the Clash of the Classes portion for NA. So if you're looking to get some World of Warships stuff, please make sure you type !ticket in the chat and that you're hanging out, okay? Kind of don't want to be stuck going north here. Can't believe this Rhine is still alive, which it's pretty funny, frankly. I'll go ahead and turn southward here. Slow down so that my turrets can turn with me. Charles Roux's engines are broken. That's unfortunate for him. My AP will do not too much against him. Oof. Oh well. If you were watching me earlier, I actually scored a Kraken against the enemy team. That was pretty fun. Alright, enemy Wyoming. Let's see what you can do. No, he's going that way? Don't go that way, Wyoming. Bad. Bad, Wyoming. You're supposed to come out. So that we can all smash you. Wyoming teaches you bad habits because you try to stay broadside to keep all your guns on bear, and the result of that is you take a lot of damage. Not bad. Look at me bouncing. Red. Wow, Zan going for red. What's up, Zan? My rear turrets are finally starting to turn so I can get into an angle on this dude. Oh, look at that Citadel. Oh! Goodbye, son. Goodbye, son. Ouch. Switch to HE because Langley... HE... Langley, HE. That was a dev strike. See? You learn what armor angling does, and then you do that sort of thing. Pretty disgusting.
The ship is on fire.
Anyway, it's probably not worth it for me to cut the stream drop the delay, and then cut it again when we start. So I will leave the 2-minute delay going, and we'll just wait and see what happens for you guys for the next part. Might as well go step on the cap. Stream Raiders campaign is awesome. Yes, it is. 6 minutes to go for me for Stream Raiders. Alright, so he's literally in this corner. Always a good time. Always a good time. Nice to see this Ryan trying to help. Although, I don't remember if he's got planes he gotta put down. It's alright. Oh, there he is. Take some HE, bud.
The ship is on fire.
Ay, ay, ay. Double fires. Thanks, bombers. I don't care that you exist. Ooh, Ryan gets the torpedo kill, and that's it. Chat, that'll do it for right now. The live portion of our stream for a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a break. I need to go make some dinner, spend some time with the wife, and we will bring to you guys the Look at that, a bot came in first. Oh, we'll be bringing to you guys the North American side of the Clash of the Classes alpha test in an hour and 20 minutes. Okay? I'm not too much farther from now. How far away am I from finishing these things? Look at that. One game, I'm already halfway done with my damage with main battery guns. Oh my god, this Wyoming is crazy. Actually, yeah, I'll just go ahead and exit the game. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, chat. I'm going to go to lurk mode for right now. Warships, lurk mode. And I will be back in a little bit, okay? Yep. I'm going to keep stream words on stream going. It's going to be pretty funny because with a 2-minute delay, good luck.
Anyway. Just such a standoff going on here in the middle of the map. Oh, big hit on the monster.
Alright, I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Dinner time. I shall return.
Fat Vivian's like, alright, I guess I'll hit W now.
Yes, and don't forget to enter the giveaway. Exclamation point ticket gets you in, okay?
Look, the Venezia
Peace
has
out.
full broadside on this Moskva. The problem is, like, do you get the respawn on this? Yeah, you can just walk towards him. You can just face spot him.
Yep. Yep. Now look at the Kremlin, though. Black Blueberry put in position to try to prevent that from happening. And there goes the Yang.
That wasn't even a radar, that was just the gearing spotting him.
Yep. Unfortunately, he fired, so he's forced to smoke up now. And Doctor's trying desperately to get to his buddy in smoke.
Yeah, there's a slight torpedo issue in the way of that, and then, well, he should be alright after.
And then he just barely dodges that first Venezia salvo. Oh, that one hurt.
Ouch. That also looked like it hurt.
Yep. Super heal has begun. Fire. DCP. Well, that'll leave a mark. But I wonder, his radar's up. There it is. Daring.
Daring. Well, yeah.
Just spotted. Minotaur ready. Ooh. Missed. But wait, there's more. Missed. Oh, that one bounced. That was awesome. It literally bounced right into the camera. That was beautiful. Someone clip that. So, that radar got nothing, but look. Yamato on Yamato action. As Pisha just walks into B now. Okay, well.
Things are getting explodey.
Things are. Painter, do you see a way back in for AAO at this point?
Several detonations. I mean,
Your daring can't spot the gearing, so you get no way in to get this Minotaur unless you get some blind fire on it. Salem can't really do anything. Moskva's dying. The Kremlin can maybe walk at the Venezia and then maybe pop the Moskva afterwards, but that's asking a lot. There's very few ways to get back in this. Oop, never mind, we just lost the Moskva.
Yeah, at this point, we're not asking, we're telling. Go and do something. W.
Who can W at this point?
Nobody. Black Blueberry lost too much HP in that turn south for no good reason.
Now we broadside to the Yamato. Salvo comes in.
Misses.
Just Kremlin.
Well, 1 minute and 42. So wait, never mind.
Salem just lost all of his health to Montana in the bow.
Uh-huh. And then Venezia says, hello. 30 seconds to go.
Kremlin still alive, sailing broadside to the Montana right now. Yeah. I think he's accepting his fate.
It's either that or Onisama. One of those two are going down first. Actually, Venezia could go down too. He's detected. Oof. 13k on the Kremlin. 9 seconds. Somebody go down, please. I need a death pick. Thank you. All right, it's going to be the Grizzly Boy. Yeah, Grizzly Boy. All right, well. That was a very interesting game. That was fun to watch, fun to cast. I hope you guys all enjoyed watching it as well.
Congratulations, Maya, going 1-0 up in the series.
Now, I recognize the names, but I don't know the team. Would you like to start us off?
Sure thing. Welcome on into Warriors Path for the second game of our final best of 3 of the day. The green team in this game on the northern spawn will be AAO, and they're going to be running Kremlin, Bagdoin, Moskva, Henry IV, Shimakaze, Haragumo, and a Daring. What do you have with the red guys?
Well, I'm just looking over the builds, and let's head to the south and we can talk about builds. So, to the south, opposing them, Moai, bringing with them unique upgrade torpedo gearing, another unique upgrade torpedo gearing, Daring, Minotaur, that's definitely radar, yep, Minotaur it is, unique upgrade Moskva, another unique upgrade Moskva, another Minotaur, a Montana, that's sniper build, and a Schlieffen that is secondary build.
Schlieffen choosing to not run fire prevention, instead taking the extra heal and DCP charge. One thing one of my pet peeves with this build viewer mod,
yes,
is when I take a look at, for example, this gearing, and I can see that he doesn't have the improved survivability expert of Ovechkin. Sorry, that one does. Never mind.
Yep, Pro Ace versus Rice Enjoyer. Yes.
Why? Why?
It's free real estate. Come on, take it. I know.
Exactly. I know, right? It bothers me on a primal level.
Yep. Yep. And you can see the difference right there, chat. We were talking about 500 hit points. That might not seem like a lot, but 500 hit points is 1 or 2 shells. It's so many more possibilities that gives you, and otherwise you're not giving anything up for that. So yeah, it makes no sense.
It's like, there are certain captains that, given the choice, you should always run. For the French, it's Oboinio or Honho. For the Germans, it's
Lutyens.
What's he called? Lutyens. For America, you've got the choice of Halsey, Ovechkin, the Doe brothers. Yep. For the Russian ships, you've got all of the choices. You've got Znamensky, Ovechkin, and
Kuznetsov.
Kuznetsov.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so many choices. And then for the Japanese, there's also Renzo, whatever, that has the buff to survivability expert. A lot of people forget about those captains because they weren't really specially released. They were just kind of like, yep, here they are. You can buy them in the armor for coal and doubloons.
There's also the Wrong brothers for the Pan-Asian destroyers to take that improved survivability expert as well. There's also the legendary captain for the Pan-Asians, which I don't really know what does because he kind of just exists in my mind. I don't remember what he does.
Yeah, you got to get like combat scout to proc the talent on him and stuff like that. So it's kind of wonkadoo.
As far as I'm concerned, that's still a new achievement to me. That's still new. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Div achievements are still new to me.
And it's also difficult to get. It's not like, you know, I mean, what am I thinking? It's not like Luyan's, you know, spot 3 ships. Oh, cool, I proc something. It's literally...
it's fantastic. You can spot 3 ships at the start of the game when you're still on full HP and you heal.
That's right, that's right. When you need it the most, you have it. Well, Silver on radar there.
Yeah, he's suffering a little bit. A little bit.
As you do when you play Daring in the middle of the map on Warrior's Path. Come on, I mean, you know there's going to be a radar cruiser there. You know there's going to be a radar cruiser opposite. So, like, ouch. That's a lot of hit points to lose there, knowing that there's somebody there.
Quick discussion of the deployments for the green team. Over at the A cap, we have Henry IV, Burgoyne, and Shimakaze. B cap, we have that Moskva and Daring that we were just watching. And then over at C, we're going to be sending the full force of Kremlin and Moskva, Harugumo, and Shimakaze. That's an interesting pairing, Harushima.
Yeah, and speaking of which, before you get a chance to discuss that, go back at A for a sec. Shimakaze, Esgara being pushed back by Minotaur radar. And that Shima is unique upgrade with 12-kilometer torpedoes. Okay. Anyway, so you wanted to talk about what again? Haru and Shima?
Oh yeah, the Haru and Shimakaze over on the... Well, it's an interesting pairing. Usually I would want something meaty with some DPM inside the smoke screen of the Harugumo. Bringing the Shimakaze in front of it, it's like, sure, you're spotting for the Harugumo, but what's he gonna do, really?
So what's interesting is if you look at the Harugumo, he's not 420 Blaze at all smoke spec. He's got the regular concealment module. So these two destroyers have been set to do exactly what you're kind of describing. They are going to spot and then together destroy whatever thing they find. I think they're expecting to see a gearing whatever push up that 10 line, and they want to be there to trap them out. And you see, you really need the... If you go to Harugumo, you don't need to worry about cruiser concealment, you know, screwing over the play, right? They essentially allow the Shimakaze and Harugumo to linger closer so they can assassinate whatever destroyer they find.
Yeah, but the upfront alpha of Azaro is basically cruiser to concealment as well. Alright. Radar's coming out in the middle. That Moskva is being bombed, by the way.
Well, again, if you know there's going to be radar cruisers in these opposite spots, then you absolutely need to set your team up to take those out, right? When you're thinking about where to put things on the board. So, I'm not surprised to see that happening. These guys are doing a really nice job of making that happen. We saw, I don't think it was Moyai earlier today on Northern Waters, a Montana consistently fail to hit a Des Moines that stuck by it. And I just couldn't believe it. Why? Speaking of why, Harugumo takes a torpedo.
No.
And so is the Kremlin.
Oh no.
But wait, there's more. Never mind. Schlieffen pushing up through C-cap. No, he's actually reversing in. Okay, that's kind of smart.
Yeah, and he's being farmed as he goes in, so I'm not sure if he's going to continue doing that. Like, it's a lot of DPM coming in from just the Harugumo and Kremlin.
Yep. Shimakaze just outside the radar range is going to get caught for a sec. He does. That's unfortunate.
It's very fortunate for the Shimakaze because they know that they've blown a radar.
Yes. But at the same time, it's unfortunate because now Moy knows exactly where that Shima is.
I think you appreciate the intel. I think you appreciate the intel of, yes, I was spotted, but I also know they don't have radar, so I can go take this cap now.
That's very true. There's a lot of intel swapping back and forth here, so it's kind of like radio location, right? Both sides get something out of it.
I suppose, yeah. It's a very expensive skill for what it provides. I mean, I've heard a lot of discussion from a lot of higher end players that seem to think that RPF is a bit of a crutch sometimes and not as valuable as people perceive it to be. But I like my RPF. I
tell ya, I covered a game.
I like knowing where the banana is.
Yeah, I covered a game was it last weekend or was it today? God, so many games just come together. But I covered a game on Land of Fire where it was literally one lone conqueror holding off the seaside, and nobody from the aggressors knew it because none of them had radiolocation.
Shimmer just took one torpedo for basically his entire health pool.
I saw that. I'm looking over at the one line, nothing too much happening over there.
Well, that's not ideal if you're that Shimakaze, because now you can't recontest this ever, because, you know, Minotaur just...
Yep. Well, and that's why Gearing is such a strong destroyer. That's 2 torpedoes that Gearing has had. One on the Haru and then one now on the Shima. And plus the Kremlin one too. 3.
Counting with Lord Zath.
Yes.
Henry IV having a bit of an awkward time here on the map border.
Yeah, he's doing what he's supposed to do though, right? Kite away and just be a nuisance.
Yeah, honestly, pushing into this as a Minotaur is not fun with the Henry's overmatch and just reload booster. It's painful.
Exactly, and so that's designed to just delay Moai's push up the A side. And it kind of works that way, but you can see, like you mentioned, he's really not trading health that well.
Well, still 2 smokes left for that Gearing as well, so the Henry can't really do anything aggressive for a while. They would potentially use the Shimakaze as spot said Gearing.
AAO sends their Moskva through that channel after capping C.
Where did his health go?
He turned sideways to the Minotaur.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So that's the Death Island that we were talking about. Yeah, that's what I meant earlier about, like, you have to wait till you go into that position.
Yes.
'Cause now, like, he has a nice little angle onto the broadside of the Moskva over there, for example.
Montana Moai is doing what they did last time I was talking about this. They're just shoving their Montana or their battleship in to just take torpedoes. Feels bad as he's going to take 2. And the Daring might be stuck too. He'll be okay. He's going to be forced to turn though. Nice salvo from the Montana on Nice Nader's Moskva that, like I said, is stuck
yeah,
there.
He's suffering.
He is.
He's definitely suffering.
At least he gets a heal so he can suffer more.
Ah, yes. Because that's exactly what you want, isn't it? It's like, oh, I'm suffering. Please put me out of my misery. Oh, God, I'm healing.
Right, right. Exactly. Not quite dead.
Just wishes he was.
Well, so remember, AAO needs to win this to force a game 3. And right now, it's not looking like they're winning this.
No, they don't really have any map control, and the few ships they can use to push to get some map control don't really have anything that they really want to push into, because, like, let's say, for example, you send the Schlieffen into B cap. Like, sorry, the Kremlin in towards the B cap. There's a big Schlieffen there. The Minotaur and Gearing are going to backstab that cap. Look, they're already going for it right now. Like, they're smoking down the 10 line to get on the stern of the Moskva and Kremlin.
Yep. Yep. I feel like the only real chance here for AAO is a YOLO push down the 1 line with the Bourgogne and Henri at the same time.
I think Kremlin just took torps as well, actually.
He did take torpedoes, yes. Forces DCP and the heal.
And an awkward turn, so now he's just going to get farmed by that Minotaur.
Yeah, but first they're going to go for the Moskva, because that's the easy kill number 1. Alright, there it goes. Now easy kill number 2.
And you have permanent spotting on the Kremlin from the Schlieffen Hydro.
Yep.
That's not looking very healthy for AO right now.
Right.
So now they have to turn their Bourgogne, Henry, Daring, Shimmer back in. Try and run down this Minotaur and Gearing somehow and maybe get... But they have to push it into a Moskva and a Montana to do this?
I mean, what other chance do you have? You know, you never look at how little damage Demo took in that Moskva.
Well, Montana just took a chunk, but the Henry took an even bigger one, so it's fine.
There goes the Henri, almost team killed.
AO just don't have the position to do anything right now.
They've absolutely just been pushed off the board, and you know, there's something to say about being reactionary, and you know, you give ground and trade HP to do that, but they really gave ground and didn't trade HP. They lost HP in the process, so they're kind of stuck. Nice hit from the Kremlin, looked like.
Again, it comes back to this Haragumo on the 10 line. Like, you needed something that could muscle over there. If you're committing that hard on that side, you need to be able to muscle forward, and Haragumo's not doing that. Like, if you want to run an HE spammer on that flank, like Colbert exists, Worcester exists, there are several options.
Yep.
Not sure if Haragumo is one. Like, sure, it has torpedoes, I guess. You might get lucky with that, but you can't rely on torpedoes. They're just, like, a bonus.
I like the idea behind, all right, we're just going to kill whatever destroyer we spot, but at the same time, you know that a destroyer is going to be, you know, with a cruiser. Yeah, exactly. So the two of them are going to work together as a team, and then, yeah, I don't know. Well, they tried it.
They did, but the thing is as well, they spent the Haragumo slot. They still had a second slot for a Des Moines. You could have just swapped out the Kimmer for a Des Moines or something, unless Des Moines was banned, in which case Salem or Worcester, I don't know.
Banned ships were Des Moines and Worcester.
Oh, well, yeah, never mind then, yeah. Fair enough then.
So, yeah.
So Minotaur.
Minotaur it is.
Well, Beguine goes down, and this is just a crushing defeat.
It is absolutely a crushing defeat. Moai winning this 2-0. I think the first game was more competitive. This one was very, very decided by some really good gearing torpedoes. Nine seconds.
Well, I think the Moscow's gonna die, don't worry.
Well, a time extension would be great. There it is, okay. Doesn't matter.
You get your death pick.
Yes, with torpedoes alongside, and the Schlieffin too, so that's fun.
A nice little brawl pick. Nice.
Oh, yes.
Well, congratulations to Moai taking that series 2-0 and advancing on tomorrow. Zath, do you want to go check if the other series exists?
No, I was already asking. It's one thing that I like to do is if I think it's going to go 2-0, I already start looking. And they had just finished and went 2-0 as well, so we are donezo. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did it. I did the thing. Woohoo! Losers bracket, round 3, fight. Best of 3, Warships Classic, final day. Here we go. GWAT bringing with them a torpedo, unique upgrade, Shimakaze, 12 kilometers, Vamp Deuce, Haragumo. Now this is not a 420 Blaze It Haragumo. He's got the special smoke and engine module. Does not have the unique upgrade. Odd. Another Vamp Deuce. For cruisers, we've got a Worcester that's reload, a Stalingrad that's also reload, a Des Moines that's a unique upgrade, a reload Burgon, and a sniper, well, kind of more like a quick scope, Spect Montana. Moving to the south, opposing them is Hakui, bringing with them an Alvaro de Bazan. Played around with that ship a little bit yesterday. It was fun. In our post stream party, whatever you want to call it. We got a Haragumo 420 Blaze. See, there you go with that smoke module with the unique upgrade, all that good stuff. Vamp Deuce. We've got Stalingrad going to the middle of the map with reload again. Kremlin and Des Moines. Des Moines is reload spec, interesting as well. Seeing a lot of lack of unique upgrades here. That's okay. Reload boost spec Burgon heading towards the sea cap with a Minotaur. Most definitely going to be radar, yep.
And they've got their own Shimakaze. These are 12-kilometer torpedoes. It's a torpedo spec, but it's not. I repeat, they're not running the unique upgrade. Interesting. Shell's already out on the Stalingrad, who's been detected. And you can see the Vamp Deuce is starting up a smoke screen. And it feels like they're going to try to get Ayanami up to this safe spot south of the island. Just have to see if that happens. All right. Meanwhile, on the strength of radar, we see the Vamp Deuce being shot at a little bit by the Alvaro de Bazan. They're gone now, firing in. Nice looking torpedo wall of skill from that Shimakaze. Yeah, there's this Gumo gonna take a torpedo by accident. It looks like he very well might. Go, little one, go! Okay, he makes it. Oh, man. Alright, so going back to the other side, you can still see that smoke screen to get the Kremlin into the safe spot. Now, he's not running his hydro yet, and I'm surprised he's not, because I would think that you'd want to have that hydro going so that the Kremlin knows the torpedoes are coming. So I find it very interesting that he's not doing that. There they go. Des Moines Hydro picking up the Vamp Deuce. You can see that the Wooster is sitting in Hargamo smoke in a position to farm out this safe spot. And Rob actually crashes into the island there, doesn't make the turn. And ouch. Those were a lot of shells from that Montana. They were meant for the Kremlin, but they actually hit the Vamp Deuce instead. And, well, these guys are going to be sitting for quite some time. Looking back on the other side of the map, the Montana and Stalingrad for GWAT are working their way to the side of the map. We got Minotaur with Shimakaze smoke. Not interested in going into the cap just yet. Now, if you look at his radar, the Minotaur can absolutely radar the entirety of the sea cap. So as soon as Rothillian backs into the sea cap, I have a feeling we're going to see that radar go up. Meanwhile, Alvaro de Bazan barely dodges another round of Shimakaze torpedoes. Okay, well. There's the radar. Civilian detected. It's going to be forced back out of the cap, of course. And then you can see the Shimakaze's torpedoes are coming in. Now, of course, Arthilian's got Hydra going, so I doubt he's going to, you know, really be in trouble here. And battleship shells come in, and they definitely connect on that Minotaur. Kremlin and Vamp Deuce are still stuck because guess what? As soon as, well, I was just about to say that. There we go. Hydro went down, the radar went down, Hydro's back up again, and now Rob 6 is once again stuck. He had a slight opportunity to get out of there, and he didn't take it. I'm kind of surprised about that. Because, well, now he's stuck again. That was an opportunity for Rob 6 to get out. He didn't really take it. Meanwhile, our Quadas Des Moines is continuing to get farmed down by Gumo and Des Moines in smoke. I'm surprised the Alvaro is not helping here. My guess is they're trying to make sure that they don't get flanked by this Shimakaze. Torpedoes coming out, going at both sides. And Rob's hydro is down right now. So, he's okay. Rob once again detected on radar. Or, sorry, still detected on hydro. I saw that radar circle. But that's actually the Des Moines radar. Gotcha. Well, we should be seeing Rob's hydro come up soon. Gumo was detected, someone was detected and lost a big chunk of hit points for his trouble. Stalingrad continuing to work around the corner. He was spotted, so they definitely know that the Stalingrad is there. They might not necessarily know exactly how far up he is, but he's about to cross the Fidget Spinner Island. And you can see, oof, the Minotaur is caught with this island behind him. If the Stalin were to come out right now and radar, he could absolutely surprise this Minotaur. Is he going to do it though? It's a very limited window. He does not. Wow. I'll bet you he's going to watch that one later. And there you go, Des Moines goes down. More torpedoes coming in on the smoke screen. Gumo. Jeez, he's got like 9 lives this game. Now the Avaro's been rotated off of A now. It looks to me like they're gonna try to go for B now that the Des Moines is dead. Rob is still sitting here. I'm guessing they're just using him as a hydro buoy or something. I'm a little confused about that, but it is what it is. Minotaur gets Burgon smacked a little bit there. Ooh, nice shells coming in from that Montana. Once again, connecting with the Minotaur. Not a complete kill by any means, but still makes him sting a little bit, you know? And that smoke screen, if you look at his positioning, that smoke screen is just past 12 kilometer. So they're playing just outside of the radar range of the Stalin. As a matter of fact, the Stalin has radared. So, this is just pins and needles right now. Just pins and needles. Stalingrad trying to get some payback on the Burgon. All right, well. Not too much to comment on right now, just more farming. Stalingrad though is quite low. He's healing up. The Shimakaze actually gets himself spotted. He's trying desperately for this kill on the Stalin. They know he's low. They know his DCP is down. And the Minotaur we missed is also quite low. Must have taken another hit from the Montana, I should say. Stalingrad continuing to burn right now. There he goes. Burned out by the Shimakaze. Alright, so that means the Montana's by himself. Back at B, looks like the Alvaro de Bazan is fixing to go into the B cap. Des Moines is still able to hold the A cap just fine. I'm really surprised that GWAT hasn't been more aggressive on this side. I guess they're afraid of that Kremlin, who's literally just parked himself there the whole game.
The enemy is about to win.
You know, what's kind of crazy about this battle, if you think about it, is the Kremlin and Vamp Deuce just kind of sat for the longest time. So, in a sense, Akoi played this down 2 players, right? I mean, obviously they project power and stuff, but they played this game down 2 players. And yet they still managed to hold on to A. And, you know, they still made better trades and everything. It's crazy. Torpedoes coming in on the Kremlin. There he goes, he takes 1. More torpedoes coming into the Brigand smokescreen. Kind of odd to say that, but I just did. Frycom Shimakaze now on radar from the Des Moines. And everybody's trying to get Captain JK's Vamp Deuce farmed out. So he's going to be just kind of sitting there for a while. Which means all guns will now change to the Brigand. I mean, Haragumo just does Haragumo things. You don't even need IFHE to just, you know, keep setting fires and all that. That's exactly what's happening. There he goes. Despite having a heal, doesn't matter. Brigand just gets farmed down. And that's pretty much gonna do this first match. First game, I mean. There's a Montana over on the other side getting farmed. Oof. And Pepe the Pabega in the Minotaur, he gets his revenge on the Montana for slapping him around a bit. Alright, GWAT's Vamp Deuce is about to go down. There he goes. And with that, there's only 2 seconds left in the match. There it is. Or in the game. I keep saying match. It's the game. I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. Alright, there you go. There you go. Congratulations to Akoi for winning the first map. Remember, this is a best of 3. Okay, here we go. Game 2. GWAT versus Akoi. GWAT wanting, of course, to win this game to force a game 3. We love game 3, so that's what I'm looking for as well. Alright, so GWAT is moving with 2 Vamp Deuces. One is going into the B cap area, the other one is heading towards C. Yu Yang, Torpedo Spec with radar, is heading towards A with the Venezia, unique upgrade Venezia, 2 of them. One with the spotter plane module, one with the main battery. Spotting plane is absolutely what I would take as an aside here, because you want those planes up as much as possible. The Conqueror, okay, interesting for Battleship. And then heading towards CCAP, we've got Vamp Deuce. There's someone in the Zhao. Not a unique upgrade Zhao. I would have expected that. Unique upgrade Des Moines, and then finally a Montana, which is once again kind of a quick scope sniper setup. Akoi has already put a Vamp Deuce in a spot that we've seen so many destroyers play south of the B cap. And then heading towards A, we've got ourselves Shimakaze with torpedoes. Let's see, that's sure they're 12s. Yep. Not unique upgrade though, just a torpedo spec Shimakaze. There is our 420 Blaze at Haragumo and the Minotaur. That combo worked really well last game. Stalingrad for war gambling enjoyer south of B with reload. Heading towards the seaside, pretty strong sea flank for Hakui this game. We've got ourselves a Kremlin, a Des Moines that's got reload, Stalingrad that's reload, and then there's the Alvaro de Bazan leading that pack heading towards the 910 line. There we go. All right. I had some flickering light on my my monitor. It's been distracting me. Sorry about that. All right. So anyway, what do you know? There's a Des Moines going to the typical Des Moines spot. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. Deep water torpedoes coming into this smoke screen. Very well placed, by the way. They're designed, of course, to screw up the attempt for smoke screen there. And it does that a little bit, but of course, these are deep waters, so they don't kill destroyers. If that was a gearing, for example, it'd be a very different situation. Conga line torpedoes all missed the Des Moines. He was playing very much back, so it makes sense. Radar up to detect the Vamp Deuce at sea. Now, the Stalingrad positions are very interesting. If you look at how they are set up, they're well suited to kind of support each other, right? War Gambling can shoot into sea from his position, and Thelvedem can shoot into B from his position. And they can both back up as necessary. And look at all these hits coming in on this Vamp Deuce. He's not going to die, but he's quite low on health. And remember, Vampire 2s do not have the heal. Arda Bazan dodges Zhao torpedoes. Zhao is detected, so they know where he is. Oh, wait, more cross torps? It'll be fine. So, if I'm that Zhao and I see a Kremlin, I might think a few choice words and try to run out of there. We'll see if that's what happens. Torpedoes coming in towards the Venezia pair. Thor takes one torpedo. Now, Streaker, both Venezias are detected. Both have their smokes available. I'm not quite sure why they're just sitting there and taking it. Maybe they feel like they don't have to worry because there's only one battleship and he's on the other side of the map. Now, this is the second time we've seen Hakui do this, right? Where there's only one battleship for them on this particular map. It really, I don't know how I feel about it. It just feels weird, feels wrong. Argumo detected now by the Yu Yang. And there's your sap shells coming in. Oh, Venezia does that. Maybe they figure the Shimakaze is so close that they can't smoke up, but I mean, you still are undetected as long as you're not shooting, so it just, like I said, it feels strange. Yeah, whatever. Either way, they do manage to pull Hakui back from, push Hakui back from the A cap. Conqueror is getting farmed by the Vamp Deuce. We haven't really seen too much out of his guns so far this battle. Yang is back in A. Now Hakui does have only about half of the A-cap radar capable. And you can see that Pepe is backing off of that. Now, since we've been talking about this, the Stalingrad Telfidem has moved forward. I don't know that I like that idea. With Stalingrads, you absolutely can't move them with when the flanks aren't protected. And I feel like that might be a little premature there. I know they're trying to get a shot on the Zao in this area, but it does feel a little premature as more Shimakaze torpedoes come in and absolutely wreck the double Venezia formation. And Thorbang's gonna go down here, I think. Unless he, like, boogies. Nope. He takes the torp, floods out, and then the Shimakaze is gonna get the other Venezia, too. Oh, it's an absolute travesty. Absolute travesty, as our Seeker is flooding right now, is spotted right now, is trying to heal, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Shimakaze open up. The Haru and Minotaur absolutely are going to. They're both in their smokescreen ready to go. And talk about a waste of a ship, a waste of 2 ships. Why would you sit on that line and just not smoke? Literally not use the thing that you have. Just feels bad. Well, it looks like I'm not the only person that had a rough start. As I'm seeing my buddy Painzer overslept a bit. Oof. All right, well, now that those 2 Venezias are down, I mean, that whole push power is oh. Des Moines trying to make a show of something just goes in and eats a face full of torpedoes and look like maybe a Kremlin salvo for his trouble. Matter of fact, yeah, I think that was the Kremlin's backing up a bit. Let's watch these shells as the Des Moines stops bow in and starts to reverse. It just feels bad. And the island eats what would have killed the Des Moines. It doesn't matter. All the shells coming on the Des Moines. His DCP is down. There he goes. Stalingrad finishes the job. And then G-What's Yu Yang goes down over here at the A-cap. And that's it. The rebels have been routed. They're fleeing into the woods. That's all she wrote. I'm trying to see if there's the other set is going to be going to game 3 or not, because we might be able to catch that game. We shall see. Arthilian manages to save his ship. Not like it really matters that much, frankly. All that's left on this side is the Zao and the Montana. I tell you, if I'm that Zao, I'm just gonna hit W now. I mean, you might as well. Looks like G-What would rather just sit there Montana. It looks like he maybe is pulling over, asking for some directions or something. Ah, he's putting a plane up. He needs intelligence data. Conqueror does get a nice slap into the Minotaur on the other side of the map, but, you know, he gets farmed out and returned by the Minotaur. Yeah, and this is this will be done. There goes the Zao. Des Moines got him. Looks like the hey, Des Moines just radared and came through and just said, "Yeah, you can die now." Like I said, he might as well just have hit W. You know, it's like go down swinging. Instead, they're just sitting here and dying a slow death. Well, as soon as this Montana goes down, that'll be it. So let's or the Vamp Deuce goes down. That can happen too. I think we might get a double. Yeah, we got a double death pick. Here we go. All right. Well, congratulations to Hakui for 2 quick games. Gonna put you up as the winner screen because we have another game to run to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we barely got it here in time. We finished 2 games in the time it took these guys to finish 1 game, which allows us to bring to you all Game 2 of STCN versus Moyai. If STCN wins, we go to Game 3. If Moyai wins, I don't know, I go hang out with Painzer for a bit. So let's take a look at this setup here. STCN is bringing a Z52, Torpedo Spec Yu Yang with radar. There's our Haragumo, now not running the unique upgrade, is very interesting. Daring, Salem, Moskva. Salem, by the way, is reload spec. Second Moskva. There's One Last Kiss and his Schlieffen. We saw a bit of that yesterday. Wasn't able to make that much out of that ship, but he's still gonna do it. Full secondary build, even in slot 1. I really don't like that. And we talked about this before. I think it's more important you keep the torpedoes tubes alive. He's gotten some good rolls on the torps at least. And then finishing up is the Sniper Quick Scope Montana build. Heading to the south, opposing them is Moyai. Let's take a look at who's going where. Rice Enjoyer is heading towards the A cap with 12-kilometer torpedoes. Unique upgrade. He's going to dump out as many torpedoes as he can. Behind him, supporting him, is Pichabra's Conqueror, and a unique upgrade Moskva. Going into the middle area is the Daring. Now, we've seen before Destroyer Cruiser combo heading out into this area on the 4 line. Not going to happen this time. Early radar by that Moskva renamed user ensures that the Daring is going to get himself detected and can't go where he wants to go to try to do something to that Z52. Now, interestingly enough, he still goes ahead and pops his smoke while under Moskva radar. I guess he figures he can get out of there in time, but yeah, that feels like a very wasted smoke there. All right, moving towards the other side, we've got Minotaur in the traditional Des Moines spot. Remember, Des Moines was banned. That's with reload. And we've got a Moskva unique upgrade heading towards the C-cap. Burgon with reload, of course. Can he hit that Z52? They're trying for it. Doctor and the Minotaur heading out to the flank with a gearing, unique upgrade gearing. Going all the way to the 10 line. And with that, Yukibot's Z52 is able to grab the cap. Not only does he grab the cap, but Silver is once again on radar. This time, it's the Moskva for STCN. Brilliant positioning by STCN's units here, just completely catching this Daring off guard. And as a matter of fact, Silver pulls a Notzer, beaches. He's reversing, but oh, he's taking all the pain right now. DCP, I'll tell you, if they can catch him on fire, They're missing him now. He went dark. Now the daring does have a heal. That's the one redeeming factor for him. He's gonna get some of those hit points back. Not a lot. Yu Yang manages to maybe take a Shimator. Oh, that's a brown alert. Now, will this Gumo take a torp? He's trying to farm the Conqueror right now. He is detected. Is he too busy farming to die? No, he's fine. He can just right-click and look around and be fine. Now, once again, we see One Last Kiss moving to that same spot he was in. We saw previously on this map, but they're playing a very different strategy now. STCN is more focused on pushing at A side. And as a matter of fact, One Last Kiss now going for the broadside on the Conqueror. Those shells connected. And now when the Conqueror thinks he's safe from one side, there's the Z-52 Yukibot just going to town again. Now, he does have his heal. He does have his DCP readily available. But STCN is absolutely in the driver's seat so far in this game. They've got all 3 cap points. They definitely did a great job of working down Moyai's daring. I say that as it looks like STCN's daring must have taken a torp or something earlier in the match while we were covering other stuff. Pishabart goes ahead and puts up his super heal. Prints himself a new ship. He's only on 1 fire, so whatever. Pro tip, when a ship is on 1 fire, try shooting a different part of the ship. Get it on fire in multiple places. And keep hitting center of mass. That's easier to do. It's what you're normally used to doing. But all those shells are going to just keep this section hit. I guess on the plus side, it means that Pisha will never really DCP. I say that as he does DCP that 1 fire. The one in the middle must have burnt out. A new one just started. And he said, all right, that's enough. And then he goes ahead and he pops his DCP. That's smart because then his heal comes up pretty soon. And all it takes sometimes is one fatal mistake. And I think we just saw that. Doctor gets a beautiful torpedo salvo in on the Salem. Those were single fire torpedoes from that smoke screen right there. They knew the Salem was here, and that Salem just sat there and died. Ouch. And that will blow a hole on that entire flank. You can see that Moya is going to start pouring on in. And now the question is, can STCN cover? The way to doing that is getting this Conqueror down. But it looks to me like they kind of don't care to do that. I don't know. I personally would not send One Last Kiss back. I would keep him pushing down. You need to get on the backside of this Moskva. You can't let this Moskva feel comfortable at all. But you know, and not only that, but him going off this way means that the Minotaur here is also comfortable, right? Both of these cruisers need to be dislodged. What's gonna do it? They're sleeping. That's the only option. Instead, they're content to just let him live, I guess. Well, Moya now in firm control of the sea cap.
The enemy is about to win.
right, and now the Schlieffen is once again parking. I guess they figure that they can win without him? Question mark? Daring is detected. Must have shot his guns. Conqueror shells coming in on that Moskva. See, by letting that Conqueror live, I mean, I don't know. I just have so many questions, because he's just going to absolutely farm out this Moskva, renamed user. And once that happens, Moya is going to just wrap through the middle. So I really... Conqueror goes down finally. Looks like he might have taken a torpedo or two. Secondaries from the Schlieffen take him down. And then imagine not being able to detect things with Hydro. Z-52 goes down by the Burgon. Moskva goes down by the other Moskva. And just like that, like I said, sometimes all it just takes is one fatal mistake. One last kiss is one last torpedo away from death. Yu Yang now radaring the Shimakaze. I mean, that's cool. But this game's over, unfortunately, I think. I mean, if you look at it, STCN wins in 1 minute, but they keep losing ships. Like the Schlieffen. No, he gets a heal off. He gets his last heal off. But it doesn't matter because now, see, Moyai gets into the B cap. And now it's 3 minutes. Now they have to hang on for 3 minutes. I've played this game before. It feels like clan battles. Oh, just live, everybody, just live. We're okay. We're gonna win it. Oh, somebody died. Okay, we'll just try living. Oh, somebody else died. Oh, no, just somebody else died. You know, and it keeps going on and on and on until you eventually lose the game. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's played that game before. Chat, who here has played that game before? Doctor is at least being shot at by a couple people. Is the Montana available to shoot? He's got to be looking. He is looking. He waited just a little too long. The Minotaur goes dark. This absolutely needs to happen for SDCN to come back and have a chance at winning this game. And the shells all miss.
The enemy is about to win.
Crucial. Absolute crucial miss right there. Moskva goes down finally. Schlieffen is now just Wing at the Shimakaze. He's about to go down. There he goes. Yu Yang chased him all the way around that island. But he's gonna get some nice torpedoes maybe into the Moskva. He gets him with one. Okay, nice job killing the Shima. Yeah, this just feels bad. Croa's doing a nice job just putting down that smoke screen. Absolute insurance that Doctor is not detected, just in case. But that Montana is kited away so far. Mere seconds would have meant the difference between a live Minotaur and a dead Minotaur. Very well could have been part of this, could have had an impact on this game. Silver is going to just walk into A now. Why not? There's the radar from the Moskva, so it's a good idea where the Yu Yang is. It's going to encourage the Yu Yang to back off. As Silver puts up his smoke and says, hey, I'm right here. I don't like that decision by Silver. Yu Yang could absolutely just walk straight at him. He's not. Guys, you're going to lose in 2 minutes. So sorry, Seth. You're gonna have to go in, my dude. And he's not. So, that will be game. Moyai takes out STCN, knocks them out of the tournament. As chat from 5 minutes ago says, competitive warships in a nutshell, parking simulator. Yeah. We saw a parking simulator, alright. Oh, good. Deep water torpedoes go right past the Daring. That'll definitely do the trick. I might not even get a death pick here. 1 minute to go. Alright. It's about time to actually get into this fight. See what I did there? 55 seconds to go. There's the kill. Once again, it puts STCN in the lead. And they get into the A cap. That's nifty.
5 minutes.
Now their only hope is to farm out a Moskva with a Harugumo, who doesn't have... No, he does have smoke available, but he can't use it because if he uses it, he's going to end up losing sight of this Moskva. Montana firing from downtown using AP. I don't know. I would probably be trying to burn him out here. I'd probably be firing HE with that Montana. Try to get the fires going. I feel like that's just a better use of shell here, but TTTYH wants to once again use AP. Does he get the kill? 3,000 hit points. All they need is one more fire. Montana is healing. Oh my god, are they gonna pull this off? Yu Yang coming around the backside to finish off the Moskva, if necessary. Radar going up, detects the Yu Yang. It's about time. It's about time. There is your shot. What were you waiting for? Montana gets burned out. Brody just goes straight at him, and that's so many opportunities STCN had to win this game, and they just... Oh man, they botched every single roll for crit. That's what happened right there. They botched every roll. You know, that's like roll the d6, difficulty 2, and they rolled a 1. And they did that like 3 times this game. Wow, congratulations to Boy for winning. Amazing game. I mean, what an amazing game. Wow. So many, just so many opportunities. If STCN, if that Yu Yang would have just gone into A instead of running away while radared, that would have freed him up to come behind the Moskva earlier. That would have allowed the Montana to back off. If the Montana had shot HE instead of AP. If the Schlieffen didn't stop and just decide to park. If he kept on going. If he didn't take all the Shimakaze. It's just so many ifs in that game. Wow. Alright, well. Get to the winner screen. I don't include, like, you know, the time in between and all, so I just start right here. So if you don't mind, I'll walk us through the lineup again. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so try number 2, Moai vs Akoi, a rematch from yesterday, and Moai, because it's a restart, they can't change anything up. So we got Alvaro de Bazan, Vam Deuce, Grozovoy,
Smoke Yu Yang, Des Moines unique upgrade, Des Moines unique upgrade, Moskva unique upgrade, Montana basically full sniper spec, and then a Schlieffen, which I'm very excited to see with main armaments mod 1 instead. And look at all those hit points on those torpedoes. He's actually got 2 that rolled really bad, even with main armaments mod 1. Ouch.
I mean, 1,000 is still fine.
Yeah. I'd want more.
Oh, you would want more. I would personally prefer that the absolute... I don't mind individual randomization, but when the total HP pool of one ship rolls worse than the total HP ship pool of another ship, I think that's not the best.
I agree. So opposing to the south is Hakui with Alvaro de Bazan, Grozovoy. There's the Vamp Deuce smoking up, this time a Des Moines. They're gonna take him to the safe spot this time instead of the Kremlin. That's interesting. And let's see what else we've got. Moskva unique upgrade, Des Moines unique upgrade. That's the one we were talking about with the DCP module. So rip his turrets. Heading over towards the seaside is a Schlieffen that is also.
Okay, guys. Good morning or good afternoon. Good evening.
Nice to see. Let's see
We're back.
How his torpedoes rolled. He's still with main armaments mod 1 rolled a 623. Ouch.
But you got a 2,500 on the front right.
Yeah, that's great considering the direction
Let
he's
me,
going. He's gonna take the shells on the left anyways.
Just stop the words on stream.
Enjoyer with the Bragon, I love his name. And we see a Shimakaze smoking himself into the sea cap. Now, this is a nice smoke idea.
All right.
What it does is it tells the enemy team there's probably a cruiser hiding in that. And it discourages
Big hello to
any
everybody
sort
who's
of,
watching
destroyer
on either YouTube or
It can also be used
on
for
Twitch.
if you really want to play super hyper
Speaking
aggressive,
of
I'm not
which,
sure if it's the best of
why is
ideas,
the
really.
music stopped?
Not necessarily anyway. So
Not this
Des Moines both going to be spotting each other on the way to the island. Radar came out from the front Des Moines. Radar came out and returned from the
Are
red
you
Des
guys
Moines.
hearing music right now?
But both of them look like they're going to make it to the position.
No, you're not.
Tana says. Yeah. Okay.
This thing did it to me before once.
When this happened, when Hakui did
And
this
very annoying.
earlier
Let's
today,
see if I can get it
and
to
they
work.
brought the Kremlin to that position. The Montana shot the Kremlin, missed the
Okay,
Kremlin. and
there we
hit
go. We
the
got the
Vamp
music
Deuce
going. We got
instead.
the tunes up. Something's up with I don't know if it's Firefox
The
or
Vamp Deuce at this
Moobot or
point in
what.
The game was at like 4,000 HP already.
But something isn't
So
too
that's
happy
a
with
feels bad
this.
moment. Well, the big brain works. Shimakaze
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be bringing you guys the
at,
Clash of the Classes 7 alpha test. I'm getting myself logged in now. That's coming up in about 10 minutes.
No.
Okay, they expired. That could have been hairy.
Yu Yang has a bit of a brown alert. And they got both A and C, but the Alvaro is going to come in and say, nope. Imagine if these guys saw each other right now. LH Gamer would be in serious trouble because he had to pop his DCP.
Well, they know that somebody took a top.
Right. But the Des Moines that could radar, Pepe the Pepega, is very far
Logging
south
in
right now.
now.
You could still radar, actually. Oh, there's the Alvaro.
Otherwise, decided to leave.
He's smoking the Des Moines into the island. That's why he came south. He's like, hey, I need my
Moving
friend.
to my streamer voice channel.
Friend, come help me.
The Des Moines is currently like seeing what is approaching that cap, and I'm not sure if he likes the fact that he has to sit there in front of a Schlieffen. Well, the Schlieffen's actually rapidly losing HP.
Yeah, he is. And that's because of
Okay.
the other Des Moines that's in the Kremlin spot from the last time we saw this. Although, torpedoes are a thing.
The Alvaro here on the one line has a nice little angle on
Teams
two
are
poles of
readying
Alvaro.
up.
He's got a smoke up right on the map board with the Des Moines Hydro locking the opposing Alvaro. So this Alvaro in
Let's
front of the Schlieffen is going to be in a lot of trouble.
put you
for him.
guys
He's
off
also
of
caught
alert
the
mode
maneuver very well to dodge the foul.
into here. And let's see here. So the first thing we'll do is we'll bring you guys WTFS versus MB Sol. And this will be on Polar. Can I type in here? Okay. Let me draw a line here. Actually, I'll start a new page. DLTC Alpha NA, we're going to do WTFS versus MB Soul. And that will be on Polar. Give me a few minutes, guys. I'm just typing up to beer so that he can see kind of what I'm looking to do. PDF NCOTS. Okay, Suave. That leaves me with WTFS V119. No, Suave. And YOLO Kraken. So that means I don't miss. I see TDF versus NCOTS. That's round 4. TDF NCOTS. Did I screw this up? TDF 2 NCOTS. That's TDF 2 NCOTS there. And then OK Suave. And then Suave NYK. That means I'll do NCOTS twice and I'll do Suave twice. Do I do TSIOF? I do in the 3rd round. TDF1, TDF2 would be kind of fun. Civil War is always nice in round 3. So in round 4, do I have TSOF? I do not. TSOF NCOTS there could work. Okay, Suave. I got 6 minutes. Chat, sound off if you guys are here. I just want to make sure everything's working properly. I'm going to run an ad break in just a couple minutes. We do have a 2-minute delay, everybody. 2-minute delay. Who does OK play against in the last round? They have a bye. So I only have them versus Suave. YK the only way to get them. Okay. All right, so I got all 6 rounds scheduled, assuming he's cool with that. Guys, we are going to start with WTFS versus MB Sol. All right. As for the classes, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad break now to get it out of the way, guys. We are 5 minutes from our drop. Okay. Now, you guys are able to see the training room chat. Normally you can't, but it is what it is. 7 quarter. Hey, thank you. Good to know this is working. Guys, I do have a YouTube channel that is also streaming this tournament. You are welcome to check it out if you would like, especially if you're the kind of person that hates ad breaks. Check it out. Yeah, I woke you up from your afternoon nap. Thanks for that. Okay, well, there you go. I wish I could have had an afternoon nap. I'm tired today. Today's been a long day. Very long day. Now, if you're watching this over on the YouTube channel, please feel free to do a thumbs up if you would. It does help me a bit in terms of discovery. Also, it gives me an idea of, you know, if you actually like the stream or whatnot. Remember that I do have ads that go on Twitch. There are also ads that go on YouTube. So if you want the best possibility of not seeing ads, have both streams open. That's the big brain. Have both streams open, and that way if you see ads on one tab, you tab over to the other one, and you see the same thing. That way you can skip all the ads. Kind of a fun way of doing that, huh? All right, I have been allowed to enter the Discord. Hi.
Hey. Good morning.
Hello.
Are y'all ready? Did you guys watch earlier today?
I did not know.
I unfortunately was at work, so I could not.
So, some very interesting games. It felt like the Axis was stronger than the Allies, and it felt like the Ruprecht was the go-to ship, of course, and you know, Georgia was strong, but not as strong, if you will. But obviously, that's why we test this, so we can change things around as necessary, right?
Indeed.
Well, thanks for being here. I know you guys were one of the first teams to sign up, so that's why I figured I'd cover you guys first, you know?
I mean, there is that.
WTFS is always down for a good match.
I'm telling you.
Beer always does a great job with these tournaments.
That's right. And thanks for wrecking me the other day, Fire Kitchen.
Team. Wait, what win? Okay,
3 days ago?
Yeah, like 3 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was Neighbors. I was
like tier 8s
Yep.
or whatever.
Yep, you guys had a clan super tester with the new Soviet busted ass tier 9, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And you were playing Destroyer and farming everything.
I was indeed. I wasn't farming that much.
Uh-huh. Well, good luck, y'all. I'm gonna leave now so you guys can strategize and all that good stuff without anybody hearing it, because you know.
Appreciated.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Thank you.
All right. Give you a chance to get an idea of what the locker room sounds like a little bit. I do have a notice on my stream delay, Terrace Mark. It says Clash of the Classes 7 test World of Warships 2-minute delay. I mean, you have to scroll a little bit in the title, but it's there. It's there. All the Great Lake ships are heading for winter layup. Yeah, that's right, 7 quarter. Okay, well, we should be bringing you guys the first game shortly. Now, this is a test. This is only a test. It's the opportunity to test out the Clash of the Classes stuff and figure out how it works. For those of you guys who are new to Clash of the Classes, this is Season 7. Now, I do have a command that's going up there, !Clash, and you can see right there. There's the Discord to join if you are interested in checking out the tournament. And there's also my coverage from last season, so you guys can take a look at the playlist and see what Clash looked like last season. Now, there's some big changes this time around. Real quick, also, a reminder, I am streaming this both on YouTube and on Twitch. So, if you're the kind of person that hates ads, I understand. Absolutely consider checking out both streams, because chances are when one is going on an ad break, the other is not. I will do my best, of course, to make sure that ads don't run all the damn time, but as usual, there's no guarantee. So keep that in mind. Anyway, like I was saying earlier, this is the Clash of the Classes test, and big things about this. So this season around, you have Axis versus Allies. So some teams are chosen to play Axis, others are chosen to play Allies. You can choose any ship within the tierings allowed. Each ship has a price to be able to take that ship out, and it is based off of the tier. Some ships, obviously, the higher the tier, the more expensive they are. And we did this for Europe earlier, the EU server, with 4 teams. It was a lot of fun. Got some good feedback for Beer and the others hosting the tournament, and they've made some changes accordingly. So we'll have to see what happens. But Axis, I will tell you, Axis looked very strong because of that German Hydro. It definitely felt like that one was stronger than Allies. So I'm curious to see if the same will be true for tonight, looking at the NA side of things. As you can see, both teams are filtering in. It's going to take a little bit. I will warn you guys in advance, ahead of time, when we are dropping and that sort of thing. Just because of the fact we are missing some players, I'm going to do an ad break now just to be safe. I really don't want you guys to get stuck watching an ad during a battle. This is a Wargaming sponsored tournament. So once again, if you are interested in this, by all means, check them out, join the Discord. Even if you don't have a team, join the Discord and say something about it, you know? You never know what's going to happen. You're probably going to have a good time, frankly. You're probably going to have a good time. All right, let's. I'm gonna let Veer know that game one is a little delayed here, for WTFS and MB Soul. MB Soul is missing 2 people. This is part of the fun of casting tournaments. Ah, 1 person joined. And let's take a look. As a reminder, MB Soul is all right. Stream Raiders is ready. I'll go ahead and get that running off stream for now. Okay. Always a good time when you're on time and they are not. Oh well. All right, Genius is in. He's one of the mods. Nobody from MB Soul is in the Discord channel. Waiting indeed, Duckman. Place a couple warriors. Kitten is talking with admin. Kitten is team leader for WTFS. No problem. Thank you, Vices, for the update. I was hoping to get you guys a game, but it might not happen. Nope, there's a 5th. Well, chat, this is also something that you get to deal with as a caster. You guys don't see it so much, but we get to see it all the time. Somebody comes in, then somebody else leaves. We just had a 5th for MB Soul. Now we have 4. We're supposed to do the second game in 5 minutes. That ain't happening. So we'll have to see how this all goes down, you know? Big thanks to all you guys for your patience, though, as we wait for teams to filter in. As always, you have plans for things to happen at a certain time, and then the reality is they just simply do not. Game has been canceled. Good win, WTF's great strategy. Simply show up. That's the best strategy out there, if you ask me. Oh, goodness. So here comes the other part of the difficulty, right? Now everybody's here for MB Sol. They actually have one extra here. So do we do a game? Do we not? What's going on? I have so many questions. Yeah, 7 and 1/4. I'll tell you, we got some good stuff when it comes to Duckman doing DJ work. All right, well, this game ain't happening. Let's back out. That's 15 minutes of our respective lives we will not have again. VF119 versus Dirty is going to be the next one. Looks like Unreal Allen is hosting the other one, and they are still in game. So my guess is they got delayed too. You had a solid plan. Deep thought and strategy went into most of it. All hard work on my fellow teammates. That's right, Cat Vice. That's right. Well, this group is delayed. Everybody's delayed. All right, I'm gonna cross this one off. We ain't doing that one, so I should get ready for the next one. VF 119 versus Dirty will come up next. VF 119 versus Dirty. Let's go. VF 119 and Dirty. Apply. Go ahead, have a smoke break. We're gonna be waiting for a while, it seems. All right, our next game is scheduled for 7:15, which is a minute ago, and it's supposed to be VF 119 versus Dirty. The previous game is still in progress. We're waiting for Unreal Allen to finish their game, and we'll figure it out from here. I guess on the bright side, that's one less video I have to put out to YouTube later. We got 42 minutes till our next ad break. Hopefully this game finishes soon. Anyways, I know some of you guys who here in chat was watching the EU test earlier today. Who here was checking it out? Hey, Dennis. Zath does have a live chat. No, unfortunately, you cannot cue music because YouTube doesn't like, copyright issues. So YouTube says no for the music, sadly. I'm gonna mute Discord for a sec. I don't want to pick up what I come into. Hey guys. Did you guys actually play your game? Okay. All right, that's fine. I'm waiting for our other game to end. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss you guys. Okay. Well, good luck, guys. All right. So that was a bit of a mess, but it is what it is. Okay. Cool. Hey, Big O. Born to be Wild. That's a good one. That's a good one. I love the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. It's such a great soundtrack. Hey, Duckman, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I was just saying, good tunes. Great tunes. Love it. Very much approve. As Big Ol' Andrew says. Moist. Okay. VF119 is coming in. Well, as you guys can see, we got Dirty coming in. VF119 is ready to go. Part of the reason for the delay, honestly, is probably because of the fact that teams are trying to figure out what constitutes an allied team versus all that good stuff, you know? Interesting. That is true. Copyright does expire in theory, but YouTube doesn't care about that, unfortunately. You know, maybe I can just turn the stream room lights up just to help my eyes a bit. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Whatever. right. We got 4 people for VF 119 and, or sorry, 5 for 119 and 4 for Dirty. At Lex at Cthulhu. Now we're down 2. Imagine trying to herd the cats on this, guys. Imagine trying to run this tournament. First time seeing this, but small screen. There you go. Okay, well, Alpha, we got 5 ready, so. All right, guys, match start. Let's go. Woo, our first game, our first look at Clash of the Classes on the NA server. VF 119 versus Dirty. We are on the Islands map. Oh, let's take a look at this. This is kind of cool. Always fun seeing stuff on the map that you just don't normally see. Let's take a look at Team Alpha. VF 119 in the Alpha spawn, bringing with them a Massachusetts Black. This is our first time looking at a Massachusetts all day. Followed by an Agincourt, that's Recursive Sauron. McDoomhammer in the Dunkirk. Always now as the Dunkirk. Georgia, Big Daddy Dinger. VF 119 putting a lot of trust in him. And Unreal Allen in the Cossack. Now, especially on this map, we've seen a lot of teams spec heavily into high-tier destroyers, and then said destroyers just die. So let's see what happens here. Opposing them is Team Dirty. Dirty has Redstow in the Udachi Poi. Tank TBMFA in the Lepanto. That's a tier 9 Italian spaghetti boat. And then Rage 43 in the Scharnhorst 43. I wonder if that's on purpose. We've got Keksmeister in the Amagi. And then Bonham, your mom, in the Koenig. So, let's talk about lineups for a second. Remember, there's an Axis side and an Allies side. Of all this, right? The idea is to find a team comp that works for you. I'm surprised to not see a Prince Ruprecht on side Axis. Why wouldn't you want that radar, secondary, torpedo, speed boost, all that good stuff, right? Maybe it's not speed boost, but at least, you know, just overall raw speed. And then as far as the allies are concerned, I like the idea of a Cossack. It's not a bad pick. Doesn't have a heal, but it does have the radar, or sorry, the hydro and the smokes and decent guns and torpedo reload. So that's all good stuff. I don't know that I agree with him being the one that's just going to go and cap everything because, well, Big Daddy Dinger in the Georgia is about to find out exactly why. He's going to see that because in a moment. As Cy Young 1's Massachusetts Black is already starting to lose some hit points, and there's going to be one torpedo. Big Daddy moves forward, takes one torpedo midships, causes his engines to break, He does DCP, so fortunately for him, he's only going to take that one torpedo. Could have been a lot worse. Rage 43, Scharnhorst 43 moves up into the sea cap as Unreal Allen opens up in the Cossack. Curious with that decision to open up like that. He does smoke, little delayed response, and because of that, he's going to have to weather a salvo from Lepanto, which does nothing. So he's not punished for that mistake. Although, quite frankly, that's a pretty egregious mistake. Bonham Iman and the Koenig has been taking some hits. Kexmeister and the Amagi also taking some hits. Agincourt, great secondary battleship. Cy Young, great secondary battleship. Georgia, great secondary battleship. So you kind of get the idea of what VF 119's theme has been. Cy Young, however, moved up maybe a little bit too far forward and feeling the pain because of that, losing a good amount of hit points. Let's go back to the Lepanto and see what Lepanto is looking at. Let's watch his shells. Fantastic tier 9 tech tree battleship for the Italians, the spaghetti line or pasta boats. He is shooting sap at the Massachusetts. This is gonna hurt. Could have been worse. Fortunately for Cy Young, those shells hit a little bit low, as if they were AP shells. Now, the Udachi Poi boat has managed to go around the southern portion of the cap. And why is that? Because Unreal Allen went into the B cap. That allows for Rage to get C, but it also allows for the Udachi to wrap around the backside, which means the Dunkirk Doomhammer, well, guess what? He gets to run into torpedoes. Doesn't he feel lucky? There he goes. He just intercepted one with his hull. Meanwhile, Massachusetts Black, quite low. YOLO charging Kexmeister's Amagi without the assistance of Recursive Sauron. Very surprising to see that little bit of a poorly mistimed push there. In theory, you'd want to see both ships working together and pressing at the same time. That has not happened. Battle ends in 5 minutes, but it'll be over sooner than that as Dirty gets first blood, taking down that Massachusetts Black. Unreal Island continues to chill in the B cap, but if you're the Cossack, there's far more that you have to do than sit and farm. You might as well have brought an Akizuki if that was your play. He needs to go find their destroyer, kill it, torpedo all their battleships, kill them. He should be focusing on this Amagi up to the north right now. He should not be looking to the south. He should be looking to dump torpedoes into Kexmeister's Amagi. I don't know exactly why he's instead looking to the south. Big Daddy Dinger backing up in the Georgia. And Doomhammer is about to die. What? So there goes 2 battleships dead. Allen finally changes his focus to the Amagi, but it's way too little too late. This game will pretty much all but be over. The Agincourt does get the win, does get the kill on the Koenig. And VF 119 does get the A cap, so they have 2 caps right now ticking up. But with 3 minutes to go, they are finally back in the lead because of the cap circle ownership. If they can focus down the Samagi, VF 119 still has a chance to win this game. But that's the big if, because if you look at it, all 3 of their ships are pretty beat up at this point. Allen is almost at just about 3,000 hit points. Sauron is the healthiest. Big Daddy Dinger is, well, healing now, but took a decent chunking just now. They gotta get this Amagi down. Recursive Sauron, I'm surprised hasn't turned his side yet. so that he can shoot more guns at the Amagi. Even more secondaries at the Amagi would be helpful for his team. But staying stern on means the bulk of his secondaries will not fire. So there goes Big Daddy Dinger. Helen gets the kill on the Amagi, but at this point, I don't know. Oh, Ellen goes down. That's it. One ship remains for VF-119. It's looking like a pretty strong victory for the Axis for Team Dirty. And they didn't even bring a Hydro. Wow. Everybody in chat, think about that for a moment. Nice hit on the Lepanto from a Curse of Sauron, but it really doesn't matter at this point. He is currently saving a star with 10,000 hit points. So I think the big problem here was just the inability to coordinate that push around the northern part of the island. And for whatever reason, the decision to put Allen and the B-cap after grabbing C and then hunting down the Udachi. Those two problems have led us to where we are right now. But this is an alpha test. We are testing the validity of the tournament. And frankly, it's also getting some experience to these various players. And this is some good experience for VF-119 to learn from. Alright, well, we should be seeing the end soon. The end is nigh. Because of the delays, the next round has been pushed back by 10 minutes. Although I'm curious if that's even enough to catch up. We'll see. And there we go. We got ourselves a death pick coming in soon.tm. And I would agree with you, Duckman. Amagi is a good boat at her tier 8. I agree. Although we saw a lot of people on the EU side taking Key instead, because the Key has 10-kilometer torpedoes as well. All right, big thanks to both teams for letting me spectate. Big thanks to Beer for allowing me to do this too. Excuse me, got a bit of the hiccups here. All right, we're gonna do a 2-minute ad break now. So that we can get ready for our next round, okay? So here we go with the TDF, the Damn Few Civil War. TDF 2 versus TDF 1. And this one was on islands. And then we have TDF 2 versus TDF 1. And this will be on Greece. Yes, Amagi is Axis because it is a Japanese ship. And as you can see in chat, this round will be Allies versus Allies. All right, appreciate the help from TDF to verify who's on which side. Not great, not terrible. Excellent. TDF2 versus TDF1. I had a feeling this was going to be the case, which is why I went ahead and did my ad break the way I did. You got too many boats to remember all that. Yeah, and that is true, Duckman. That is true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ourselves caught up on timing now as we have TDF2 in Alpha Spawn versus TDF1 in the Bravo Spawn. That is, ladies and gentlemen, correct. This is a TDF Civil War. TDF standing for the damn few. So this is Greece. Clash of the Classes Season 7 test. And let's take a look at the ship choices here. We've got Cthulhu-chan, that's cute, in the Sirocco, which is the French Tier 5 destroyer. Hell Knight 31 in the Champagne. Exterminator 69 in the Lenin, 50 for a 20 in the Massachusetts, and Engineer 85 in the Massachusetts Black. So they are looking for a more balanced, if you will, lineup of as many Tier 8s as possible. So, opposing them to the south is TDF-1 with Ara Oni-san in the Aigo. Bet Mantis in the Renowned 44. Wicked Little Witch in the Massachusetts. Lakshem in the Flandre. And then finally, Sideshow in the Massachusetts Black. Now, unfortunately, we do not have the ability to see ship builds because that mod is currently broken. We can only guess. If you're taking Massachusetts, you're probably going secondaries. Right? That would be your thought process, most likely. Let's take a look at some of the other ships. So the Sirocco is an interesting idea at Tier 5. It does have main battery reload booster. But frankly, I feel like it loses a lot, especially in comparison to the Aigo, which is admittedly one tier higher, but it has a smoke. I think that's far more useful for a destroyer to have a smoke. Champagne is a really good sniping battleship, but I feel like Clash of the Classes is one of those tournaments where the games are over pretty darn quick and the maps are so small. I just don't see it. I don't see the use of that ship in that kind of case. Massachusetts, as everybody knows them. Really good secondaries, all that good stuff, right? Something I want to point out too is TDF2 is going with the Apes Together Strong approach. Everybody going to the same cap. Whereas TDF1 is not. They've spread out. Bat Mantis and the Renault 44 went to the Alpha side, which means he's going to have some very, very juicy broadsides in a little bit on Bat Mantis. Hey, Chinko. Chinko says more like the damn Mini. Well, maybe they should change their name to TDM. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Torpedoes hitting Flakshim's Flandre. Very nice torpedoes from Cthulhu-chan's Sirocco. And you can see now Flakshim is in trouble. TDF2 should absolutely be focusing him down to oblivion. I might even have suggested that they all switch to HE so that they can set this guy ablaze and farm him down that way. I don't know that AP is going to be quick enough. Oh, there's a fire. Sirocco detected now. He's forced to back off. He dubs a few torpedoes as he runs away. But very good trigger discipline, not opening up with guns. Captain Vices, don't you have a tournament to play in? And yes, I pronounced it the broken. More fun that way. First blood going to TDF 2. 50 for a 20, getting a kill on the Flandre. But this is going to change momentarily as Ara Oni-san and Bat Mantis are managing to get around. Although Sideshow just got smacked with torpedoes again. That's Sirocco actually putting in good work. What's the range of those torpedoes? 7. Very nice. Sideshow is in trouble. Sideshow's about to go down. And with that, that'll be 2 ships dead. Gonna be interesting to see what happens, because I'll tell you what. Torpedoes! Torpedoes in on the Lenin. Exterminator. Exterminator, big problem. You cannot afford to show side. He comes out broadside to the Batmantis' renown, and that was just an oof. They had no vision, though. They had no idea Batmantis was even there until he pulled forward and saw it and goes, oh crap.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Ah, okay, cool. Cool. All right. Well, the Sirocco is about to go down. He's been detected. 5420 is going to take torpedoes up the rear. And this is turning into, frankly, anyone's game. Although I will say TDF Prime, TDF1, seems to have slightly better board positioning. Oh, Renown 44, broadside, dumping torpedoes into 5420 and taking AP into the side. I knew that was coming, which is why I zoomed in, and boom. Mutually assured destruction. Wow. Huge trade over there, which means that TDF2 has 2 battleships remaining to TDF1's 1 battleship and 1 destroyer. Let's take a look at the Champagne. Like I said, a sniping battleship. Up close, he's okay. Is Wicked Little Witch going to be able to take him down? No, aiming too high there. Shells bouncing and not doing enough. And we're about to see Hell Knight get a nice shot on Wicked Little Witch's side plate in just a moment. Probably gonna set it all, slap her to death. Hell Knight not giving into the turn. Very smart decision there. Very smart decision. As Engineer 85 just happens to be ready to go as well with his bow pointed at Wicked Little Witch. And I have a feeling that TDF2 is going to win this engagement. Big upset there for TDF1, I suppose, huh? Unless both teams are evenly matched when they divided up their talent pool. Igo grabs the B cap, so that's helpful. If you look at the points right now, the points are still looking pretty good. Pretty good for TDF Prime. Now, there's 2 minutes left in this game. There's absolutely, I don't think at this point, any chance for these 2 battleships to catch Onisan's Igo. I don't even think they're going to be in time. So Onisan only has to just sail away and he's good. Wow. Very interesting. Igo torpedoes, what are they? 8 kilometer, yeah. You can see he's dumping torpedoes now. Those are a little bit too early, I think. Well, we'll see if they got the legs. Champagne pretty much has to just go straight into the B cap. But look at the timer, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. I just don't see it happening, everybody. Those torpedoes just had enough length because Champagne is going forward with full speed. Impressive. But 30 seconds to go. Onisan doesn't even have to open up. Look at the score. 676 to 548. TDF Prime will win this game on the account of a better board position. Ouch. So this is our first lack of a death pick today, which is kind of sad. But I can screenshot the Eagle, I suppose. Onisan opening up now to saying, hey, I'm here. How much you want to bet? How funny would it be if he detonated? That would be great. That'd be hilarious. He's opening up, looking for base decaps. A little bit late on the gun salvos, but that's okay. All right, so Beer reminding me my next one is T-Soft and MB Sol. All right, so NCOTS won't work. T-Soft NCOTS was round 3. They are still in game now. Oh, Snob is over there for that team. Interesting. Chat, we're going to do a 2-minute or 3-minute ad break. I don't know. We're going to do an ad break while we try to find this other team that we're going to do, okay? Here we go. What is this team? This is OK versus MB Sol. This is round 3? I think so. All right. WTFS versus Dirty is probably in session. Yes, they are. Okay. All right, T-Soft MB Sol will be our next one. Stay tuned, y'all. T-Soft standing for this ship is on fire. So T-Soft versus MB Sol. Uh-huh. All right, y'all. It's going to take a little bit longer for us to get into this next one. Bam, bam, bam. Good song choices, by the way. I appreciate you guys playing DJ for everybody else in the stream. Hope you guys are enjoying the music as well. Man, whenever I hear that song, I just think of Transformers. Think of Bumblebee and the increasingly high number of sales for the Camaro as a result of that movie. Chad, do you guys like Camaros? I've never been a fan. I've always been a Trans Am Firebird fan myself. Camaros are okay, but I always liked Firebird Trans Ams. Round 4, 8 p.m. start time, so 3-minute delay. Yeah, that's what usually happens. You start off with a plan. Plan gets trashed on the account of too many people showing up late. Okay, it's a test season. It's a test season. And they're lucky they don't have my wife to answer to. She's expecting me down an hour from now. We shall see what happens. Please don't let me be misunderstood. Good song choice again. Chickens here. Big O likes the Bismarck song. That's okay. All right, MB Soul is now streaming in. Promise not to spam Godins. Wow. Hmm. You like the mid to late 80s IROC series Camaro. Okay. I can see that. My dad actually had one of those, Chinko. He had it was a convertible, so it wasn't an IROC. It was RS. I think it was called an RS. Cherry bomb. I used to have, so my dad had an 80s, a 89. I think it was an 89 RS convertible. I enjoyed it. It was a pretty car. It was cute. But I had a 2000? It was a 2003 Firebird Trans Am. God, I love that car. Beautiful car. It was a coupe, all that good stuff. Cherry bomb. All right, so Tsoff, MB Sol on New Dawn. Our third game for today. Because the first one was a fail. Oh, well. All right, so this is round 4. Tsoff is Axis, MB Sol is also Axis. Interesting. We got plenty of time till the next ad break, so we're good. All right, here we go. Tsoff versus MB Sol on New Dawn. Class of the Classes. Season 7 Alpha Test. And Tsoff, let's take a look at their lineup. They have a Mines at tier 8. A Pommern Lawman at tier 9. Mines is runic. A Mutsu Dak CA 1, Frost Knight 999 in a Key, and Silverstorm Forge in a Julio. All good choices. Let's take a look and we'll come back to them in a bit. Remember, this was Axis versus Axis. Opposing them is MB Sol, bringing with them Cabrito Dumang in a Kagero, Aldemir Lopez in a Gorizia, Carlos Chacal in a Scharnhorst 43, Chigueres in an Amagi, and Bikudo-san in another Scharnhorst 43. Let's talk about these lineups for a sec, because I'm seeing something that's missing that I'm really surprised about. Did I update my... No, I forgot to update my stream helper. Give me a moment. TSIOF and MB Sol. That should fix that. Apologies, guys. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So I'll tell you, I'm really surprised by the lack of Hydro I'm seeing so far. I mean, if you think about it, whoops. If you think about it, what do we have that's got Hydro? The Pommern, of course, has 6 kilometer Hydro. There it is. And the Mines also has 6 kilometer Hydro. Okay. Considering you're playing as the Axis, I would have expected to see 1, maybe 2 more Hydro up there. Now let's take a look at MB Sol. They only brought 1 Hydro, and that's the Gorizia with 6 kilometer Hydro. So very interesting to see the lack of Hydro out there. Carlos Chacal, low already, getting smacked in the Scharnhorst 43. Chinko, thank you. I did catch it in time-ish. But anyways, so the Kagero for MB Sol does go into the B cap and grab it early. Doc see it, and the Mutsu gets just absolutely smacked by that Amagi. And now is forced to do a game return in front of 2 Scharnhorst 43s. Which, frankly, their guns aren't the biggest of threat. They're still gonna hurt, though. Ocean Man. Woof. Another big hit there. So I was going to mention Tsoff's lineup as well. The Mutsu is kind of an interesting choice. She's got the torpedo, so it makes it a decent-ish brawler. But the problem is, well, You can't be caught out in front. The key was even behind him. Big problem there. And the lack of a destroyer, too, I think is going to end up really hurting T-Soft. They have no real easy way to deal with destroyers unless they are dumb enough to let themselves get detected. Lawman 1981 obviously sees these torpedoes, is going to be forced to turn into them. It's probably going to take two. There's the one. He only takes the one. He manages to skate himself around, but still, that could be catastrophic. Drops out, pulls out the DCP, all that good stuff. Runic now forced to flee from the Amagi and all that. He's continuing to shoot with the mines. I mean, it's a really fantastic ship for DPM and stuff, but I kind of feel like in this tournament, probably not the optimal choice. What's the reason for Hydro if there's no subs to find with it? Hydro is really important because Hydro allows you to see around islands, and Hydro allows you to see torpedoes as well. Both are really important in this kind of tournament where you've got very small maps. So Amagi now coming under fire from Lawman's Pommern. And also Runic's mines.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
And we now have ship parity. Both teams have lost a battleship, although, frankly, MB Sol losing that Amagi at tier 8 should, in theory, be a bigger blow to that team. Actually, they might lose a second one here, as Carlos Chacal in the 43 is extremely low. There he goes. T-Soft coming up with a really important win there, as Frost Knight's key kites away, now turns back south again. Silverstorm doing a nice job of basically just shooting opportunity targets and not getting himself shot at as well. That's huge. Pommern for Lawman is now going to start walking into the B-cap. I say walking because what can be done about him? Pretty much nothing. If you look at the Kagero, he's out of position right now. The only thing he can torpedo is the mines. So he's out of the game for a while. That leaves Agritia and Scharnhorst 43 to try to win the game from MB Sol. I'll tell you, it started off looking really good for MB Sol, and now, nope, not so much. Let's see what happens to Bikoto-san here. Nope. What's up, Bokako? Nice hit there on Bikudo. Shots from response into the key. Nothing. Dead. Sharn 43 right here. Right. Oh, no. Torpedoes miss. Secondaries don't seem to be penetrating. So Frost Knight has to get another reload in. Nope, he does. His secondary does hit start of fire. It ticks once, and that was enough to kill the 43. Alright, so now what's left? MB Sol has a Gorizia that is currently making Inky, and a Kagero that's trying desperately to catch up to the Pommern. Pommern doing a very smart decision here, going behind this little island at B that will block all the torpedoes meant for his hull. Whoops. Always go behind islands, not in front of them, if you can help it. Now, as you can see, Cabrito is using the main torpedo reload booster, so he does have another rack of torpedoes coming. Will Lawman see these in time? I don't think he's got Hydro on. He's going to take 2, maybe 3 torpedoes here. I don't think that's enough to kill him. It's going to hurt him a lot, though. Yep, not enough to kill him. There's the DCP. And, yeah, that Gorizia is in trouble. Duckman says it's been a long time since he's won. And that's literally like a week or two. So sure, you can call that a long time if you want, Duckman. 3k health left on the Gorizia. And then it's just the Kagero that's left. Runic thinks that the Kagero is heading in that direction based off the torpedoes that he spotted. He might also have radio location. That's an unknown. 1,000 hit points of damage left for the Gorizia. He should be dead momentarily. I'm guessing the key. Place your bets now, chat. Nope. Yes, I was right. The key got the kill. And with 45 seconds to go, that's pretty much going to do it for this game. You know how much I love death picks. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a death pick here of Embisol, their Gorizia in Brazilian camo. Because Frank... Oh! Oh, nice kill there. On the mines. Impressive. Embisol's Kagero doing a fantastic job of just hitting those torpedoes. It's not going to be enough to win the game. But it looks hella cool, doesn't it? Let's see if these torpedoes are going to hit. Nothing. No, nothing. Okay. And there we go. So I do actually have another position for a death pick here. Kagero steaming into the map, trying desperately to get a win. Make something work. However, it does not happen. So GG's to both teams. Congratulations to Tsoff. I'm going to back out here and see if I can find... our next game that I had scheduled us for, which is Oki versus Swallow. BFY 19 Swallow is still going. Duckman, I can look it up if I had to. They had to restart. This is going to be interesting. No restart, they win by default. Okay, cool. Cool. So that means I can go find OK. Where's team OK? Hey, thank you for the follow there, Canu. And yes, I agree. Great play from Cabrito. Very good play from that Kagero player. He was absolutely a shining beacon of light in that game. All right, so we're gonna have to see if Steve WRX is the one who's hosting. It looks like they are in a game as well. Who are they supposed to be playing right now? Dirty? Possibly fighting against Dirty. Let's take a look. Yes, they are. I guess they are. Okay, and Beer is watching. Okay. Chat, we got 42 minutes until our next ad break, but I think... No, I'll leave it as is. No, I'm going to do an ad break now, just to be on the safe side. Chinko, remind me after the ad break is over. Just say, Zath, you said something about a story. I got a story about the Trans Am to share with you guys. All right, so next up should be OK versus Swallow. That's right. Thanks for the bacon for Stevie. Agreed. Let's see what's going on with WTFS. They should be going up against TDF1 or NCOTS, depending. If they are going up against NCOTS, you might just look at them. Let's see. They are up against NCOTS here. Oh, they've already started. Damn. That was fast. That would have been good to catch because we missed out of both of those teams for today. Oh well, this is what happens when you have games to get behind in the tournament. Man, you know, there were fewer teams and we got more games on the EU alpha test. Yeesh. Yeesh. I didn't think so. Okay. All right, they are done. Ah, Carmelos got it. All right, so OK versus 12. Okay, so here's the story for you, Chinko. I ended up buying my Trans Am used. I got it from of all places CarMax. my dad and I took it for a test drive. Yeah. And my dad said, and he's a Corvette guy. He's got tons of Corvettes, and he's used to how Corvettes handle and everything, right? And he said, you know what? We're just gonna see what happens if I floor it while he's driving it. And it downshifted and proceeded to burn rubber. And my dad said, holy shit, this thing can burn rubber. He didn't think it was that good of a car. And I said, hell yeah, it is. So it was pretty funny, to say the least. Pretty damn funny, to say the least. Love that car though. A great car. Very fun car. Unfortunately, I ended up having to sell it because frankly, it was too expensive to maintain. The insurance was ridiculous. But it is what it is. Had a great time with it. I absolutely loved it. And when I ended up trading it in for my new car, I actually got a check from the dealership for my new car because my new car was so much cheaper. They wrote me a check for $1,300 to buy their car, brand new with a warranty and everything, versus my used car. My dad said, "Cherish this moment; it will never happen again." And he's right. It hasn't happened since. All right, well, readied up from Swall, and then, oh, I gotta write this down. Okay, which is KSD apparently. KSC, KSD, KSE, whatever. And then Swolv, SWOLV. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match start. Is this Kill Bill? Yes, it was the long nose version. Yes, except I didn't have the W. Oh, I don't remember what it was called. Where it had the extra like flare on the nostrils on the top there. I didn't have that WSD, that package. It was just a standard, but it was still pretty sexy. All right, so let's take a look at OK, which is apparently the Kill Steel group, versus Swolv. And let's take a look at lineup here. So we've got Rubber Bad Man in the Cossack Black, Snob 3 in the Massachusetts Black, Carmelos 53 in the Synop, Snapper 97 in the Dunkirk Black, and Casualty Drinker in the Massachusetts Black. Opposing them to the south is Swolv. In Axis ships, they've got Exterminator 411 and the Akatsuki. Aside next to them is Hollywood BRD in the Atago. And then we've got General Underscore in the Bismarck, Recon 212 in the Tirpitz, and Do Know Who I Am in the Andrew Doria, who doesn't realize the game has started. Ah, there we go. So, once again, not much in the way of Hydro this game. Not much in the way of Hydro. Whoop. It's a draw. Well. Unfortunate. Ah, they were on the wrong map. Supposed to be islands. Casualty Drinker says he was multitasking. He means multi-failing. Oh well. All right, let's try this again, ladies and gentlemen. This is OK versus Swalve. Class of the Class of 7 Alpha Test. We've got Snapper 97 in the Dunkirk Black. We've got Casualty Drinker in the Massachusetts Black. Carmelos 53 in the Sinop. It's got OP in the name, of course, so it's OP. And we've got Snob 3 in the another Massachusetts Black. And then Rubber Band Man in the Cossacks Black. So these guys want to take all black ships except for the Sinop, who can't have a black ship. Opposing them on the other side is Swolv, S-W-O-L-V. They've got with them General Underscore in a Bismarck, Hollywood BRD in an Otago, Do You Know Who I Am in the Andrew Doria, who's actually moving now, Exterminator 411 in the Akatsuki, and again, Recon 2112 in a Tirpitz. Now, I had mentioned this before, but I'm going to say it again. I'm seeing a distinct lack of hydro, frankly, from both teams, but more surprisingly from the Axis team. They've only got 2 hydros. They've got the Bismarck with hydro and the Otago with hydro, versus the Allied team, where you only have the Cossack with hydro. It's a very interesting decision to not take something that magically spots people on the other end of islands and that sort of thing. Remember, guys, if you were watching this earlier, on the EU side of things, they took Prince Ruprecht and just charged through sea cap, and they didn't care. They spotted whatever destroyer was in the sea cap on the hydro, and that destroyer just basically died. There was pretty much nothing could be done about it. So far, we haven't seen the NA teams taking advantage of the ridiculous hydro that is the Prince Ruprecht. Well, this is an easy cap for Swalve, because they were uncontested. That being said, Rubber Man Band is going to go through the B cap, and you can see General Underscore quite low in the Bismarck, stuck bow in and reversing. Not a good position for him. He's going to be the first one to die for Team OK. They're going to get first blood here. Right about now? Nope. Almost. Here it comes. Nope. Casualty Drinker is going to burn him out. Wow. What is this Otago doing way back here? Playing very far back. Snob gonna sit there and just bow in with the Massachusetts. He doesn't need to worry too much about his flank or anything. Akatsuki needs to get him gone like yesterday. Okay is going to grab the A cap. Really nobody contesting him. And this Atago, Hollywood, is in trouble. Got an island next to him, so he's not going to be able to turn the way he wants. He might even beach. Oh, Akatsuki just gets wrecked. Absolutely wrecked by Snob in the Massachusetts. Akatsuki was trying to make something happen. He went after the Massachusetts and failed hard. Ouch. So this game is pretty much over already.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Jinko, I love the stories. Thank you. Keep it coming. Decent hit there on the turbines. Here comes the Massachusetts salvo. Oh. Almost enough. Those are 6-kilometer torpedoes. Ain't gonna happen. Whack. Okay, Andrea Doria, time to save your star. Well, the Atago's been trying to do that. Oof. Torpedoes on Casualty Drinker, he takes none. Close call. Ooh, big hair on the Andrea Doria. There he goes. All that's left is the Atago that's painted himself into a corner.
The enemy is about to win.
Who's gonna come away with the kill? Is it the Massachusetts Black, the Dunkirk Black, the Sinop, the Cossack Black, or the other Massachusetts Black? Whoa. Here it comes. Ding, fries are done. Well, I'll get a double death pick. We'll get the Andrea Doria in the foreground with the sinking Atago in the background. Here we go. All right. That is a full wipe. Nobody dying on the KSD side. All right. Well, let's see what we can find for our next game. I went for Swall versus YOLO Kraken for the last one. Let me check this one real quick. Oh, they've already started. Let's see what's going on with NCOTS. They have already started as well. Ah, there we go. Another Kill Bill song. Look at Dirty and T-Soft. Who is hosting the Swalve? Exterminator. And who's doing the YK team? Might be able to get a bonus game for you guys. Trading that car 5 years late for a family car and you were married. Gotcha. You kept the thing in good condition, clean on the inside. Too bad that when you went to go and trade in, the dealership probably said, oh, it's, you know, not clean. Oh, you burned out the clutch? Ouch. Well, hey, you made it happen, so there you go. So this is Dirty versus T-Soft. Axis on the side of Dirty, T-Soft. Alright, so we'll see if we can make this happen before we get to the last one. We could try to maybe squeeze this game in. I don't know, it's hard to tell because they're kind of swapping around a bit. Is it Kill Bill or Green Hornet? It does depend on how old you are. I suppose that is correct, Duckman. Alright, well, it looks like we're about ready to go. So I'm just going to say I'm ready. I'm going to write this one down. This is New Dawn. Put the match start button on. On New Dawn. Alright, this is either the last or second to last game that we're going to cover today. We'll take a look and see how it goes. We got for Team Dirty, Anon 2U and a Pommern, Textmeister and the Amagi, Rage 43 and the Koenig, drew the short straw, it would seem. 9123-1 and the Hyuga, and Mosley in the Mist 007 in the Yuldachi, Poi. For Team Access, opposing him to the south is T-Soft with an allied lineup. Silverstorm is not moving in Georgia. Makes me wonder if we're about to have a restart called. Nobody from T-Soft is moving. You end up getting 12,500 for the trade-in because it only had 23.5k miles on it. Nice. We got Runic in an Illinois. First time seeing an Illinois today. Frost Knight 909 in the Belfast. Gary is in the Agincourt. And there is the drop. All right. Or not. Flight of the Bumblebee, got it. Let's exit the battle. Would be interesting to see how an Illinois fares in this kind of a setup, but I did sign us up for a different game. Lord. Exterminator, okay. There it is. So we got, this is going to be Swalv versus YK. Also on New Dawn. Okay. Just verifying that they are okay with me casting. It's a professional thing to do because of the fact that, well, those guys are, not, you know, I'm part of Yellow Kraken and, or the Yellow Kraken environment, I suppose. All right, ready here. All right, good. Match start again. Ooh, interesting lineups. All right, so here is our last scheduled match for the day. We've got Swalv in the alpha position. For Team Axis, bringing with them an Andrea Doria, that's Do Know Who I Am. We got Recon 2112 and Interprets, Hollywood BRD and Interprets, so 2 Turpitses, General Underscore and an Amagi, and Exterminator 411 and an Akatsuki. This is New Dawn. Opposing him to the south is Emoji Supreme and an Octo-Rev, drawing the short straw there. Or possibly the most important ship, depending on how you consider it. We've got Narmaya in a Dunkirk. And then there is House of Cards in a Boise. Followed by Cap McCoy in a Georgia. And then finally, on the flank, this is actually a really good spawn for this person. This is Lord Maruk in the Lenin. Lenin, you absolutely want to be on the flank. You don't want to be in the middle necessarily. So this is a good spawn for the Lenin. Let's talk about ship choices here. Boise, first time seeing the Boise, tier 7 American light cruiser. Boise does, though, have a super heal. Not the greatest in DPM, but a super heal does allow for a little bit more, I guess you could say, forgiving situations where he can heal his way through a big hit or something. Still, in the smaller environment, it's a possibly slight liability. Octo-Rev, you know, I mean, it's got really good armor, but if you show broadside, it gets destroyed by other battleships relatively easily. But hey, it's Soviet and therefore has a very, very small amount of superstructure, so it's harder to set it on fire and spam it and stuff like that. On the side of the Axis for Swalv, I'm surprised to see 2 Turpitses. I'm surprised because there's no Bismarck. Bismarck has the Hydro. Turpitz has the torpedoes. Matter of fact, none of the Axis power ships here have Hydro. Odd. It's very odd to see. Not sure about that one. Hey, welcome aboard, everybody. Oh my goodness. My stack up team is raiding me. Thank you guys. Welcome aboard, everybody. Yes, Jangle Plume, 8 Turpits, 2 of them. Wow, you guys, that's amazing. Thank you for the raid, everybody. We are in a 2-minute delay right now, just FYI. Wow. I mean, amazing, you guys. Thank you so much. Interesting that the raid thing didn't pop up, but appreciate you guys all for coming in and saying hello. Very nice of y'all. So we are currently, for those of you guys that are new to the group, we are doing a tournament right now. This is a test of a tournament. This is the Clash of the Classes tournament for World of Warships. And they're doing what they call an alpha test to make sure everything works. And it's very nice of them. They're allowing me to stream that test. That cool or what, huh? Now, we got ships going to Alpha and ships going to Bravo. Yes, that is exactly correct, Dennis, over on YouTube. This is meant for players that are mid to high win rate, mid to medium high win rate. It's not for like the super duper unicums out there, which I think is kind of nice. A lot of jockeying for position. I'm really surprised. We're now almost at the halfway point. There we go. Nobody's lost a hit point yet. This is crazy. Stack up stealth rate. Ah, that's what it is. Okay, you guys all just coming on in and saying hi. Never heard of a stealth raid before. That sounds cool. Thank you guys all for giving Stevie some bacon. Got McCoy in the Georgia shooting at the Andrea Doria. Why is there an ad break going now?
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
That's hella weird. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, feed Stevie some bacon, indeed. Oh, maybe I hit the wrong button from that, from the raid set. I was hitting the welcome button, but I probably hit the wrong button. Crap. Well, you guys haven't missed anything, and you aren't going to miss anything because everybody's just sitting there not shooting each other. It's kind of weird. Like, I guess both teams are afraid to lose this one. Maybe they think that they're close to winning the overall prize for tonight. Odd. What? 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 Okay.
General quarters.
Very strange. You just had a restart called. Okay. That was just weird. I don't get it. I've never, ever seen something like that. In competitive and all this. That feels hella weird. Shells coming in on the Georgia? Nah, they're short. Am I the future or past? Yeah, they got me. I don't know what that's all about, Chinko. This is weird. Never seen that before. I mean, we were far beyond the 2-minute mark, so even then there was no need for you know, draw, whatever. So that's kind of odd. Anyway, YK going with 4 battleships heading towards the side here. I should go over lineups because I'm gonna cut the I'm gonna cut out the restart part. I should also write down this was a restart too. Wife's gonna be upset because I'm gonna be running late. Oh well. So YK is bringing with them Lord Maruk and a Lenin, Cap McCoy and a Georgia, House of Cards and a Boise, Narmaya in a Dunkirk, and Emoji Supreme in an Octo-Rev. Opposing them is Swalv with Exterminator 411 in Yakatsuki. He's about to get the C-Cap. Hollywood BRD in a Turpitz with Recon 2112 in a Turpitz. Do Know Who I Am in an Andrea Doria. And General Underscore, who's currently being farmed out in an Amagi. So, I gotta say, this is looking more like a fight because they're actually starting to shoot at each other. So that's kind of neat. Great seeing all the people that from Stack Up writing earlier. That was really cool. Wonder if a team formed a death ball and just sailed around together, blasting everything they would see. If they'd have to like, I don't think a death ball is gonna work that well unless they're able to like punch through hard and make their way. Swal's got a slight advantage in my opinion. They've gotten an Akatsuki with the torpedoes. That's a huge threat for the enemy if they can't take him down, but for some odd reason, Exterminators got detected. Possibly Emoji Supreme on the Octo-Rev spotting him slightly. That's a huge spot.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Here come the torpedoes on Emoji Supreme. Emoji has to know those are coming. But he's in a nice position to make it difficult for him to be torpedoed, looking at the angle of the ship and everything, and being in the channel where he is. Lord Maruk is in trouble at half health already, but the Amagi is quite low, so is the Andrea Doria now. Got 4 minutes to go. Currently, Swal is in the lead with 2 caps to YK's 0. So YK actually needs to like hit the W key and make something happen as Emoji Supreme takes torpedoes. 2. He's going to take a third and die right here. Boom. Oof. That's a huge kill for Swalv. Frankly, I'm surprised Emoji allowed that to happen. That was... When you saw the destroyer, you had to know torpedoes were going to be coming through the channel. General Underscore is going to go down, though, for Swalv, so that will help to tie up the points. Now, keep in mind, Points are the same no matter what tier ship is. So a battleship is a battleship, whether it's tier 5, 8, anything in between. So despite the fact that a tier 8 for Swall just went down and a tier 5 for YK just went down, the game treats them as the same point value. House of Cards now doubling into the B cap, realizing, well, they've got 3 minutes to make something happen. Points ain't gonna do it. It's gonna be kills. Look at the Akatsuki backing off now. Smart decision for Exterminator. Look at this really good destroyer play. And again, I think this is where we see the lack of Hydro having an impact. Okay, sorry, just got a message I was responding to. Do you know who I am is about to go down the Andrea Doria. Surprised the Andrea Doria is still alive. Dunkirk hitting W now, gonna take a torpedo in the face. Hollywood probably gonna go down. But House of Cards, now remember House of... Oop, there goes the Dunkirk. House of Cards doesn't have torpedoes, so he's gonna go for the ram? I'm so confused. And just like that, now it's 2 on 2. What are we watching here? This is not how competitive works. Captain McCoy in the Georgia needs to stop trying to save his star. He's got to move. Exterminator go. Oh my god, he goes down like that? Moruk, of course, knows that torpedoes are coming. 1.5 minutes to go. Gonna take 2 torpedoes and die. What's left? A Georgia and a Tirpitz. The Tirpitz is very healthy. The Georgia is half health, but broadside to the Tirpitz. My head hurts. My head hurts so much. Okay. We have the we have one final game to bring you guys after this. This is going to be for the championship round. Oh, the pain, the pain, the pain, the pain. 20 seconds to go. McCoy's not going to be able to do anything. And Swalv is going to walk away with a win. A very interesting, let's call it an interesting win. I don't know how else to describe it. I really don't know how else to describe it. This has been odd, to say the least. All right, we got one final game to bring you guys. Oh, it's Calzer Tea Drinker. Okay. I really want to know what happened where the game was like restarted halfway through. That made absolutely no sense to me. But okay. All right, Casualty Drinker, let's go. Chinko, it was a very epic finish, but it didn't need to be. And it's a lot of just wow towards the end there. Lots of wow. Okay, so we've got Team OK versus TDF Prime. So this is the let's see, did I do it? Okay versus TDF1. And this is New Dawn? No, this is Greece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 games for you guys today, thanks to all the delays. It's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the... I don't know what you want to call it, the championship round. I would assume that means both teams are tied for first place, and whoever wins this gets first place and the $50 prize. Whoever gets second place gets, I believe, a $20 prize. So let's take a look at the action here on Greece. We've got Rubber Band Man in the Cossack Black, Snob 3 in a Massachusetts Black, Camelos 53 in the Synop, Snapper 97 in the Dunkirk Black, Casualty Drinker in the Massachusetts Blacks. This is the same lineup that we saw them play earlier. They seem to like this lineup a lot. Now, TDF, also in the same lineup we saw them play earlier, ironically enough, on this very map. We've got RR Onisan in the Eagle, Batmantis in the Renown 44, Laksham in the Flandre, Wicked Little Witch in the Massachusetts, and Sideshow in the Massachusetts Black. Ah, so the last game, I guess they set the wrong map and nobody noticed it until 5 minutes. Odd. Anyway, now TDF going for the same strategy we saw them do before, sending an Igo and Renown to the A cap and the rest of their ships to the C cap. But if you look, OK is doing a different choice. Now, the idea of an Igo going to A is fine if nobody from the enemy team goes to A. A Cossack going to A is a really good counter. And I feel like these two ships are just going to sit here for a very long time. Batman just realizing this is not going to be the same kind of game, being forced to back off. So that means that these 3 battleships are going to have to find a way back in. They're going to have to push or something. God, I'm getting more flashbacks to Guardians of the Galaxy now. But anyway, Rubber Band Man goes into the center of the A cap. He's got the Hydra, so it's going to be really hard for anybody to take him down. So I guess the question is going to be, what is that flank going to do now for TDF? Camelos 53 detected now in the Synop. Not much. Now, knowing that that Synop is there, I might be sending Batmantis as far over on the flank as possible. Like, over to here. Because over to here, I mean, whatever his range is, gives him a chance to try to hit the Synop on the side if the Synop continues to back up. See how he's backing up right now? That's what you want to happen. You want him to back into your cross shots. Those torpedoes come very close to Rubber Band Man. Decent hit there on a flagship. Big hit there. Rubber Band Man taking some hits, came out there, got himself shot at. Backed off, smartly so. I'm curious though, look at this. We've got Snob going very wide in the Massachusetts. The other Massachusetts going wide as well. Batmantis broadside to Massachusetts. That's not a good thing. It goes being forced back. Emoji, thank you for joining us and telling us a little bit, giving some context in that game. That definitely helps. Snapper in the Dunkirk Black is in trouble. I do like this little battle line that's been formed here. It's kind of nice. All right, TDF claims first blood, killing OK's low tier ship. Now, Rubber Bandman is going to get the cap on the account that Ara was forced out of the cap for a moment. Casualty Drinker continues to be farmed by the Eagle. Is he going to take a torpedo? He does. He takes a torpedo in the bow. Eagle continues to put down some hurt on him. Sin up. Armelos very low now. Backed up too far. And down he goes. So that leaves one battleship on that flank to deal with 3 battleships. I'm sure he's having fun. Casualty Drinker slowing down. Looks like he is flooding though. Interesting, his it looks, he's got like the animation looks like he's flooding, but his hit point pool is not changing at all. Very odd. Now, watch this. Rubber Band Man is going to run down Onisan's Eagle. It's going to completely surprise him. He's not using his Hydro yet. I think he's waiting on purpose. And Eagle's smoke is expiring. Torpedoes miss. And this is the point where Onisan realizes he's in trouble. The first salvo takes out his engines from Rubber Band Man. Second salvo, third, takes out the engines again because of a DCP. T-Drinker takes 1 Eagle torpedo and kills Onisan. Rubber Band Man does take a big hit though. And remember, he doesn't have a heal with that Cossack, so he's going to be forced to smoke up. He's going to start trying to farm for free. Because I think those two realize that they're up against a clock here as Snob. Honestly, if I'm TDF, I'm just going to send Flocksham just straight at Snob, even if it results in a ram. But Wicked Little Witch coming around the corner. She's doing a nice job of getting on Snob's broadside, forcing Snob forward. Is T-Drinker going to flood out? No, he saved the ship at 7,000 hit points. Snob now going for possibly the drive-by. He's going for the drive-by. Is Flocksham ready for this? I don't think so. Shells in the air and they all miss. Flocksham's not ready for it. His turrets are totally not turned properly. So what he needs to do now is he needs to straighten out. But he doesn't. He continues to turn and Snob kills him with the butt gun. That should not have happened. Oh well. 2 minutes to go in this crucial championship game. TDF in the lead by 50 points. You gotta kill Snob. There it goes. And with that, unless TDF does something seriously bad to throw this game, they've won the alpha test. Very impressive. T-Drinker just trying for something. And they do hit, but I'll tell you, it doesn't matter. 1 minute to go. Look at the points. There's just no way for Team OK to get back into this. Very well played by both sides. Rubber Batman's going to go into the sea cap. Now that does slow down the point bleed, but it doesn't matter. With 24 seconds to go, this game is pretty much over. Rubber Batman now just opening up with his guns. Tea Drinker fired at Wicked Little Witch. She fires back. And that's gonna do it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the Massachusetts Black here. And that will be game. So congratulations to OK for winning the alpha test. All right. So with that, we'll leave the training room. And then I'm going to go ahead and put my hat on, and we're going to just do a quick... can I hit this button? Yeah, I can hit this button. And look at all the emotes that have been coming in, piling in for so long. Look at that. It's always fun to check that out. Big thanks again to Stack Up for the stealth raid. Oh, Stream Raiders. Let's get Stream Raiders going. Do I have it open? Yes, I do. Chat, we're going to end the stream in a little bit here. Most of you guys know I'm going to go and continue the stream on lurk mode. I need to turn off my Clash of the Classes voice. Unless they are talking. Let me take a look and see if they are doing a little bit of a... I don't see that. I don't see they are. Okay. But anyways, I hope you guys had a good time. I'm going to go to focus on me for a sec. So I'm going to kill the stream with the delay, and I'm going to start it back up again. And this will be lurk mode. So what that means is I will have a repeat of the previous season of the Warships Classic tournament going. That's what's running right now, and that's what's going this coming weekend as well. So we've got that coming up on Saturday and on Sunday. We also have my normal stream. Let's see, today is Wednesday, so we've got my normal stream on Friday, 10 a.m. Central Standard will be Project Planet, and then we'll get into some World of Warships and stuff like that as well. I'm gonna go and hop into a Discord channel for a little bit here to listen in and give some feedback and that sort of thing. So I will continue streaming that, but I'm going to go ahead and cut this part right here. Chat, you're going to see a momentary cut in the stream, and then you're going to see me start back up again. Those of you watching on YouTube, I'm going to end the stream outright. Thank you very much for hanging out. I appreciate you all, and I hope you enjoyed the experience. And I'm looking forward to this weekend for Clash of the Classes. So Friday, like I said, Project Planet, World of Warships. Saturday, Sunday, World of Warships tournament plus hangout afterwards. Monday, Civilization 6. Wednesday, World of Warships, back into Friday again. And then we've got a new tournament that's coming up. I'll set up lurk mode to show that to you guys after the Warships Classic is done. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that is the Beat the Pro tournament, okay? So I'll see you guys all in a few minutes. Thank you again for watching. Stay tuned. We're going to hang out for a bit and have some fun.